So, folks, there is a man by the name of Rudyard Lynch, and he goes on YouTube under the alias What If Alt Hist. Now, you may be somewhat familiar with him because he kind of circles around the far right circles. He's a big fan of far right historians and historians that still at the time believed in, you know, measuring skull shapes. So, he's a man of refined talent and taste. And he has a channel that it falls into the niche of alternate history, which is basically, kind of imagining and playing out a thought experiment like, what if the Nazis won World War II? Something like that. And turns out, if you spend all of your time thinking about that nonstop and you're a big fan of, let's just say, esoteric Nazism, it can warp your brain, as one might imagine, and this kind of meshes nicely with an idea that I've been pushing over the last year or so about the conspiracy singularity. The idea that conspiracism warps your brain and will destroy you like body and soul. It believing in illogical ideas that do not follow um approaches like a point of religious relevance, which is why you see so many people in kind of like the hippy dippy anti-vax spiritualism communities suddenly starting to converge with like the Norse pagan neo-Nazi types. And you start really kind of seeing kind of this confluence of like, oh, and now flat earth is also kind of encompassing this, and QAnon is kind of subsuming all of them, and it goes on and on and on until you just reach a point of singularity where every conspiracy is true and the Jews and trans people or minorities are behind it all. This kind of is where it all leads, right? Yeah, the anti-vax crystal mommy to Nazi pipeline, exactly. And well, I've been aware of What If Alt Hist for some time, and I finally I believe we've gone over like one of his videos in the past. But one of the things that put this particular moment on my radar is that he tweeted out something so insane that people started memeing on it immediately. Which is, I'm just going to read it out verbatim to you guys. Okay, I'm just going to read out his tweet verbatim. I have to tell you folks something. I'm a quite advanced mystic, and am capable of communicating with the spirit world. If you wonder why I know so much and am so successful at the age of 23, this is part of the reason. I have a photographic memory and have used this to have hundreds of hours of communication with different spiritual forces, whether God, the devil, Mother Nature, Hermes Trismegistus, the anima, and many more. I have a pretty good map of the spirit world. The Lord God and the Tree of Life, which is the spirit of consciousness connected to you by blood through evolution, are forcing me against my own consent to intervene in the game now. I really, really did not want to do this, but God forced my hand. I did this since I was concerned we'd all fucking die as a society if I don't, and I'm young enough, I'm invested. They are really worried about you. They can see inside your souls and know you're all miserable. None of you get laid, have babies, or have any reason to live or connection to the divine. It causes them so much suffering that they sent me to say everything is going to be fine and that I'm here to be responsible for my people's survival and their soul. I'm here to explain how both the spirit and material worlds work to you in this stressful juncture in evolution. I serve God and the Tree of Life. I have 10 hours of video content I've just released explaining what exactly happened to me, what I know of the world, and why modernity is all lies. Everything your era believes are lies. 99% of human history agrees about all this stuff, and modern industrial civilization is the one exception. Get with the program. They all venerated the divine, and God doesn't take insults lightly. Your bloodline, God, and the spirit world all believe you are completely insane. They see Western civilization is committing suicide, and the birth rate is in complete free fall, careening towards zero. They have already won, and you haven't realized it yet. I have already established a unified theory of life that incorporates physics, history, every major world religion, biology, Darwinism, Plato, and Aristotle. Watch the video if you're interested. Your ancestors were correct, and you are wrong. I am a proud Christian, and I was very careful that nothing I say contradicts the Bible, so this message can elevate Christ. If I ever do, I will immediately submit to Scripture. My message can be integrated with any given world religion, since I stand for freedom, so that we can all experience the spirit world on our own terms. I'm just gonna pause right here, time out. So many of the world religions contradict each other and explicitly say, if you don't believe this, you are wrong and will suffer eternally for it. So, like, I don't know that they can all be compatible in that way, but okay. Untime out. I've been there, and I'll show you how. I'm a man who stands for other men. I stand so that men will not be treated as cattle. The meaning of life is empathy, to listen to others and to understand them. At the same time, to take responsibility for your own actions. Time out. Which rings especially hollow considering he immediately deleted these videos after like 3 days of sustained mockery, and is continuing to hound anyone who seems to investigate them. But let's keep going. Untime. Okay. Let's see. To be an adult and accurately assess your environment with self-awareness to see what you want yourself. To take your own destiny and follow the path God wants for you. There is no irony or joke here. This is all my best attempt at truth. Look, I'm an empiricist where I just tell you what I read and what I hear from the divine. I challenge anyone to disprove me. I support civil debates to prove me wrong with those who would like to do so. If I'm wrong, I will immediately accept that. I only have 2 requests from you. The first is that you should not bother me or my people. Every day I or anyone I'm close to gets personally harassed. I refuse to speak to the divine. God and the tree are getting really tired of our society's immaturity and will punish this kind of behavior. I really don't want to bother anyone, and I ask the same of you. This is quite stressful for me, so I'd like a moment of calm to think. The second is that all debates and conversations I have must be based in logic-first principles. No ideology, hysteria, and foolishness. And that is the tweet that definitely got my attention. The idea that someone can claim to be an empiricist while talking about how they believe in the spiritual, I need to know what empirical proof do you have that is convincing you of this position? How demonstrate your logic here. Do it. You won't. Like, rock homie rocks. True. Yeah, this guy's not a good example of any ideology except for the conspiracy singularity. The aforementioned point I am hopefully using him to demonstrate here. Um, and of course, he's also a far right interesting individual, I'll say, biting my tongue, who has been on Tim Pool's show, if you believe it. Um, he's a real sweetie. And I did happen to find the manifesto he posted. And we're going to watch it and we're going to spiral together. We're going to follow this man on his journey. Okay? This I have to say, this is going to be a real like Lord of the Rings style journey, okay? It's going to be it's going to change us, is what I have to say.
What is even the point of coming up with a new esoteric religion if it's just gonna be Christianity again?
Right? Pluto Burns, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. So it's 3 hour-long videos. Yes, it is. They get progressively longer, like the Lord of the Rings movies. In fact, in the time you could watch this entire thing, you could have watched all 3 non-extended edition Lord of the Rings and had time for intermissions between each one. So, you're choosing to use your time this way. I'm not going to cover all of them tonight because I can't. I refuse. But I am going to go over all of these. Barring some kind of divine intervention, I suppose. Whatever form it may take. Now, one thing I have to say is that these videos do not have any visual element to them, okay? The main visual in all of these videos is simply, this guy staring into the camera. That's it. That is the main visual. It is him talking for 10 hours straight. Now, I could throw it up on screen, but I'm not going to. Because I think it's fine if we just listen to the audio together. Now, we're going to be going on this blind, with the exception of like the first 20 minutes of this, because frankly, I watched it
new ideas for
out of
D&D
curiosity.
campaigns?
But I have not actually sat through the entire thing. Yeah, this is going to be this is essentially What If Alt Hist's radio drama, okay?
Just raw dog those videos. Who needs a prefrontal cortex anyways?
Lady Wrinklet, thank you for the $5 dono. And I have to be honest, from what I've gleaned from some of the public reaction to these videos, it's unfortunate. His whatever his religion is, it's not interesting enough to even add anything to an existing fictional setting. Because it turns out people who fall for conspiracy theory, pseudo-scientific, spiritual BS, to the degree this guy is exhibiting, they're not that creative. They're just circling that kind of Norse mythology drain, and they aren't really doing much with it. There's a reason why I talked a little bit about esoteric Nazism, because that's kind of what he falls into here, this bastardization of like Norse or pagan mysticism. And
does it make the monies, Jack?
But does it make the monies? I don't know, Thistles for Eyes. That is up to you guys. But I have been obsessed with this idea, and I want to get some of it done So thank you for supporting the stream. And before we dive into the video, I'm just going to encourage everyone, please like the stream, like the YouTube stream. Consider dropping, a follow on Twitch. Consider subscribing, dropping donos, etc. Because this is my life. This is my job, and I like it, and I'd like to continue doing it, please. All right. Now, I do have to say, I do not know what is coming up in this video. I don't know where this journey will take us. But I do know it's probably going to be kind of messed up. I mean, this is the guy. His presentation does not fill me with confidence. Okay. Now, let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, real quick, okay? Can someone edit this image? Okay? Can someone edit? You guys are all artistic. Can someone edit this image crashing into an iceberg a la the Titanic? I would like that. I would, if someone wants to edit some images of this thing crashing into an iceberg, I think that would be apropos. This is the YouTube equivalent of that submarine that imploded on itself. Okay? Maybe we shouldn't be so mean to this man. I look, I recognize that perhaps being mean to this far-right, neo-Nazi adjacent dipshit...
Yes, Henry has a Nazi problem. I will suggest looking into Heathens Against Hate and Declaration 127.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 dono. But I think that this guy... I know that being mean to this guy could be considered ableism. And frankly, I don't care if it does veer into that territory too much. Because this guy's like buddy with Nazis. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be a bit mean to him. All right? I'm gonna be a bit mean. And I know that doesn't make me a good person. But you know what? Fuck him. Like, fuck him. There we go. All right. Okay. Until we get that edit, I'm going to just use this this ship image. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate that.
No one would have believed in the early years of the 21st century that human affairs were being watched from the timeless worlds of alternate history.
It's true. All right, you know what? I'll even use this turpentine image. Okay, we're just gonna have that up on screen. I don't know what turpentine is, but there we. You know what? I'm gonna make it small on my screen. That's what we're gonna do with it. Burp. What? Oh, it's not a... Oh, okay, yeah, you're not an acceptable file type. Okay. Okay, streaming software. I see how it is. Gonna be a little salty about it. Alright. Technical difficulties. Now, I do have to say, folks, I am very much looking forward to this, and I hope this takes us to where we want to go. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. We did it. Mission accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. All right. Okay. Where do we post the edit? You can post it over on riverboat.gg, all right? Here we go.
Hi everybody, I'm Rudyard the Woodafaltist guy.
Hi, Rudyard.
And before you watch this video, I have to add a couple different preambles for all of our collective sanity. You'll see why. And I'm going to keep saying that in this intro section. Things will make sense at the end that did not make sense at the start. And to go through this stuff, firstly, there's lots of stuff in this video where, as I wrote it, I didn't know how, because
will I be streaming
human
Friday?
words cannot
I will
convey it. And the way I feel giving you this video is I'm trying to explain something that cannot be explained in words.
Keep in mind, this man calls himself an empiricist, and yet his ideas cannot be explained in words. Cool. That makes sense.
Which is intensely difficult. And so when I try to tell you something, I wish I could show it to you, but I have to write words. And the narration style for this will jump from first to third person.
I think I fixed it, Banana
That's
Brains.
annoying for you to listen to and annoying for me to write, but it'll also make sense at the end. This story will also emphasize lots of details which seem really unimportant, but will also make...
I can back up, having listened to the first 20 minutes of this. There are a lot of details that seem unimportant, but I want you to keep in mind as he goes through this beginning part that he mentioned a bit in the early part of the announcement of this manifesto, that he gives a certain importance to divine bloodlines. So keep that in mind.
Makes sense at the end. And certain parts of...
Do you believe anything he says? No. No.
I am a quite advanced Texan and am capable of communicating with the big ideas world. If you wonder why I know so much and am so successful at the age of 23, this is legitimate American business.
All right. Here we go.
Will make me, in the way it's narrated, look like a complete narcissistic egomaniac. I apologize for that. But again, it will make sense at the end. And parts may come across as wildly masturbatory. You'll see with that word.
Oh, God. Okay.
But again, as I said, it will make sense at the end. The story will also get unbelievable.
Okay, can we just...
But again, as I said, it will make sense at the end. And parts may come across as wildly masturbatory. You'll see with that word.
I don't like his expression as he says that.
But again, as I said, it will make sense at the end. The story will also get unbelievably brutal. I would tell you to not watch this video if you can't handle that sort of thing. But to be frank, your grandpa fought in World War II. He was fine. He saw worse stuff.
Yeah,
and
pussy.
I choose not to put the 18+ rating. Oh, man, dude. Here, because I had to live with this crap as a kid, and if I lived through it, you can watch it. Also, for your ancestors, their kids saw their parents fuck, they saw them kill animals, they saw war, they saw famine. If your ancestors' kids can see bad stuff, you can. They're not gonna die.
Maybe it wouldn't be great, though. Oh, man, this edit slaps. Here we go. Excellent. Excellent work. Excellent. We did it. Peak meme. Excellent stuff.
So I understand why YouTube would put a 18+ rating on it, and I respect your decision. It's your company. You have responsibility for it. I don't. But I'm just going to throw the appeal out. This video's length is also pretty insane. Coming from a media background, I didn't want to do it, but at the end of the video, you'll see why that makes sense. This is the shortest period of time I could convey the things I had to convey you to. You should also process this video as if I'm a bard 2,000 years ago, where this is one of the lengthy multi-hour sagas where...
Yeah, guys, he's a bard from 2,000 years ago. You know, all those bards walking around in 0 AD.
Like the Nibelungliad, they would say it for an entire week. And so I will change my dress. I will change the framing. It will be on different days, because I frankly just can't record this video in a single day. And I understand that some of the ways I shoot and stuff won't be perfect, but it doesn't need to be. If you hear the message, that's enough. And so we'll change. I think that's symbolic of my life. I'm the same person, but I change my clothes and I change my circumstance over the course of my life. Everything in the story is 100% true. You have my word before God, my ancestors, and myself that it's all true.
Now, this is a very interesting thing for him to say, specifically because of what he went on to say on Twitter. Just let me pull it up. Didn't have it ready to go, but you know, let's jam, okay? Let's just, you know, let's see what he's up to. Okay? All right. So just to be upfront with you guys, here's what he said on Twitter. A few days after uploading this, after, you know, intense mockery, I was really, really stupid here. I was trying to make something go as viral as possible for advertising reasons, so I said something as ridiculously over the top as possible as a way to harvest views for my video series and the group. I was playing some stupid word game about narrativization, where I'm technically not saying anything exactly wrong in that you can appoint yourself to serve the tree of life, which means you could say it by definition. I made a whole multi-hour segment at the end of the video, which was as ridiculous as possible to freak people out on purpose. I talk to a beaver puppet, make jokes about masturbating, and talk about the philosophy of magic in it. The point was to show you not to not take yourself seriously. I purposely play with the definitions in the video, where I say psychic is a person capable of dealing with the realm of forms, so psychic is one form of intelligence among others that deals with empathic abilities. I basically controlled all the definitions to say this insane thing for clout to harvest for the videos. I did this since it's a leftist tactic where they control words to get an outcome. Basically, I was playing with the concept of what a social construct is. Instead, this just became a vessel of my own egomania, masking under some thin veneer of a joke. I recently had a religious experience, which was the best thing that has ever happened in my life, which kind of drove me crazy. I did recently have a beautiful experience with God, which inspired me to go back into politics, so I ramped up the insanity to 10. What I did here was an insult to God, but how didn't I see it earlier? I developed some weird rationalization about how misusing God's name would somehow allow me to psyop the public into believing God through showing leftism's failures above. Looking back on this, I see some part of my shadow that I don't like. Let this be a lesson to you for what not to do. Wait, for what to not do. Can you please forgive me for being this stupid? I hope I've built up enough goodwill. You can let me be Arsler. Now, I'm not going to, I'm not going to lie to you. I think he's lying. I think this dude is not okay. And I think he does believe the shit that he put out in these videos. And is frankly just desperately trying to cover for it after it turns out that he didn't actually get received as like the third coming of Christ or something. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. But I do find it also interesting that he's like, in the name of God, I would never make up anything. And then immediately he's like, I made up things. But the issue is he's a very devout religious person. Like that was a point about himself that he has advertised repeatedly in his videos. I don't think he would swear to God lightly. Let me put it that way. I don't think he would blaspheme like that. I mean, someone would just do that, get on the internet and blaspheme. So, with that being said, we're going to continue through this. Because I do not think this was a joke. I do not think this was a deconstruction of leftist ideas. And I do not think that he, frankly, was aiming to bring more people to God by subtly dunking on leftism. I don't think that at all, actually. So let's continue.
That will also make sense at the end. So this is pretty cool. I'm glad that you folks will get to watch this video. This is going to be a lot of fun. Peace.
He's really glad a lot of folks are going to be able to watch this video. Part 1. Background. Sorry, I forgot. Some of these have like title pages. I forgot about that. I am really excited to see if there is a beaver puppet or not. That would be funny.
I, Rudyard William Lynch, was born on June 23rd, 2001, in Manchester by the Sea, Massachusetts, to my parents Mark Lynch and Leslie Payne Zimmer. Our current era of history completely discounts genealogy, which is one of the most deranged things you can do, since genealogy is the code which imprints who you are through your blood. Then once that...
That's right, folks. Who you are is printed in your blood. You can't escape your bloodline. The sins of the father are the sins of the child.
That's imprinted on your environment, the underlying code adapts to different situations. So when you can see someone's genealogy and ancestors, you see the previous actions their underlying code has done before. So let's go through my ancestors. My father's ancestry comes from almost all Ireland, apparently genetically from the south and the west of the country, which is the normal region for Irish Americans. They moved over after the potato famine in the early 1850s and around the time of the American Civil War. Some went to Quebec first, but then they ended up in the American Northeast, with my grandfather growing up in Jersey City.
Now, I do want to say, before we get too deep into this, when we're talking about bloodlines and genealogy, and the importance of this, when I was talking about esoteric Nazism, I wasn't kidding, right? Like, a large part of that ideological framework is predicated on the idea of tracing back one's lineage to the Aryan people, the Aryan race, which in the mythos of Nazism is basically like the superhuman race. Like, they were the golden age of humanity and therefore should rightfully rule over the face of the earth. And so in Nazism, it's very important, but one of the things esoteric Nazism did was essentially fuse the then modern scientific understanding of eugenics with that idea. And so, and thus, like, prop up this idea of like an Übermensch, a superman, a super race, you know, to rule over it. And I want you to note that that is what they believed in, you know, the SS. And he's really getting close to that already, and we are not that far in.
And my grandmother in Boston, My family were police for at least 4 or 5 generations straight in
Which
Jersey
checks
City,
out. That
which
checks
was one
out.
of the best jobs the Irish could get. The Irish lived in ghettos with each other in some of the poorest areas and were seen as an ethnic minority. They seized control of the local bureaucracies, and the Irish had control of the police, the city government, and they had stuff like Tammany Hall, which controlled the politics of the Northeast. My father's line has a strange curse that although my
Oh god, I'm sorry. I skipped ahead by accident. All right.
Tammany Hall, which controlled the politics of the Northeast.
Yeah, so basically he's like, yeah, we, a destined bloodline of people, managed to seize control of all of the institutions and rule the area. Like a different group of people that I'm sure he has strong ideas about. Well, I could be wrong. But you understand how this view of history can get real dangerous when you start conspiracizing it, turning it into your genuine worldview.
My father's line has a strange curse that each male must pick an impossible battle. My father told me growing up that the only thing that matters in life is honor, and if I lived with honor, then it didn't matter what money I made or the rest of my life. At least I was a man who had honor. And he said growing up that your status as a man is determined by do you hold your word and do you die on the hills you need to die on. And
yeah, are you dying on the right hills, boy?
to be a Lynch, by definition, is to put your own honor above your life, which is the highest virtue a human can do. Honor culture is an integral part of Celtic society going back thousands of years, which Thomas Sowell has written a tremendous amount about. And
so it was about this point in time where I was like, you know what? I gotta talk about this. I gotta talk about this guy. This alternate history YouTuber who's dabbling in the far right is now name dropping Thomas Sowell in his video manifesto, where he's proclaiming his religious fervor. And I do want to point out one very interesting thing about Thomas Sowell that often goes overlooked. Man has never published an academically peer-reviewed paper or book. Who's Thomas Sowell? Thomas Sowell is an economist, very famous, and very beloved by conservatives, because basically, if you could boil down his worldview about modern society, he's black, by the way. He's a black economist, historian. And basically, one of his main ideas is that everything went wrong for black people in America after they got civil rights. That actually, black people should have remained segregated because life was so much better for them. That's one of his big ideas. And he's propped up constantly. If you watch Candace Owens for any length of time, she'll name drop Thomas Sowell all the time. Yeah, no, like, it's a moderately deep cut. I've gone over one of his essays in the past, and it's really his arguments are really bad, guys. They are not good. So maybe we should do that some more, because it's not a ton of people know who he is or why, hearing his name being dropped should be a massive red flag.
which manifests in Appalachia with the Scots-Irish as the most obvious example. My great-grandpa was in the Jersey City police force, and he picked the wrong faction in the local Democrat Party politics.
It's not his bloodline he's exploring, it's his beliefs and experiences. Yes, but his beliefs and experiences are inextricably linked to his bloodline. That's why I'm talking about the bloodline. That's why he's spending this time talking about how, for the last 6 generations, his family has all been cops, and why that culture goes back thousands of years. Like, no, he's making a case about his divine bloodline, which, makes sense considering his initial comment on this was that he's basically a prophet sent by the entire amalgamation of the spirit world to save humanity from itself. So, like, these ideas are related. These ideas are related.
Was the last man
Yes, his divine cop bloodline
to stand by his patron when everyone else had fled him. He killed his entire reputation and career in the city due to his loyalty to his patron. My grandpa, Joseph Lynch, grew up in Jersey City and worked as a longshoreman. He was 18 years old in 1942.
They always talk about longshoremen, but they never talk about short-shoremen, Seems really, kind of an oversight, because they're short. I'm going to keep going. I'm sorry. That was a really bad joke.
When he was drafted to fight. He passed an IQ test with no background in mathematics and was sent as an aide to the British. He said because they wanted to make
Hey, we stand short kings, okay?
Americans look better to the British by having a humanities-based guy who could talk about philosophy and stuff. And my grandpa always underplayed stuff. He might have been doing more stuff. I don't know. And for those that don't know, the Enigma code was how the British hacked into the German code system in World War II. Some historians think that that turned the tide of the war, and my grandpa was part of that program. We don't really know what he was doing, though. And he didn't talk.
Yeah, dropping IQ test success. We're getting a little bit closer to that eugenics idea. Just, we're sprinting towards it at the speed of a recently shot bullet. You can't fail an IQ test.
Talk about it for 30 years until after the event was over, when he was just watching the TV, and the Enigma team came up, and he said to my family, "Oh yeah, I worked there." After the war, he went back to America.
Great story. Oh yeah, I worked there. That's an old man watching TV and points at the screen. I worked there. Bye.
And he was able to go to Harvard on the GI Bill. And he tried to be a lawyer after that, but then they forced him to take too many cases that were against his honor, and so he quit to be.
Okay, what does that mean? I'm sorry.
Forced him to take too many, and he tried to be a lawyer after that, but then they forced him to take too many cases that were against his honor, and so he quit to become a professor. However, during his career as...
They forced him to take too many courses that went against, or too many cases that went against his honor? Like, what does that mean? Yeah, did he have to defend too many gays?
He was able to go to Harvard on the GI Bill, and he tried to be a lawyer after that, but then they forced him to take too many cases that were against his honor, and so...
You can't be forced to take cases against your honor. Like, you can choose to work as a public defender, and then they give you cases, or you can choose to work at a law firm, and they give you cases to work on. But, like, they can't, at gunpoint, be like, oh, you want to be a lawyer, you gotta take the case. That's not how that works. Source, I know lawyers who've talked to me about their jobs. They don't, that's not how this works. Come on, man. Take the case.
So he quit to become a professor. However, during his career as a lawyer, he befriended a Russian noblewoman who became quite fond of him, and so when she died, she left him her inheritance.
His career as a lawyer, on one of the cases that offended his honor, he befriended a Russian woman. What? Also, how are you befriending a Russian noble in, I have to presume, 1950? What? Are you meeting like one of the like the czar's estranged cousins who's like 80 years old? What? All right.
And when he was a professor, he studied constitutional law, teaching at a school in northern New Jersey up by New York. And the book he wrote in constitutional law was that the founding fathers had purposely...
Did this man rip some ayahuasca and then watch Anastasia?
Jesus Christ.
Story the Bard, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I very, very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much.
Structured the Constitution so that there was a degree of plausible deniability inside the philosophic logic so that you could have a sub-variety of different possible positions with each law that was written.
That's not impressive. People can have different philosophical takes on literally any piece of text. Any piece of text. You can have different interpretations. That's not unique. At all.
Married my grandmother, Irene O'Neill, where they met at the St. Patrick's Day dance. And she worked...
I feel like that's borderline racist. You know? Like, oh yeah, just a long line of Irish people all hooking up at the St. Patrick's Day dance. We're already so far gone, guys.
She was a homemaker for the family, and he had 5 children where he moved to Princeton, New Jersey to support his family. He did a lot to try to assimilate out of the Irish community, so he studied classical literature, and he studied culture and the Renaissance, and he was really into medieval theology.
Yeah, he needed to get away from his Irish roots, so he studied culture. Like, you guys understand how there's like an element of like self-hatred to this, right? Like there's like a weird level of like hatred for Irish people. Yeah, the Irish, famous for not having a culture. What are you doing, man?
And he became very Catholic due to the war, where he believed that the war was symbolic for the dangers of modernism and totalitarianism, and the only way we could break out of that was through a return to Christianity. So he was a very strong fundamentalist Catholic.
That makes literally zero sense. That doesn't... Hating modernism is like a trait of neo-Nazis. That, like, him being like, oh, this modernism shit. I also hate totalitarianism, and it's like, you maybe look around at who else hated that. I wonder if that tells you anything. Yeah.
And he thought the 1930s Catholic Church, which meant most people saw as ridiculous reactionary, he thought that it was too liberal, and they had to return to medieval values.
Yeah, he hates totalitarianism, but you need to return to medieval values, okay? Look, you may hate totalitarianism, all right? But you know what we really need to do? We need to go back to the medieval times when you had absolute monarchs. You know, when one person ruled your land and could decide who lives and dies on a whim. You know, we need to go back to that. You know? We need to go back to the medieval values of the Vatican. Just don't look at the Borgias, okay? Oh my God, don't look at what was up with the Borgias and the papacy in medieval times. Oh man, this guy is incredible. I knew that we had to go through this.
He was also, although he didn't teach at Princeton, he lived in Princeton, and so he was friends with a lot of the professors, and he was friends with multiple of the most important Catholic philosophers of that time period.
So he ripped
And-
ayahuasca and now he is racist reverse Luke Skywalker.
Yes.
He supported my family.
Holy shit. Very knifey, Doug. That would be unironically a phenomenal grift in far right circles. If you like were a Catholic convert who wanted to return to tradition, but that tradition is selling indulgences. That would be incredible. The best one. That's basically the alt-right equivalent of being sold an air guitar. Incredible stuff.
Off a
You could do this. Honestly, there's no reason you shouldn't do this. Look, I'm not saying you guys should do that, but I'm also not saying you shouldn't spend your time grifting the far right out of their fortunes, okay? You know, they got a lot of sins they want forgiven, all right?
middle-class income. They lived in a small house together, and they had, I don't know if I said he had 5 kids before, but that's crazy. The Irish used to have that many kids. And, oh yeah, so Irene O'Neill, she's a descendant of Niall of the Nine Hostages, who was a Irish warlord in the 2nd century AD, and he...
Can I still submit an edit? Yeah, maybe yes, you can, and maybe I'll swap between them. Okay, so yeah, remember what I said about the importance of bloodlines?
He has 6 million descendants.
I got that warlord in me. I'm sorry, what?
Because he slept with that many women. Irish warlord in the 2nd century AD, and he has 6 million descendants.
That can't possibly be true.
Because he slept with that many women, and that was a common occurrence for...
Yeah, how many women was that? I want to know the math on this. You're quoting 6 million at the drop of a hat here. I'm gonna need some concrete evidence. If you can, if you know the number of descendants, clearly you know how many women he slept with. So like, what's the number? Show me the family tree. The tree of life.
For Irish chieftains. It's why, like, all of these last names have millions of descendants, where that's true for multiple Irish leaders. Alastair of the Isles in Scotland's an easy example. Niall of the Nine Hostages. I'm sure Cuchulainn is from... O'Connor is from the Irish Hercules, Cuchulainn. Irish last names are nearly 2,000 years old, which is pretty cool. And my family were fishermen in the 1800s before we moved over. And so I wonder if Irish last names are that old, because Gaelic, Lynch, in Gaelic, the last name Lynch is from Olóinseach, which is son of a fisherman. So were my ancestors fishermen for 2,000 years? Final hilarious story about my grandpa. So my grandpa died about 10 years ago.
Hilarious. All good stories start like this.
I will gladly let Rudyard return to medieval Catholicism under the condition that I am allowed to recreate the defenestrations of Prague.
Thank you for the $5 dono.
And he was like 95. It's crazy. He was born 1926. And for the final year he was at the home, the retirement home, whenever he saw an actress on the TV, he yelled whore, because he said, quote, all of these actresses have sold their bodies to get their status. And he said, I won't stand for this. So this leads... Oh, yeah, final thing. My grandpa fought against the university system. He picked 2 impossible battles, which is classic Lynch move.
Classic Lynch.
I can't say Lynch move.
Okay, my brain went to David Lynch, like the filmmaker. I don't think from his weird laugh there that is where his brain went, and now I feel deeply uncomfortable.
But he picked the fight with modernity because he thought it was all satanic, and he also picked a fight with the university because when he was a professor, he was the only conservative for over a decade. And it's crazy to see he went from voting for FDR to voting for Trump. And my mom, and my mom's not an objective source, said that when he retired, the leftist faculty threw a party because they got rid of the last conservative.
How would you know that? I said, how would you know that? You're not getting invited to that party if it's true. But also, there are conservatives who teach on college campuses. Like, what the hell? It's called business
His
school.
grandpa just screamed at the TV. His grandpa sounds like an asterisk 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 asterisk.
But you don't understand, Story. His grandpa passed an IQ test, okay? So, you know, not everyone can pass an IQ test. Everyone can pass an IQ test.
Next comes Peter Lynch, unrelated to the famous investor Peter Lynch, who is my uncle, who worked as a strategist for the New Jersey police for nearly 40 years.
Peter Lynch, not the wealthy one, you know, the pig one.
He said in the 1980s that the greatest new threats to New Jersey were Latin American, especially Salvadorian, and black gangs. This killed his career for the rest of over 30 years because he said the politically incorrect answer, and New Jersey's pretty corrupt, where...
Yeah, you know, that thing that is totally unacceptable for police to say that the problem is the black and Latino gangs. You know, no cop has ever gone against the black and Latino gang lobby. You know, cops famous for being held accountable for their racism. You know, you all know the classic story of a cop saying something racist and then losing their job and never being hired anywhere else ever again. The classic tale that you've never seen unfold. I'm pretty sure there was a sheriff who was caught on, like, camera talking about having a reporter killed, and I'm pretty sure he got to keep his job. like I don't necessarily think that I'm not buying this one.
They only targeted the Italian mafia, and you weren't allowed to say something besides that. And so
Yeah,
he became incredibly...
Yeah, definitely 40 years ago, totally unacceptable to talk about targeting minority gangs.
nihilistic and dissatisfied. He always talks about the Masons running everything. Very sharp guy, though. He's...
You can't say that. You can't say, oh yeah, the Masons run everything, but he's a sharp guy. No, those ideas don't go hand in hand. One is not a sharp man if they, you know, are talking about how the Masons run everything. That's a conspiracy brain nonsense. Freemasons don't run the world, and there's literally no evidence for it. They just got like little clubhouses where they do like a little handshake. That's it. That's what they got. You know when like, you know, certain groups of people have intricate handshakes when they meet each other. That doesn't mean they're part of a global conspiracy. Okay? It just doesn't. You know, when best friends make up a new handshake, they're not running the world. They're just going out to get a milkshake. Do the math.
Really into Korean dragon boat racing in Morocco and Korea and foreign cultures.
He got really into Korean dragon boat racing in Brazil and Korea and other cultures. What does that mean, Rudyard? What does that mean? Tell us. You can't just say something like that.
Next comes my dad, Mark Lynch, who was born in 1961, and he went to Harvard like my grandpa as a young.
How does this explain him as a person? Because of the divine bloodline. Weren't you paying attention? Everything his ancestors were has shaped him into the man he is today. You know, the savior of humanity.
Young man. He ran the Harvard strategy.
Also, keep in mind that the guy you're listening to has a YouTube channel that has like over 700,000 subscribers. He mainlines this type of insanity to his subscribers on the regular.
He ran the Harvard Strategy Club as his hobby. After that, he started working in Wall Street when the Reagan presidency started, where he met my mom. My dad made solid money as a mutual fund manager and banking expert. He's an expert in regional and international banking. My father has the same obsessive nerd spirit as what I have, where he's read over 300 books on banking history. He may be the person in the world who's read the most banking history. I try to get him to write a history of banking, and he doesn't do it. And he runs a Mad Max fan account and banking advice page called Corpus Colossus on Twitter.
Why would you why would you name drop that? Why are you doxing your dad? Why is it a Mad Max fan investment Twitter? What are you doing, man?
And he doesn't do it. And he runs a Mad Max fan account and banking advice page called Corpus.
How do those two things mix? He's like Immortan Joe in real life. Yeah, you gotta invest in desalination plants, okay? It's only a matter of time.
Colossus on Twitter. Some of my friends followed my dad without even them realizing it, and he has the ability to look at the outside of a bank, like its driveway or its building structure, and then assess the strategic model the bank uses from that and its core strengths and weaknesses versus other banks.
I don't think that your dad can figure out the financial plans of a bank by looking at its driveway, dog. We're so far gone right now. We're talking about bank phrenology.
He's out here screaming, the Irish are controlling the banks. This is why he's so obsessed with IQs. He thinks it's the Irish question.
What is Ireland call? Is it the Hyborian? The Hyborian question? Hyberian? I forget what it's. The Irish Hibernian. That's right. Then we're the Hibernian question. No, Hyperborean I think is esoteric Nazism. We're totally different. We're talking about the Hibernian question.
You can give him any city in America, and he will know the top 20 banks in each of their history. I had a joke with my friends growing up where we'd walk past a certain 100-year-old bank, and I'd text my dad, and he'd tell me their entire history. And
yeah, his dad definitely didn't use Google for that one.
He studied the banking system of every major country just as his hobby. He also has a hobby in studying Marxist literature, where he's read over 200 books on the topic since his...
Wow, but has he read all theory? Guy might have read 200 books. Did he read all theory? But you look into the reading list that guy has, it's all like Thomas Sowell.
College thesis was on the Left Book Club, which was a leftist printing company for political content in 1930s Britain. And he's read 200 books on the topic, and so growing up, he would explain Marxist lies to me, and that he would read these books to me, and then he would go through how
his dad would read leftist theory books to him. But Papa, I need one more chapter of Das Kapital.
how the Marxists had lied, the methods they have used for deception, like overemphasizing numbers, not looking at practical application or human nature. So I heard that stuff growing up.
I love how his dad explaining leftist lies was basically like, look, all of this seems good on paper, but human nature precludes it from happening, so we better not even try it.
And he said he studied leftist philosophy because he wanted to know how someone could have completely incorrect beliefs and yet be so sure of themselves. And my dad's also predicted every major financial crisis of the last 40 years. And
that's not impressive, okay? As somebody who has increasingly, as I've gotten older, started paying more attention to markets, that's not impressive. And it's even less impressive when you start looking into the history of capitalism and how inherently unstable capital is at maintaining itself. It's crazy. Like, the rich tell each other when there's going to be an economic downturn. They're not subtle about it.
And he would tell me as a child, you know, Rudyard, due to money printing, this country's not going to be in a good place around when you're college age.
You know, Rudyard, we really need to go back to the gold standard. Just like in Mad Max, you see. Rudyard, we need to go back to the gold standard. Morton Joe, for all his flaws, had some good ideas, Rudyard. He has some good ideas. You don't understand. He has some good... Morton Joe, he had some good ideas. Is that what he looks like? Yes.
Will have blown out our entire economic system. I hope it's better once you're out of college, though. And my family were in the nice house and nice vacation cast of rich, not in the private helicopter and complex trust fund category of rich. I think my family's net worth when I was a kid was like $10 to $15 million total.
I'm really trying not to be mean, but I'm getting some real Habsburgian vibes off of this man. All right? And I'm not going to elaborate on that.
And my dad, I'm sorry, I love you, Dad, but you have very strong Asperger's, which you might have picked up on. And my dad studies 19th century train routes as a hobby. He memorizes them, and he has an incredibly encyclopedic knowledge of human history, amongst many other
Check his chin, it's hard. He's got a chin strap.
things. And when I was a kid, I would just barrage my dad with infinite questions. I'd ask my dad 1,000 questions a day. I would ask him questions on how... I'd ask questions on how he made decisions. I'd ask him questions
Hey,
of the
CD
world.
Barrow.
It was nice having my dad around because I could just feed off his information. I downloaded so much of it, and it's so much of my worldview. And my dad told me growing up that the only thing that matters in life is honor. And he said, I don't care if you're poor. I don't care what you do with your life as long as you have honor. And that was a value we kept hammering home all the time, that the only thing you could truly own as a man is your own honor. And
but also the only thing that matters in this life is private property, son. Never forget it. But the only thing you can truly own is your honor. But private property also. You can also own that. Okay? Don't look into what I'm telling you too much, okay?
an example of the kind of guy my dad is that I once texted him, I am going to Mexico tomorrow for a week. And his reply was cool in lowercase. When I was 16, my...
What do you want? Yeah, that's cool. He's got banks to learn about, Rudyard. He's got to look up the latest several branches of BMO Harris. You're gonna go to Mexico. Cool. He's got his special interests to take care of.
My dad said, You are a man now. I had 2 roles as a father, to teach you to be a man and to teach you have honor. I have succeeded at both. You are now a man. You are now responsible for your own actions. Figure your own stuff out.
Is his dad just autistic Ron Swanson? Genuine question.
And he once said when I got he bought me my first car, and he said, I will buy you the cheapest car you can fit into, which was a Subaru. And
okay, real quick, the cheapest car you can fit into is never a Subaru. Subarus are not low-tier cars. They are efficient, cost-effective vehicles, but they're not the cheapest car you can fit into, okay? There are cheaper cars you can get. His dad is rich, though? Yeah, but he's also a liar, I guess, is what I'm saying. Rudyard, your dad lied to you. There are cheaper cars than Subarus.
And he said, now, the things you do out there are your responsibility.
Subarus are for lesbians. Don't put the transing of what if alt hist on us. Don't do that. Don't put that idea out there. I don't want that. No. Stop.
Not mine. And
don't put that on me.
Yeah. Another example of the kind of guy my dad is that he ate tuna fish every single day of his life from ages 12 to ages 30. And he did it because it was 50 cents cheaper than the other sandwich option. And he was just...
Yeah, you should definitely internalize that guy's values without questioning them.
I'm not entirely against having a society having a concept of honor, but when these goons advocate for an honor/shame society, they are LARPing and not working from any level of sociological or civic knowledge.
You know, true. First of all, thank you for the $20 super chat. And second of all, yeah, there's nothing wrong with having honor. But what is really weird is talking about how your entire family lineage is like molded by some like divine blood that makes you honorable and like saddles you with the mission to be honorable. That's weird. Like another way of talking about honor is just talking about being a good person and doing what's right, you know? And like the thing is, Rudyard does not believe, what if alt hist does not believe that leftists have honor. So like he's talking about it as like a purely conservative idea, like that only the pure of heart, and hearts are formed by the genes, and therefore only the pure blooded people have real honor. Mike Pop? Maybe. Look, I'm not using my top tier equipment, okay? I'm in my secondary studio while my main one gets built. Should be done in March. That being said, let's continue on.
Accruing the financial benefits of 50 cents a day, and then it gave him crippling mercury poisoning. And my father had crippling mercury poisoning when he inseminated me, which
that just kept getting worse. Also, that's not, I don't think that's a proper usage of the term inseminate. I don't think that's how that works. When you say I inseminated blank, usually you're not talking about, you know, creating a child. You're talking about, you know, coming inside of someone. Yeah, like your mom was the one who was inseminated here.
I am descended from a long line of honorable Nitrusians. My great-great-grandfather, Jebediah Nitrusian, died at the Alamo. It has left me with the honor duty to protect high-level ideas.
That's right. That's because the Nitrusians are a long-lived and venerable people hailing from Texas. Thank you, Grigor Nitrusian, for your $10 no strings attached sponsorship.
Which nearly killed him, and nothing worked, and he worked with Russian alternative healers.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
Kind of guy my dad is that he ate tuna fish every single day of his life from ages 12 to ages 30. And he did it because it was 50 cents cheaper than the other sandwich option. And he was just accruing the financial benefits of 50 cents a day. And then it gave him crippling mercury poisoning. And my father had crippling mercury poisoning when he inseminated me, which nearly killed him. And nothing worked, and he worked with...
Inseminating you nearly killed him. Huh? All right.
Russian alternative healers who lowered his mercury blood pressure. And then he went on a trip to China for business, and then
I'm sorry, he worked with Russian alternative healers? I want to know more about them, frankly. I want to know what they were doing. Did they leech him? What... Were they bleeding him to try and get the mercury out? Because I don't think that's how mercury poisoning works. I don't think that's how any of this works. Was he being inseminated by the Russian alternative healers?
Backed up the mercury again, and then he had another...
Yeah, his dad, smartest individual on the planet when it comes to all manner of sociology, but, ate so much tuna fish he got mercury poisoning.
He suffered for like over a decade.
That's definitely it. Dude got mercury poisoning for a decade in order to save 50 cents a day. Yeah, that's the guy whose ideas you want to internalize.
With very painful mercury poisoning. He also had gout, which was
mercury poisoning absolutely affects the brain.
Very unpleasant. I remember his suffering. He couldn't eat beef or wine for years. He was just on like a purely vegetarian diet, which is sad. And yeah, the mercury poisoning was crippling pain. And I can't overstate how...
Guys, he's bringing people closer to God by pointing out the ridiculousness of the far left. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? Look, it's so obvious, guys.
Instrumental my dad is to who I am as a person. My dad's very wise and said a lot of things that stuck with me for my entire...
You can't say that. You can't say your dad's very wise after he gave himself a decade of mercury poisoning, bro. You just invalidated that. Yeah, sure, my dad shit himself every day for a year in front of everyone and just said, "Oh, I made a dookie in my pants! I made a dookie in my pants! Oh! Oh!" And he did that in every single department store and big box retailer for 50 miles every day for 50 years. And but he was very wise. No, that's not how that works. I'm sorry. You don't get to say that about the guy who dookies in his pants. You don't get to do that. Same way you don't get to do it about a guy who eats tuna fish every day and gets 10 years of mercury poisoning. So wise, King.
Our life.
So wise.
For example, let your thought and action be one. The second you think, act. When I was scared about failing a test in high school, my dad took me to the local creek outside our house, and he said, "Look at this creek flow, Rudyard. This creek was here long before the white man came, and it was probably here before the natives were there before.
My father was a
or before
brilliant
the
scholar.
earlier
8 lead paint chips every day of his life. Wrote some of his best treatises with nature's brown crayon. Very wise. Very wise.
Oh no. I'm sorry. Oh my god. I'm losing it, bro. I'm losing it, bro. Oh god. Oh. Oh god. Okay. Are we having fun yet? Why? Because I sometimes just need to stare into the depths of the abyss.
group of natives had replaced another group of natives, and he said, "This creek will keep flowing whether or not you fail the test. You should know that so many of your worries are in your head, and you go out into nature and they're not there anymore." He told me that the way to get rich was to acquire useful skills, and then once you have enough...
So of course you launched a YouTube channel. You know, I have so many useful skills, which is why you should hit the follow button on Twitch and hit the subscribe button on YouTube and like the YouTube stream and consider dropping those subs and donos, because folks, this requires those dollars to keep on running. This riverboat don't run. Oh god, you got me weak. I'm sorry.
useful skills, someone will pay you for.
But yes, that is him.
And he said that there are certain hills you have to die on to be a man. And he said that when everything's said and done, the only thing that matters is that you stood where you needed to stand. And
then I failed that test because his advice was not helpful.
He read to me and my sister before bed every single night for a decade.
That's a lovely gesture. I'm not gonna knock anyone for doing that.
He read us all of Lord of the Rings, all of Narnia, some of Louis L'Amour, the autobiography of Lee Kuan Yew, Niall's Saga, and Dune, among like a dozen other books. He got me 20 of the great courses, or college-level courses, and played them in the car when I was a child so I could get an education with him. Then we would talk about those topics together. And my dad had a rule that I could only play strategy games until I was age 15. He said that he wanted to innately wire my neurology in a way so that I could think strategically on a basal level.
Holy fuck. My dad forced me into the StarCraft mines. I was only allowed to play Age of Empires and Age of Mythology. I couldn't escape from Hearts of Iron, even though I told him time and time again that only trans girls play it, but he insisted that I wear the cat ears and play as the resurrected Barbosa. I couldn't say no.
He told me that this would do me more good in life than school would. Although my family was wealthy, my dad didn't spend money on me. He forced me to work for stuff. When I was 16, I was already driving my own car, making my own money, running errands, and washing my clothes. He would leave me at home for weeks when he was on business trips for work and expected me to take care of the house, do affairs in his name when I was a teenager.
What does that mean? Do what affairs in his name? What? What does that mean? Were you paying his bills? Did he make you commit fraud? What the hell?
The company my dad worked at, he was one of the last people who ran a department that wasn't woke. The company was being stultified by bureaucracy, and when he retired...
That's what a company is, you ding-dong! A company is a bureaucratic system. That's what a company is. God damn it.
And avoid society, because on a basal level. He
we
told
go.
me that this would do me more good in life than school would. Although my family was wealthy, my dad didn't spend money on me. He forced me to work for stuff. When I was 16, I was already driving my own car, making my
I accidentally clicked ahead and lost my place, so this is as close as we could get it.
own money, running errands and washing my clothes. He would leave me at home for weeks when he was on business trips for work and expected me to take care of the house, do affairs in his name when I was a teenager. At the company my dad worked at, he was one of the last people who ran a department that wasn't woke. The company was being stultified by bureaucracy, and when he retired, the company fell into a DEI bureaucracy.
Ah, you think the fog of war is your ally. You merely adopted the Zerg rush. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't Willolo until I was already a man.
I understood that reference.
That killed it. When my dad left, they said, "We need you, Mark," to which his reply is, "If I did it, you can do it." And as a child, my father would repeatedly tell me, "You will not inherit a cent until I die," because he said, "You have my blood in your..."
That's how inheritance works. Right? What do you mean your father pointed at you and said you would not inherit a cent until I die? Because that's typically how inheritances and wills work. What do you mean?
veins, and so you can figure out a way to make some money. And he said, you throw someone in the pool, they're not going to drown, they're going to swim. And
that's not how that works. If you throw someone in a pool and they can't swim, they will drown. Do you not understand how that works? I'm really worried about all of this. But keep in mind, guys, he's an empiricist, okay? He's all about the facts.
I once asked him for new shoes as a teenager, and he just stood there and said, no. And my old pair, I'd worn them.
The horror. You mean you wanted something as a teenager and your parent wouldn't buy it for you? Oh no. How, no one can relate to that.
Them for like a year. They were pretty beat up. And he said that he did all this effort because I was representative of my entire bloodline, and that my actions represented the honor of my people, my self, and my ancestors, and thus I had to reflect that responsibility in my actions.
Yeah, I gotta
and that was
preserve
a theme
the
all of my
bloodline.
family had. Both of my parents were into the ancestor stuff and the honor stuff. My father's become...
My understanding is that Rudyard is 23 years old. Also, I played too much of this on screen. My apologies.
Kind of a hermit, where he lives in the woods in Pennsylvania and avoids society because he thinks the public is stupid. And he, yeah, that's kind of his lifestyle. Like, I didn't really have any connections growing up because my dad lives as a hermit. And, he has a girlfriend, though, and he's a prepper. He has over a month of food and water at any given time in case stuff goes bad.
I feel like that's not... I feel like... Okay, can I say something possibly controversial? I don't think that's that much of a prepper. So, you know, take that as you will. I feel like most preppers try and have, like, years of food and supplies, you know, like they have like they build up like a comprehensive plan for how to like survive long enough to like reach self-sustainability in the future. Like this isn't, I don't know, I'm not impressed by this.
He is LARPing as a Klingon and really bad at it. He's just a talk with a smooth forehead, read, brain.
True, he's quite the patak.
I once asked my father, because he's Catholic, how does it feel to be a papist? And he replied, let me consult with the Pope before I answer. And when my dad has gone to Republican Party events, he wears a tie with rhinos on it to show that he is spiritually a rhino. Now we get...
What? What does that mean? Also, if your bloodline is Irish, when do the rhinoceroses cross with your bloodline, spiritually speaking? You know, I wanna know. How does that happen? You know, tell me the logistics. A papist? Oh, papist. You know, Catholics. You know, believe in the holy authority of the Pope in the Vatican.
Get to my mom's side of the family. My mom was born in Kitchener-Waterloo, Ontario, to parents from Nebraska. This made her a Canadian citizen, which is an important plot point later. Her ancestry is mostly English, stemming from the third Albion seed migration the Quakers did from northwestern England to Pennsylvania and the Middle States. In a prime example of anthropology in action, I grew up in Chester County, while according to 23andMe, my ancestors are from Chester, England. Her ancestry has been in America since the 1600s, where I have ancestors on the Mayflower, as well as ancestors stretching from upstate New York down to North Carolina, kind of concentrated in the middle states. And my ancestry is 90% British Isles, with something like 80% being just English and Irish. The final 20% is a mix of basically different Protestant ethnicities between Scots-Irish.
Different Protestant ethnicities? That's not how ethnicities work, bud. I don't think ethnic groups are created by religious distinction.
Scottish, Welsh, Dutch, German, Swedish, Finnish, etc. And
yeah, like show me the Protestant gland.
I'm 10% German ancestry, mostly from Baden-Württemberg in southwest Germany, which was an area that got 3/4 of its population wiped out in the 30 Years' War, and so they fled to America and the Volga River in Russia to escape because they were Protestants being persecuted by Catholics. And my mom was also obsessed with honor. She would say that the only thing that mattered in life was pride and class growing up, which was her WASP way of framing it. My mom's...
He does, One-Eyed Heathen, after this, he does try and say that he, you know, offended God, but, you know, I'm just gonna throw this up real quick. This is after the fact. I was really stupid here. I was trying to make something go viral as possible for advertising reasons, so I said something as ridiculously over the top as possible as a way to harvest views for my video series in the group. I was playing some stupid word game, and it continues on, you know, but we're not going to read this entire thing. He does immediately follow it up with, most public political pundits have gone crazy at least once in the last 2 years. I hope I gain you the most entertaining madness so far. I have to tell you, I don't think he's joking. I think he's probably making a lot of it up, or a lot of it is the product of whatever sickness is in his mind. But I don't think that this was insincere on his part. Yeah, I don't view a 10 hours over the course of like several days and editing. I think he's being kind of serious, and more to the point, what I'm trying to get at here is that this is what happens to everyone who goes down this conspiracy black hole. You know, this is the mental state that this particular conservative ideology seeks to cultivate in people. You know, like this is what, you know, the one of the dangers of like the esoteric Nazism of the crystal mommy to Nazi pipeline. And you know, you if you could say it as a joke, but I gotta tell you, it's not really hitting as a joke. I've seen a lot of stand up. I've seen a lot of people tell a goof or two in my day, and nah, he's being pretty. I think that his mind is trying to justify it after the fact. But yeah, I think that there's some serious damage control going on here. Let's continue.
Ancestry always followed the frontier. They started out in the East Coast in the colonial period and ended up in Nebraska by the mid-19th century. I know of at least 5 ancestors who died in the Indian Wars, with casualties spreading from a young girl whose family was killed in upstate New York, and then she was captured by the natives, and then she left the natives, married a white guy, then a guy who was killed by a black native mix in Oklahoma in a failed trade deal.
You know, can I just say, if you have to point out that, you know, the guy who killed your ancestor was a black native mix, well, I think I can tell you guys a little bit that maybe, just maybe, this divine bloodline stuff might have a tinge of that eugenicist racism to it. I'm just reaching at straws, I guess.
A guy with the drafter.
Can we replay that? Do we have to?
Casualties spreading from a young girl whose family was killed in upstate New York, and then she was captured by the natives, and then she left the natives, married a white guy, then a guy who was killed by a black native mix in Oklahoma in a failed trade deal, a guy with the drafter. He was an ambassador to, I believe, the Chickasaw Nation. They killed him, etc. A lot of ancestors died in the Indian Wars. And I have lots of distant relatives like Sir William Marshall, apparently William the Conqueror, Mad Anthony Wayne, or one of the drafters of the Texas Constitution. And the furthest ancestor I can possibly reach out, and I don't really have noble ancestors. My ancestors are all peasants. But I have some bastard ancestors, like a bastard nobleman who was rebelling against the Jacobites and sent to South Carolina, where he married a native woman. I alternate between having 0.1%. Apparently it's South Pacific Islander ancestry, according to 23andMe, but their data sets are...
Yo, for eugenicists, doing a 23andMe is like their personal 9/11. You know, like it's like the most interesting thing to ever happen to them, and can also just destroy their world. You know, like I don't know, bro. I don't think you need to inform us of what 0.1% of your ancestry is. I know it's not important. We don't care.
Screwed up in a way that certain genetic subcomponents of Native Americans process a specific islander for them for complex reasons, because Native Americans, they don't do genetics tests, so our data set for them is pretty small. But I am 100% Northwestern European.
What the hell is he on about? Oh, yeah, Lady Raincloud, this guy is hella racist. Hella racist. God damn.
Now, there was an earlier point when my mom and my...
Where'd he get that data? I would bet you $10 he got it from his 23andMe, like from the 23andMe website. We'll put it that way. Their advertising materials.
Sister had 0.1% South Pacific Islander ancestry. And I'm also, I forgot what I was going to say there. There's another relative I'm forgetting. But the established pattern in my family was they'd move to a new frontier, form a new business, said business would do well for a generation, then the next generation would fail, the business dies, they move to a new frontier to restart. My family did this with arms manufacturing.
Oh, so you're saying it's your turn. Cool.
Fur trading, cotton, oil, and a variety of other industries. Each time the next generation would trash the well.
Yeah, no, keep in mind, this was all recorded and edited over the course of several days. He had some investment in this idea.
And restart on a new frontier. My grandfather grew up in one of the wealthiest families in Nebraska who ran an insurance company. He refused to take up the family business and instead decided to be a hippie as a young man. My mother is intensely resentful about this because she grew up in poverty, and so she could have said, you know, if my father didn't drop the business, I could be a senator for Nebraska now. And there's an interesting detail here that my great-grandma was kind of a hoe, and that she was sleeping with two men in 1942 Nebraska. One was half Norwegian, half German, and the other was English. She married the first guy, and here I am with my 90% British Isles ancestry. Mr. Zimmer was tricked and realized he had been cucked and changed and took out his resentment on his son. That's a big reason why my grandpa left the family business, because he felt he didn't deserve it because he wasn't the real son.
You know, divine bloodlines and all that. You got the genes of the cuckold in you.
And
has the cursed, you know, burdened with the importance of the honor gene, cursed with the silliness of the cuckold gene. Good night, Ashley Rat.
He left and met my grandmother at Unitarian Church because they were both rebelling against their Presbyterian parents in Lincoln, Nebraska. And they got married. My grandmother went to Swarthmore and then dropped out because she loved my grandfather.
Swarthmore? That doesn't sound like a real place. But I'm also not inclined to check.
To be a homemaker with him. My grandfather had a background in computer mathematics, but he lacked the personal ability to hold a job. So my mother, her brother, and my grandfather traveled around the world as he tried to hold a job.
Oh, Swarthmore is real? Okay.
My mom partly grew up in Nebraska, Massachusetts, Iran, Maryland, North Carolina, Ontario, Alberta, amongst others. My mom grew up in poverty and constant chaos. My grandmother divorced my grandfather when my mom was around age 7, which is the age she divorced my father. And my grandmother is very left-wing. One of a funny story here is that when my mother told my grandmother that she was going to marry a Irish Catholic Republican, my grandmother said, who's very left-wing, she said, "Oh, you know, are you sure he'll want to have children? They're not like us, you know." And she also thinks that we should forcibly deindustrialize. So she thinks that
this doesn't sound like a left-wing grandma.
They shouldn't have air conditioning in Texas for climate reasons, which is deranged. That's not going to work here. So she's very left-wing. And I once saw her reading a Afro-Indigenous history of America, and
that bitch. How could she? Reading a Afro-Indigenous history book? The horror.
Joked, is there a biography for all 5 of them? And my mother was valedictorian of her high.
I'm sorry, what?
Reasons, which is deranged. That's not going to work here. So she's very left-wing. And I once saw her reading a Afro-Indigenous history of America, and I joked, is there a biography for all 5 of them?
Why? How? Explain the joke. Are you saying like African Americans can't write history books? Or are you saying indigenous people can't write history books? Kind of sounds like the only idea you're putting forward as a joke is the racism. Because you're a racist, Rudyard.
And my mother was valedictorian of her high school that she finished in Worcester, Massachusetts. And then she went to Columbia University where she got a political science degree. She then worked on Wall Street where she met my father. And they started dating when my mom moved back to Boston, and then my father would commute to Boston and then finally moved there as they dated and eventually married. My mom has a wide variety of interests and is incredibly intelligent between anthropology, religion, philosophy, chemistry, political science, mythology, religion, I think I said those already, etc. And she was instrumental in establishing my worldview in as profound a way as my father. My mother told me growing up that the moral values of the society would get more constrictive, so much so to a level that you would be unable to breathe in a society filled with so many social rules. And they said, Rudyard, you either have the choice of working with this system or breaking out of it and doing your own thing. And you can only really pick the second choice.
That doesn't make any sense. That's not how social systems in a society work. Whenever there's a highly pageantized system of like socialization, it's usually been birthed around the idea of maintaining bloodlines and like, you know, the idea that political power is transferred via like, you know, aristocratic breeding. Like that's what in those circumstances, yeah, that it becomes a highly culturally and socially significant set of constrictive rules, you know, like the rules of etiquette, the rules of you know, how one behaves in the presence of nobility. These are all things that are emergent from a system where so much importance is placed upon socializing in a very specific way for very specific reasons. So, trying to make the argument here that like the rules will just keep piling up. That's not how it works. We have to agree upon the rules.
My mom also ran a brewery, which
Dipster.
was her hobby,
Happy New Year.
where she would make moonshine in our garage, and she made really good beer. My mother was convinced that she was a psychic capable of communing with spirits.
Okay.
She would constantly tell me as a child what the different spirits were telling her. She said she spoke to God and the devil and Mother Nature, and she'd said that the native spirits were not happy that the whites did not honor them after we conquered them, and this is why our society is so obsessed with land conquest, because in normal society you would give the spirits an offering, but we haven't given them offerings. I don't know. I just throw indigenous history of America, and I just remember city where she got a political science. It is incredibly intelligent. Between anthropology, religion, I think I said those moral values of the society would get more constrictive with so many, so definitely pick the second choice.
Clicked the wrong place.
My mom also ran a brewery, which was her hobby, where the whites did not honor them after we conquered them, and this is why our society is so obsessed with land conquest, because in normal society you would give the spirits an offering, but we haven't given them offerings. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't bothered to check if that's how indigenous culture works. You know, if only there was someone around that I could ask that question to, but no one's. You can't do it. Indigenous people just aren't around. We don't have entire sections of bookstores where you could do some research, or libraries, or find indigenous people online and talk to them yourself. Like, dude, you're a relatively successful YouTuber from a filthy rich family, and you couldn't bother to do like a little bit of like looking into that claim from your spiritual medium mother? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot all those books are leftist.
I just hear this stuff. And she believed that polite.
What did you walk into? Media breakdown. We are diving down into the gaping maw of insanity itself.
Was incredibly important, and she kept on teaching me manners in class. And
what's he supposed to do? Read an Afro-Indigenous history book? You know, unironically, it might have helped him out here.
Politeness and self-respect, because she said they'd end up becoming decisive to my life.
Oh, this person is almost assuredly unwell little morphine Annie, but unfortunately, he's also a YouTuber with 700,000 subscribers and also a barely concealed neo-Nazi.
My parents met and got married living in Boston together. They had my sister Valentine in 1999, and I was born in 2001. My parents were originally going to name me Noel, but when I was born, they said they could sense that I would grow up to be a writer. So they named me after the century-old poet Rudyard Kipling. So I'm Rudyard Lynch. And interestingly, Rudyard...
Are you saying... What... They were wrong. Yeah, maybe your mom should have consulted the spirits a little bit more on that one.
It is a specific name to the sub-region of England my mom's family are from. There were a lot of Rudyards in the colonization of Pennsylvania, and it was a Quaker name. And Rudyard Kipling was the author of Kim and the play If. And he was a big champion for the British Empire, and he was very much into heroism and honor and the things that...
You know, all the things that the British Empire valued. Heroism, honor.
That I talk about. And...
opium.
They said that I just had too much energy to be named Noel, because Noel's more of a bookish name. And everyone in my family...
I've never heard of a man named Noel, and I'm not saying it can't happen, but also if what if alt his transitions, I really apologize. I apologize for speaking it into existence. Okay? I apologize. I'm sorry. We don't want that smoke, but we may get it.
I'm going to throw this detail in because I have to throw it in somewhere to brag. Everyone in my family is over 6 foot, or at least my mom and my sister are 5'11", my dad's 6'2", I'm 6'4". So for my sister as well, let me talk about her a little. She is a little bit younger than me. Or sorry, she's a little 2 years older than me. And she was really creative when I was a kid. She was really into fantasy novels. She wrote multiple fantasy novels as her hobby. She knits for her hobby. She's made like dozens of sweaters, and she's really into Star Trek, and she loves her dog so much. But she's a Maoist. She thinks the government should forcibly deindustrialize the economy, and I'm going to jump ahead in my life because it doesn't fit with the narrative otherwise. She went to...
I don't know that that's Maoist, frankly.
She followed a lot of my mom's advice, so she moved up to Canada when I was a teenager. She went to a leftist university in Canada. She went to University of Toronto, one of the best colleges in Canada, and she left it believing that we had to forcibly deindustrialize the economy, and she believes it's immoral to have children, and she believes it's immoral to pass on her own culture, and so she's going to adopt a black baby.
Oh, so she's also a terrible person, just in a very different way.
She's going to adopt a minority rather than having one of her own babies. And she's a lesbian now. She's also really... I said she was an environmentalist.
Does she have blue hair, too? Does she have blue hair?
Earlier
played Life is Strange once.
That was the degree she got. And that's kind of where she became... That in high school is where she became super left-wing. As I said before, I was born in Manchester by the Sea, which is this weird beach town in northern Massachusetts up by New Hampshire. And there was a movie that was made a few years ago with Casey Affleck about that town. And my mom forced me to be born with a midwife around 4 a.m. since she believed hospitals killed the spirit of a child through...
What? What are you doing? What do you mean? What the fuck?
how they birthed children, and she also forced me to get no vaccines as a kid since she believed they were dangerous to spiritual development.
This is exactly what I mean, guys. This is exactly what I mean when I talk about the conspiracy singularity. This is it. This is it. The crystal mommy to Nazi pipeline. It's incarnated. It's happened. Do you understand what this means? Rudyard, what if old Hist is the chosen one to demonstrate how conspiracy brain rot is killing you? Don't be a crystal mommy. Don't fall for this esoteric bullshit. Don't fall for the conspiracy theory. Don't do it. Don't do it.
My mom was really against the COVID vaccine. She cut out my sister during COVID because my sister took the vaccine. I have very few memories of Massachusetts. One of two. One is I'm seeing a relative and uncle. The other one is there was a huge snowstorm, and I was a toddler. I was 3. I couldn't walk through the snowstorm, and I remember just seeing snow everywhere. I'd make little prints in the snow with my boots. And we were the only outsiders in that town that had moved in for decades, and thus the zoning board was able to kick us out of the town. The entire town was old money Yankees whose families had been there for centuries, and we were the first.
That's not how a zoning board works. A zoning board can't kick you out of a town.
Nouveau riche to move there. They were not financially in a good place because they were living off really old money, and there was a degree of resentment.
There is no price like a ring-clad.
They made up rumors my dad was making his money off drug trafficking, and my mom was a horse and dog lady, and they made it basically illegal to have both animals in town.
When you say your mom was a horse and dog lady, why aren't you elaborating on what that means? What does that mean, Rudyard? What does that mean? I don't want to know. Jack broke for a second there. I've been broken the entire time.
We were completely socially outcasted and forced to leave. The company my dad worked at had dual offices in Boston and Philly. When I was 4, my dad made the decision to move our family to Philadelphia. He made this call since he was from across the river to Pennsylvania in New Jersey, so he knew the culture there. I often think about this for a couple reasons. Firstly, with the zoning board in Massachusetts, you would hope something that petty and tribal wouldn't happen today in an advanced first world, one of the most advanced states in a first world country, but it does. Secondarily, it's interesting that it became such a pivotal part of my life. Being a Pennsylvanian is such a big part of my identity.
I can't, dog. I can't.
Identity that wouldn't be there if I grew up in northern Massachusetts. And finally, it's really interesting anthropologically because both my dad and my mom, Nebraska and New Jersey, are part of the Midland cultural group anthropologists talk about. And so when they were up in the Yankee population group, the town forced them out, and they defaulted back onto moving to a region where they were culturally and genetically closer to the population. It's another example of anthropology in action.
Culturally and genetically closer to the population. That's fucking weird, dog. I understand moving to a place where you're culturally similar to those around you, but moving to a place where you're genetically similar to people around you? That sounds like a weird thing to do. Like a thing a racist would do. NSE, thank you for subscribing.
And my parents, I think, are pretty objectively part of America's ruling class, but they kind of degenerated into rednecks and refused to take it. We always lived at least 20 to 30 minutes from the nearest grocery store, nearly 40 minutes from shopping, and an hour from the city. I always lived next to cows, cornfields, and woods. I remember seeing a drought one year which broke all the land and crackled it up. And interestingly, that drought is part of the cause for the Arab Spring, because grain prices went up as the Midwest got drier. And then that very winter, there was an 11-foot snowdrift where there was snow dunes up to 11 feet tall. And my mom would literally make moonshine in the garage. In a job interview for my mom's brewery, a guy literally skinned a deer during the job interview in front of us. My dad...
What? That didn't happen. You lying sack of shit.
and I would go duck hunting together. I didn't really associate with other wealthy people, with my entire network being middle-class people from the schools I went to, and my parents don't really have connections. I always hoped that being a banker's son from rural PA would get me...
My parents don't really have connections. They just have $15 to $20 million.
further, but on the national scale,
No
it
connections,
doesn't matter at
though.
all. It's completely irrelevant. And my parents lived by themselves in the woods. And growing up, the thing I thought about the most was the forest. It's just trees everywhere in every direction. And that always got to me. And I'd spend hours playing in the forest. And I was shocked that it went on forever. And it was so beautiful with all the animals.
Why would you be shocked by that? Forests be big, yo. Outside's a big place.
And the grass and the creeks and stuff. That area of the country is super beautiful. It looks a lot like the Shire and this English rural ideal, but it's more wooded. And I just thought the world was an empty place growing up because we didn't even go to Philly that much. And so I just remember seeing infinite trees. Both of my parents nearly died before I turned 6. My dad was from mercury poisoning. We spoke about that.
Is any of this true? This is a very concerted... We're 38 minutes in. This is 2 hours and 40 minutes long. And this is just part 1. Okay? So, I don't know if this guy is doing a bit. If it is a bit, he dedicated the time necessary to record 10 hours of himself rambling about this. He also wrote it out, and he also edited it together. I think this is coming from a place of sincerity. I think that at the very least, as he was recording it, he was being sincere. As he's recording it, and maybe he came to his senses 3 days later, was like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have posted that, I gotta try and rationalize it. And then he said, ah ha ha, it was just a big joke, haha, teehee, please believe me. I think that's kind of what happened here. I think at the very least he believes these things as he's saying them. Maybe a manic episode? I have no idea.
Before, and my mom was kicked in the head by a horse. And I just assumed my mom was dead for the next 2 days.
What?
And she was brain dead. And I still remember the air siren going off as the ambulance came to get my mom.
What?
My sister, Valentine, and I were hiding under the kitchen aisle when the policeman said, hey kids. And my sister and I would joke about that for years. That's such a short thing to say to kids who just thought their mom died.
What?
My mom, after she nearly died...
There was a lot about that entire sequence of events that made zero sense. So let's just deconstruct this a bit. A horse kicked his mom in the head. She goes down. You know, the ambulance comes. And then they're just by them, like he and his sister are by themselves for 2 days? Why is the air raid siren going off? Why is like the tornado sirens going? Is he talking about the air siren on the ambulance? Like the ambulance siren? Also, the cop didn't make a joke. He just said, "Hey kids," which is a totally normal thing for anyone to say, even a cop. And they're like the worst. What? I finally took down the video, so I can't inadvertently show anything.
I'd said that she had visited God. She said that God had forced her to come back to help people.
What?
This resulted in her immediately divorcing my father.
What?
My mom wanted us to all sleep in the same bed as a family, and my dad refused. I ran out of the bed, and then my dad spanked me.
I want to hope this is real with the number of times I have said that makes sense. As for the deer skinning while doing an interview, I can 100% be live seen something close to it. From Caracal.
Caracal, thank you for the $10 super chat. Okay, so mom wakes up. Basically, I had a divine revelation. I'm divorcing your father, but also we're all sleeping in the same bed. And his dad is just on board with this. So when he leaves the bed, his dad goes and gets him and then spanks him for leaving the bed that his divorcing wife is forcing them all to be in. This is insane.
My mom then took my sister and me out of school and took me away from my dad's custody.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your mom was able to get full custody of you when she's been openly talking about communing with the spirit world for years and wants you all to sleep in the same bed for religious reasons after suffering from severe head trauma. What? Like, I'm sorry. We're just. This is staring into the void. We need to stare into the void for a moment, okay? There's too much happening here. Oh, Hannah, thank you for the 10 pounds.
Happy New Year from an adorable and adoring UK shimp. Fucks yeah.
We love our adorable and adoring UK shimp. Hello, shimp fam across the sea. All right.
My parents put me in this French language school in Philadelphia for stupid reasons I still don't understand. My dad was terrified of my mom divorcing him, and so he was...
Wait, so your mom didn't divorce your dad? I thought God told her to. What?
Was leading her on that we could move to France as a family, which was never actually an option, and so I was held hostage.
What? Wait, your family's worth like $10 to $15 million. It would absolutely be an option for you guys to move to France.
In this French language situation. And I was very resentful because I was forced to learn a language, learn classes in a language I did not know, that no one explained to me. So I had to learn French on the fly. And
that is how a language immersion school works. It's kind of the premise of it in general.
I was so resentful because the commute was 1 hour each way. We were going from rural Pennsylvania to Philly for my school commute. So when I was 5 and 6, I was commuting 2 hours a day. And I would count every single day until...
To be fair, being forced to learn French is a fate worse than death. I do agree on that one.
I was out of school, and I had a tick because I saw school as slavery, and I watched the Ben-Hur scene as a child, and I empathized with the galley slaves, where I felt like I was like them. After my mom took my...
Going to school, being literal property, totally the same. Yeah, True. Anyway, you grew up to be a conservative. Tell me more.
My sister, she claimed that she took my sister and me. She claimed that my dad was an alcoholic who was beating her and my sister and me. There's literally no evidence for this at all, and my father physically couldn't even drink at the time due to him having gout. And the worst...
I thought he was gonna say extreme mercury poisoning.
Worst he ever did was he spanked me twice. However, my mom is a literal schizophrenic that has different internal monologues which conflict with the other. She had no evidence at all for the claim and is mentally ill. She passed the Chester County test for not being mentally ill. And if my mom doesn't score mentally ill on a test, your test's broken. And
I'm sorry, so your mom's schizophrenic but is able to ace psychological exams. Okay.
On top of that, my mom really spiraled with getting kicked in the head by a horse. She...
As one does.
Had issues beforehand, and then it became magnified. And her entire life since that has been a downward spiral towards greater and greater madness as she loses touch with the world. And my mom played the courts incredibly intelligently. It was basically an incentive structure thing where with the criticism, they were incentivized to accept the criticism because if there was any chance my dad was beating my mom and me, their career was over. So they sided with my mom out of their own basal self-interest. And the court gave my mom full custody of...
That's not how that works. Look... Custody courts are hard, but like they aren't just like, oh no, what if we get it wrong? Then we'll be sued and we won't have our jobs anymore. No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works at all.
Of me and my sister for years, and my dad was only able to see us a few hours in guided visitation. And my mom took 2/3 of my dad's money. I would like to restate, my father did literally nothing wrong here by all accounts. He's an admirable man as a citizen and as an adult. I sided with my dad against my mom, and my sister sided with my mom, but it didn't matter. The court system sided with my mom. My mom said that God...
Micah, thank you for the tier 1 sub. So the women stuck together, eh? Those bitches.
God had told her the best way she could help human history was by torturing me. She said she did this since she loved me, and God told her that the more she tortured me, the more vastly disproportionate the impact on human history would be in a positive way. My mom abused me in ways I can't even put into words. I left my childhood feeling completely numb and just dead. My Mom believed she would have an enormous breakthrough in the field of agriculture, in which modern agriculture was
What?
destroying the innate living biosphere, and she believed that by torturing me, she brought this fate closer. My mom started
What?
out as a sort of socialist and communist who believed that there was going to be a revolution against the rich. And then she went through a Wicca phase.
You guys were the rich. You had $15 million.
A Christian fundamentalist phase, and by the time I graduated high school, she was a far-right borderline fascist. She wanted America to be a WASP ethno-state where she believed the Jews, the banks, and the Catholics were destroying America. My life was a complete nightmare. My mom moved me and my sister 13 times before I turned...
Amy C3, welcome Raiders. Hello everyone. Hello Avalon of Babylon. Hello End Healthcare Debt. Hello Complainy Laney. We are staring into the mouth of madness. We are diving into what if alt hist, because why not? The Needle Drop, thank you very much for the raid. Hello everyone. Hello. Hope you're doing all right, Anthony.
Oh my
Hope
god,
you had a
it's
good
mommy
stream.
issues all the way down.
Florence, thank you for the $10 dono. Now, I guess, you know what? Now's a good time for us to, like, stop, take a bit of a break, and, you know, catch everyone up. This is a good opportunity here. So, folks, here's where we're at. We are diving into a YouTuber who is far right, who has 700,000 subscribers, and who goes by What If Alt Hist. His name is Rudyard. And Rudyard essentially proclaimed himself to be a prophet of the spirit world, amalgamated, and believes that he's been sent by the spirit world in order to correct mankind's errors. And he's giving his essentially manifesto before he really gets into things here. So we're in a weird place. You covered it in kind of in the middle here, but he posted a 10-hour long manifesto, and you know, it's a new year. We're gonna try new things. We're gonna go into it, and we're gonna see what's here. And so far, it's a lot of racism and talking about the divinity of his bloodline, his centuries-long cop bloodline, and how he doesn't believe African American indigenous people exist. And how his mom got kicked in the head by a horse, and his dad was really autistic about banks. You know, that's kind of where we're at. We're diving into this. If you're lost and confused and baffled, you're in the right mindset, because frankly, we all are right now. And you might ask, why is What If Alt Hist not on screen? Because several days after posting these videos, What If Alt Hist essentially was like, oh, I was totally joking. See, I owned the left, and with my affront against God. Yes, this is the weirdo that pretends to do alternative history. Chunikatsu... Chuni Katyusha. There we go. Nailed it. Melanie!
Happy New Year, chat. I'm sick tonight, but here are some blurry pictures of Oliver as a puppy.
I'm sorry to
White
hear.
Peepo, happy Rip King Oliver SADGE.
I'm sorry to hear about Oliver, but let's take a little picture at Oliver as a puppy. Let's take a look, because goddamn, Oliver's a cute dog. Look at this little guy. Look at him. What a cutie. Oh, you guys can't see him. Sorry, I made it invisible so that I would stop showing stream. Let me fix that. Look at him. Look at this like little blob monster. The most adorable toys and shoes. Oliver is very dark. Look, I'm sorry guys. I've been trying to train myself to not show him on screen because also Rudyard wants to take down every existent copy of his rant. And, you know, understandable. But also he's adjacent to neo-Nazis, so fuck him. And let's continue, shall we? Buckle up, buckos. Here we go.
Turned age 15, and I was never able to get any stability. I started to see my life as trench warfare. Whenever I had a free moment, I would dig myself in for the next barrage. My family had money, but my mom was so financially irresponsible that she would constantly sue my father for more money before spending it on stupid stuff.
His family, for the record, had $10 to $15 million.
My mom, my sister, and I lived in a one-room log cabin for 6 months while my mom tried to get more money. My mom would make moonshine and ran a brewery as her job in the garage. My father did something quite heroic here. He realized that my mom was crazy, and he spent 6 years fighting my mom in court.
Gee whiz, he just realized that your mom was crazy after she had spent decades proclaiming to be someone who could commune with the spirit world and who desperately needed everyone in your family to share the same bed. Okay, all right.
Court for custody of me. He realized that if he didn't do this, his children would just be lost forever. The sanity, safety, and stability my father provided me is the thing that kept me alive. I would 100% have killed myself if he wasn't there. And he was finally able to get 1/3 custody of me and my sister.
Thank you for gifting a sub.
The Chester County court system gave the nickname that the Lynch family were the people who would never surrender an inch on anything. My parents literally threatened to sue each other over half-an-hour time frames of custody and single days of determining what custody I got would become hostage negotiations for me. My parents viewed every...
Wait, but that's like a lot of divorcing parents that are in a contentious divorce, like, will go to bat over those things. Like, that's a thing they do. Draglev, you did. Oh, daddy. There you go. You got it. You got me. You got one out of me.
Concession they would give the other as an insult to their own honor that they had to fight to the death over. I learned to shut up since the courts clearly didn't care about anything I was saying, and I knew what game they were playing, in that I knew they were trying to get evidence to support my mom because it was the easier choice, and
How did you know that? You were a child. How did you know that? Were you a law school Doogie Howser? Is that how you knew that?
Dealt with like about half a dozen different social workers in order to assess custody, and none of them knew what was happening. And
the spirits
for multiple of the social workers, I just realized the game and I refused to speak. There was a guy called D'Amico who was a social worker who I declared war on him, and I just stared at the clock for the entire hour session because he was trying to pull concessions out of me to make a story that my dad was the bad guy. At least that's what I remember. I once told the judge, "Are you deaf?" Since past a certain point, I knew nothing I said mattered. I was an insanely aggressive kid. I literally...
Yeah, I don't know if that helped your case on that one. You know, being hostile to the judge overseeing the case doesn't usually do you many favors.
Would play strategy games for 4 hours a day. they became my entire life, and I'd play games like Age of Mythology, Age of Empires, Civilization, Total War, or Battle for Middle-earth, just...
Okay, real talk though, Battle for Middle-earth is a great game, okay? Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth slaps. It's great. It's a 10 out of 10 RTS. But yes, this does explain so much. This is StarCraft brain, but you know, if instead of going pro, it just went conservative.
Just to name a few. Stronghold Legends is great too. And my mom had a rule that I could only play video games for 1 hour a day, but I broke that because my commute was 2 hours, so I play video games in those 2 hours. And my dad would subsidize and buy video games for me and let me play them as much as possible. And I think playing that many video games when I was in a traumatic experience was so good for me, in that it wired my brain in a lot of useful ways we'll see later in this video. And I remember a moment when a teacher said, if as a class we spent 1 hour a week doing math practice in 3rd grade, we could get an ice cream party at the end of the year.
Oh my god, do we really need to know your 3rd grade ice cream party story? Is that really important for us to know about your spiritual manifesto? Because guys, one of the reasons I have been talking about this and going over this is because this is basically the apotheosis of everything I have been trying to convey to you guys about the threat of like the crystal mommy to neo-Nazi pipeline. Like this is the conspiracy singularity, right? Like this guy, in whatever psychosis this is, whether, you know, I don't know what's going on with him, but like it's looping in everything. You know, we've got psychics, we've got the spirit world, we've got chosen ones, we've got divine bloodlines, we've got eugenics, we've got, you know, Norse paganism, we've got mythology, we've got real-time strategy games, we've got the centuries-long bloodline of cops going back to 2 AD. We've got grandparents meeting, 2 Irish grandparents meeting at the St. Patrick's Day dance. We got everything. But a lot of it is just predicated on nonsense.
Year. I told her no, since that doesn't add up, because hundreds of hours of, or dozens of hours of effort does not equal an ice cream lunch. It's just not a correct calculation. And she kept bullying me to do this until she gave up and let me go to the ice cream party anyway. And every single...
Cool story, bro. You were a problem child in school. Congrats. Also, maybe you should question the parenting decisions of your dad, considering he had mercury poison for a decade from eating tuna fish every day. Like, I don't know. Some of this seems like it should have raised some red flags for you.
Day I was in that French language school, I would count the hours until the day end. I told my parents multiple times a week how much I hated that school, and they only took me out after 4 years to put me in public school, finally. I had to interject this point in later, but a story I want...
Yeah, just as an update, he is in fact wearing a different a different shirt now, because this is a recording that has taken place over the course of numerous days and does in fact have editing in it inexplicably, meaning all of this was intentionally put together on purpose.
Want to remember is when I was in 5th grade, or around age 10, my friends and I played a board game at the end of the school year, that being Axis and Allies, and I remembered
Of course, he was obsessed with Axis and allies. Of course. I wonder which country he played as. I bet I could guess.
The exact placement for troops years later for each faction. 5 years later, I remembered what territory each faction held and how strategically. And that started to weird me out that I had very good memory. And my dad would play a game where he would play a song twice for me and then have me repeat back the lyrics. And he was astonished that I could do it. I actually
That doesn't seem that impressive to me. I I don't I don't think that's very impressive. Is that impressive? Listening to a song twice and repeating the lyrics back, that doesn't seem super hard. My parents told me I was the chosen one.
actually really enjoyed going to public school. This was in a rural area around Hawkinson or on the Mason-Dixon line where Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland meet up. And my mom moved there from the area around Malvern, and my dad continued to live further north of there. And it's one of those beautiful places I've ever seen in the world, where, as I said before, it looks like the Shire. It's just rolling fields and countryside. And Winslow Homer was a famous painter who used Chad's Ford, where I grew up, as the set for his landscape paintings. Everyone was really nice to me, and I made a lot of friends. I even got along with the teachers, which I thought was impossible because I was so combative. When I was in 4th grade, one of the teachers saw a map I made, and she said, "Rudyard, you're going to be famous when you grow up." And the culture of the area...
Yeah, I don't think your dad had this in mind. Lady Raincloud, I totally understand. I know not everyone's gonna have the stomach that I have for just kind of staring at whatever this is and trying to make sense of it.
Area I grew up in, Chester County at the time, was called God, Guns, and Horses. And over time, it became more left-wing, and it got pacified.
Yeah, the left-wing Guns, Gods, and Horses event.
And the way to see the Northeast is that in Pennsylvania is you got a series of different subcultures. So the way the greater Philly area goes is you have Midwestern Protestants, Catholic Northeasterners, and Black Southerners. And where I grew up felt like a cultural extension of the Midwest. It felt like it could be completely Ohio, where when I was in...
But was it Skibbity Riz, Ohio? You know, we need to ask the real hard questions here on this show. Was it or was it not Skibbity Riz, Ohio? Get.
Middle school, our curriculum in history is at how the American Revolution was amazing. Then all our history teachers were members of the NRA and they owned guns. Our Boy Scouts leaders were former Vietnam vets. It's very much that kind of culture. You know, in a lot of Pennsylvania, in rural Pennsylvania, they give the first day of the deer hunting season as a day off from school and from work. Hunting's a big part of the culture there. And to change topic to something less pleasant, my mom started to spiral into bizarre conspiracy theories that my father had bands of thugs who were vandalizing her property. And she literally had no evidence for this. And the Chester County...
That's crazy. You mean your mom made claims she didn't have evidence for and that were bombastic and attention-grabbing and, yeah, that was bad? Do you have negative self-awareness?
County court system got so fed up with her bullshit that they literally refused to take cases from my family, forcing them to go to external counseling to solve our own issues. Chester County cycles through judges, and my mom accused each of the different judges and any social worker who stood against her of corruption charges. And the third judge built up a personal vendetta against
You can't put corruption charges against... That's not how charges work.
my mom and demanded that every future case that involved her go through her. This judge saved me so much suffering, and I literally emailed her to thank her as an adult. My mom shot one of her horses to frame my father for killing it.
What? What? God.
My mom would also keep 5 cats from one of her friends in a tiny closet that barely had air. This is a weird tangent, but my mom was also obsessed with the FBI stalking her. I have suspicions my mom was involved in the secret government testing program MKUltra, given they sourced from places like Columbia Political Science Department at that very moment, as far as I've researched. My mom was super cynical about the ruling class before that was a big thing. She believed she was a psychic, which is another MKUltra thing.
You know, my mom believed a lot of things without evidence. Anyway, here's a tangent about how I believe a thing without any evidence whatsoever.
She was paranoid of the FBI following her, and I also know that she was molested. That's too many points for my own comfort, and I'm scared to even say stuff like this on this video, but this video is going to get so much crazy. That's not even in the top 10. My mom hired security guards against this imaginary threat, but then those bankrupted her, so she moved my sister and me against my father's consent to downtown Philly. This really disappointed me, since I loved living in Chester County so much. I went to a Quaker school in Philly, and I was raised a Quaker because my mom has lots of Quaker ancestors, and my dad thought I should be raised Protestant.
But your mom wasn't a Quaker. I thought she was going through a lot of different religious beliefs. And political ones. Like, what... How did you... Also, how many schools did you go to, bro?
And Quakers are really big in that region of Pennsylvania because they founded it. And I attended 2 Quaker services a week for years straight. I've attended Quaker services for most of my life. And people have said to me that Quakerism has had an enormous impact on how I see the world. And
yeah, wait, earlier he did talk about his dad being Catholic and a papist. Or was his dad trying to make fun of, like, Catholics? I genuinely asking if this is a contradiction.
That makes sense to me. My mom was a horse lady, and she also taught me how to ride. I was a pretty good horseman as a kid, and my mom said it's important because horseback riding teaches you leadership, because most leadership is implicit through body language and how you carry yourself, which is how horses communicate. And she said, quote, "Deal with a horse as you would deal with a woman."
Oh no.
Or a crowd. They are emotional prey animals.
This man hates women so much. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god, sir. What is your deal? Oh god. Okay, chat. We did it. We did it, chat. We're on part 2. Okay. So that was background, I guess. What do we take out of that? Like, this is a kid who grew up, split between 2 households, seems to, like, put his father on a pedestal and shit on his mother. and says that his sister betrayed them by siding with their mother, and that in order to explain everything that happened to him, embrace the idea that all of these judges are corrupt because of feminism. And he also has this mythological ancestry going back through his father's bloodline to like the warlords of Ireland, and that he has this genealogical and eugenics based duty to honor and choose impossible battles and achieve and rule, right? And again, very worth pointing out that argument is almost exactly esoteric Nazism. Like this is almost exactly what that entire thing is about. Like, oh, you are secretly connected to the lineage of the Aryan race, and you are honor bound to duty bound by your heritage and the blood in your veins to be a hero, and it is incumbent upon you to rule over the earth and choose battles greater than yourself for the good of the nation. And and there is this relationship between esoteric Nazism and like spirituality, uh which in turn, like, it all is coalescing here in the narrative. Like it is coming together here. So here we go. Also, if you're enjoying stream, if you're getting anything out of this, if this is just fascinating, consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider supporting stream with subs, donos, memberships, etc. We're having a silly one, folks. Here we go. Part 2, Half a Heart.
The move to Philadelphia was one of the most instrumental turning points of my life. My father still lived out in the exurbs, and so I would commute between both. I moved from a completely car-dependent society to one that was one of the most walkable places in America. Philly has such a warm place in my heart, and it has a bad reputation for obvious reasons, given it's the poorest and most crime-filled of America's top.
I feel like much of what we hear about his mom is a lie. This feels like a mentally ill father infecting his kid. I mean, I would say it feels more like a father with a decade-long bout of mercury poisoning infecting his kid, but, potato, potato.
Top 10 largest cities, but it has wonderful culture, architecture, it's affordable, historic, and walkable. I'm a walker by nature, and I would walk across downtown Philly from Camden to UPenn as a way to clear my head, because for me, walking and thinking are the same process. And
damn, that's pretty liberal of you, What If Alt Hist, wanting a 5-minute walkable city.
And this was a really important period of my life, since around age 13, I gained self-awareness about who I was as a person, where beforehand it was like I was on autopilot more so. And I had several really important breakthroughs around the time of age 13. One was that I hadn't really ever read a book until I was age 12. And then I looked at
What? What? Why are you putting out this video that is like constantly dunking on you, man? You wrote this out. You had it on the editing table.
a book my dad owned, and I realized, wait, if I'm physically capable of reading a single page of this book, that means, because it's a repeated task, I could read 1,000 pages easily. Because if I can read a single page, I can do the task on repeat since I know how to do it. And
that's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. If I can physically read a book, that means I'll understand it, right? if I can do the physical act of reading the book, it doesn't matter if I understand the material or not. I can just, read words. What are you doing, bro? Guys, as someone with an English degree, my soul died a little bit. Reading is so much more than just knowing what words mean. You have to have comprehension.
Time for your encouraging takes on dark times and what to do during them.
Oh god, Iatagon, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. He found out he could read at 13. Raised by some of the wealthiest people in our society.
That was The Book of Swords by Fred Saberhagen, and I have, starting at age 14, read 70 to 80,000 pages a year and around 80 books a year, and I've maintained that consistently for over a decade. And
no one cares, bro. Literally, no one gives a shit. Even if that were true, no one gives a shit. No, not a single person in the real world. If you say that to any lady at a bar, they're going to roll their eyes and, like, swipe left. That's the bad direction, right? Yeah. Swipe left. There we go.
There has nearly never been a day where I have not read in the last decade. And by the time I started high school, I could draw every country and every year of human history off the top of my head.
What? We don't even know what the first country was. What are you talking about? You lying sack of shit. Oh god.
I would have events at my school where people would yell countries at me on a whiteboard, and I'd draw them and I'd see how many I could draw in 2 minutes. And I started this channel on my 13th birthday, where
okay, maybe people are onto something with, like, banning internet use until someone is like 16 years old or 18 years old or something. Like, maybe people were cooking with that. I'm not I'm not an expert in such things, but maybe people were cooking, because if this is the product of the policies we have now, I'm a bit concerned.
I stopped playing video games when I became a teenager, and I got into alternate history as my hobby. And I would spend a lot of time on alternate history forums, where
Dude, you would have been so much better off with video games. Just play more StarCraft, man. You could have gotten involved in, like, the, probably not like the pro circuits, but like maybe like the college circuit. You probably could have gotten involved in that. You could have done it. I believe in you. 2015 was a golden age for that.
I just didn't think they were that good, if I'm honest. The alternate history community is kind of amateur, because it's probably lots of people like me who are in a certain developmental stage of their lives. And so I thought I could make better alternate histories. I had nothing better to do. I hated school. And so I tried to make an alternate history wiki account, and that was too difficult with the account process they have. So I started making a alternate history YouTube channel, and I was really inspired by the book series Time Riders, which is a young adult sci-fi alternate history series. And Cody from Alternate History Hub was my biggest inspiration, and I wanted to make a channel like Alternate History Hub as a teenager. And for the first 7 years, I made alternate history content. You can scroll through the old channel. It's stuff like, what if the South won the Civil War? What if the dinosaurs never went extinct? And keep in mind, for the first 5 years of my channel, I had less than 500 subscribers total. I literally bought...
Look, I've been there. We're still close to there. I don't like it. I understand. I sympathize. It's hard to get views.
the microphone I used for the channel with money I made from the channel 5 years in. You can tell that because the mic quality sucked. It was a meme for commenters on my channel for the longest time. And I was obsessed with this. I would literally work on Christmas to avoid my family and just making content for the channel. And I read 40 books in alternate history when I was a teenager because I was bored and it was my thing. And I think people have commented upon alternate history's effect on my current philosophic views because...
Okay, can I just real quick, and I know I'm kind of being mean here, but like, dude, you clearly put like hair gel in or something, but like, what'd you think that was cooking? What did you think the hair gel was doing? Because it wasn't a favor.
Because alternate history assesses the world in a probabilistic manner based on causation, and that's instrumental in my worldview. I think alternate history, my dad's background in banking analysis, and strategy video games are three really important influences in how I think, which look at...
You stopped playing you said you stopped playing strategy video games when you turned 13. So like, there's the strategy video games are still influencing you. What was the last one you played? Are you keeping up to date on the Stellaris expansions? Tell us more.
Basically causation and strategic decision making. When I moved from Chester County to Philly, I moved from a majority conservative area to a very left-wing area. I went from a society that seems pretty close to John Hughes or The Simpsons' stereotypical America from decades ago, which I just assumed was how America was.
I keep coming back around to this. His family had $15 to $20 million, and he's like, yeah, we lived like in The Simpsons. I'm sorry, if your family had millions of dollars, you were not growing up like The Simpsons family. You there's no way.
In Philly, our elite are WASPs, and so I assumed that was the ruling class structure across America, and that America was still the way it was in the 20th century. And I was so shocked to see the World Economic Forum types, because I just didn't think they existed. It was a crazy wake-up call when I became an adult traveling around the country, how backwards Philly is compared to other places. And I jumped from a 3 out of 10 wokeness to an 8 out of 10 wokeness. These small...
Oh, damn, he got woke? However did he survive?
All private Christian high school I went to had become what was by all accounts a leftist seminary. I hated that ideology ever since I first saw it. Teachers would openly say in class that there were too many white men in science and academia, and I was forced to go through...
I get the intense feeling here that a lot of what this guy is talking about would have been resolved through a modicum of like reading comprehension, because I don't think a teacher in a school can say there are too many whites in science. There are too many whites in computers. Like, I think there are probably laws against that on some level. I don't think they run up to you and they go, I'm so woke, I think whites should be eliminated from society. I don't think that's happening in your public school, man.
What amounts to constant humiliation rituals in school as a white male. I read 1984 as a teenager and knew that the ideology I saw in school was the exact same ideology as that dominated 1984. I was a centrist until I was in college.
Oh boy, you read 1984 and you looked around you and you said, ah yes, the world I live in. Because you didn't understand what you read. The same way you watched Ben-Hur and was like, ah yes, going to school is like being a galley slave.
but I started watching Sargon of Akkad, who was moving me rightward and who introduced me to conservatism. I vowed to fight.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh god, yeah, Sargon of Akkad. What a paragon of intellect, who lost his race in the UK because he said he wouldn't even rape one of the women he was running against. Like, oh yeah, that guy's got some good takes. I wonder what he has to say about age of consent laws. Oh wait, I'm not going to go into that here, but I'm just saying maybe you should, if you're curious about what I just said there, Google Sargon of Akkad, Age of Consent. You're going to find some interesting stuff going on there, like recordings of him defending having sex with children. But, what an intellectual titan to pull you to the conservative end of the spectrum.
Fight back against an ideology that would push this. I just wanted revenge against the left, if I'm honest. Things got pretty bad in high school. The year after I graduated,
things got
I can't hold this anymore. The games he mentioned earlier, great, but Stronghold Legends was one of the weaker but okay Stronghold games. I'm surprised you didn't play Stronghold Crusaders half. From Kara.
Caracal, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. And yeah, Age of Mythology was banging. Age of Empires 2, banging. StarCraft, top tier, but like the Stronghold isn't even up there. I wouldn't. I mean, it's fine, but like, eh.
They turned the entire humanities curriculum into leftist-based. This included race and science in the Roman Empire, as well as not talking about the French or Industrial Revolutions in the history curriculum or the World Wars, to spend more time talking about slavery. We had a mandatory...
That's right. Schools these days are too woke talking about slavery instead of World War II.
Social Justice Week to celebrate social justice causes, where my school flew in a speaker from New Mexico to say that using violence to push social justice was justified.
Wait, but it can be, though. Like, wait, what do you mean? Like, when you look at Martin Luther King Jr., guess what? Guess what he was doing? Guess what a core part of the strategy of nonviolent resistance relied on? It was on provoking the anger and rage of other people to start rioting. That's part of the strat. Oh god. Any amount of reading comprehension would be nice in this man.
It was basically impossible to not be leftist.
Thank you for the $5
For example, we were allowed to skip class to go to an anti-gun protest. I was the only person in my class who didn't, and when people asked me why, I said it felt like an emotionally charged topic.
What a cop-out. What a coward. But also, you could have skipped class to go to probably a pro-gun protest. That's probably something you could have done. Like, the school, if they're giving exceptions for anti-gun protests, probably would need to give an exception for a pro-gun protest, I guess. So, like, I don't know. That's on you for not being creative enough to go and do that. You could have counter protest the anti-gun protest if you were really looking for something to do.
And my school, for example, had a 3-year history award. I never won the history award, I suspect because I wasn't left-wing. I barely passed school in both middle school...
Dude, what?
School, for example, had a 3-year history award. I never won the history award, I suspect because I wasn't left-wing.
Yeah, bro. Your high school didn't give you the history award for 3 years because you were not left wing enough. His entire thing was talking about not history. His entire thing is talking about, like, what if history wasn't real? And they never gave you the history award. Well, also, it doesn't really sound like you understood the tapestry of history. Sounds like you didn't get the concept of what it is. Because, guys, guess what? You know how you need reading comprehension in order to understand, like, fiction books? You also need reading comprehension in order to understand history. And you need to be able to understand it because people write history. And when people write historical records, they have different agendas going on for doing so. Like, if you are approaching this topic without any kind of reading comprehension or critical reasoning, you're lost. You're at the whims of whoever wrote it, with no agency whatsoever.
I barely passed school in both middle school and the start of high school. There were moments I was convinced I would fail school.
I'm not surprised.
I literally went to school for something like over 12 hours a day because class was 8 hours. Then my school had a mandatory sports program, which was 2.5 hours for a third of the year. I basically hacked the system by doing lighting and stage production for my school's plays.
That's not hacking the system. That's just joining the theater department to do props. That's not hacking the system. You just joined an extracurricular. You just
And then you have 2 to 3 hours of homework a night. That's like a Chinese work schedule. And I'm so deeply resentful of being forced to do this for my youth. I could have been doing fun.
Yeah, how? Okay, wait. How are you almost failing high school, and yet you're still putting 12 hours a day into school? You could have skipped school and just not spent all that. You could have gone to the mall, bro. You could have gone and hung out by the railroad tracks or something. I don't know. You, at the very least, you could have not done your homework, and then you would have been in the exact same position. Instead, you were writing like conservative screeds on your homework and failing your assignments.
Fun stuff, but you forced me to do classes and you forced me to do work that had zero application for the rest of my life. And at the end of middle school, I couldn't see.
Man, if only he'd paid attention during English class, so much damage could have been avoided.
The whiteboard, since my eyes were too poor. My mom refused to get me glasses for over a year since she said I didn't need them, and when my parents finally got me glasses, grades improved. By the way, I'm just here to air out grievances at this point. When I went to public school, my public school was a 40-minute drive from where I lived. And so school started at 7:20, the bus came at 6:40, and I woke up at 5:30. This is when I was friggin' like 12 years old. And I'm very resentful of this because I'm an innately nocturnal person. I go to sleep at 2 to 3 a.m. right now. And
bro, same. Same, bro. Same.
And when I went to elementary school, the school was an hour away. And so My sister's school started earlier because she went to middle school when I went to elementary school. And so I would sit in the school parking lot for an hour playing video games until the school started. And I'm still very resentful about having to wake up early. There was zero reason you had to do this. You could have started school at 10 a.m. Nothing would have.
You know that the reason school starts at the times it does is largely because of like the constraints of parents who need to drop their kid off and get to work and then pick up their kid because so many adults work 9 to 5s, so like you can't like it's rooted in labor practices. And additionally, not only is it rooted in labor practices, it's also rooted in the fact that like one school district might only have like one fleet of buses that then needs to be staggered in order to get all the kids to school on time, which means, you know, one part of the district might need to wake up at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and another district wakes up at like 7, another district wakes up at 8, another part of it, you know, like it's structured for reasons. If only someone had intellectual curiosity to ask or wonder why those reasons exist and what they could be.
Have changed. I don't care about your sports program. It doesn't matter. And one of the things my high school did really well was it hired eccentric teachers, which let students be creative. When I was in high school, I made an independent study where I wrote a 250-page screenplay about the fall of Rome that followed 4 families around the Battle of Adrianople. I was in computer science class with a teacher who was a video game designer, and we had to make video games in computer science class. I told my teacher, who's a cool guy, he's made a great video game called Jamestown, about Martians, space warfare 200 years from now, based off 17th century England. I said I wanted to make a strategy game based off 17th century Poland, Lithuania. He told me I wasn't physically capable of doing that, and I took that as an insult to my honor, so I spent 4 hours for weeks coding the game with different unit types, battle factions, strategies, and that sort of thing. My religion teacher and I became quite close. My school.
How did it turn out? Was it fun? Did you make a good game? Also, tell us more about this screenplay that sounds like the worst thing I've ever heard of. Tell me more. I need to know. Why have I heard of Jamestown Legend of the Lost Colony before? Is this actually like a decent game? I feel like I've heard of this before. Oh my god. It's extraordinarily well received. Interesting. Fascinating stuff. Oh, it was selected at PAX back in 2010. Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was just entering games journalism.
School had a theology program that was actually quite useful for me. I learned a lot of really important theology there, and they had a Mennonite teacher who, when he retired, was replaced by a black Muslim, former Black Panther. But he was an awesome dude. He went to Harvard, and he converted to both Islam and Christianity at different times. And he gave me a lot of spiritual guidance as a teenager. We would hang out for years after school, and he studied philosophy, and he was okay with me being a conservative.
You know what? I went back and forth, but you know what? Let's just take a look at the trailer for it. We got a. Oh my god, it doesn't have a trailer. Okay. Let's there we go. Trailer. Cuz why not? Cuz why not? I shouldn't have come here, but there was nowhere left to run. The year is 1619. War rages between England and Spain, unrelenting and bloody. That war has followed me here, to the edge of exploration. Some call this place the New World. The Romans called it Mars. From an indie game studio in our nation's birthplace comes an old school shooter with a new school heart. Intense 1 to 4 players co-op adventure. 4 unique ships, each with a unique role to play. Epic screen-filling bosses. And only the finest handcrafted pixels. Recognized by the 2011 Independent Games Festival. Mars is waiting. Bring your friends. Jamestown, Legend of the Lost Colony, coming to PC, summer 2011! Honestly, that looked pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not into this genre of games, but that looked pretty alright. Props to this guy's teacher. Huh?
And he said that I was actually going to found a religion when I was in high school, and that was what I'd be good at. And I also ran a fight club in the basement of my high school where we'd whack each other with rubber weapons, and then
You ran a high school fight club. You guys saw the movie Fight Club once, and you decided to smack each other. God. Yeah. Oh yeah, Hammock. Game Informer was absolutely gutted. It sucks. They moved a couple of the office installations to the nearby GameStop at the Mall of America. It sucks. It sucks. It's sad. GameStop did them dirty. They were doing good work.
and we would basically bet on who would win with no money. It was a lot of fun. And most of the people from my high school are screwed. That's true of Zoomers I've met across the country. There's this underlying what I'd call Zoomer holocaust, where Zoomers just got...
You didn't have to call it that. You could have literally called it anything else. You could have called it anything else at all. You could have called it Zoomer Scruffaloo, and that would have made more sense and been more appropriate.
So massively screwed over by the system they're in, because they often, and I don't want to call out people from my school because this is just normal, they often lack abilities, decision-making process, jobs, and almost no one dated in my high school or partied. People were just working so much there wasn't time for that. My high school experience wasn't that fun. It was cool because there was a lot of eccentric stuff going on, and it's heartbreaking to see an entire generation get broken. I think this is more common than anyone realizes for Zoomers. I've met Zoomers across the country, and the normal thing is that they're psychologically broken, which I've talked about in multiple...
I don't think that's true. Like, as a millennial, like, I'm familiar with psychological breaking due to the passage of time and events. But, like, Zoomers tend not to be as broken as millennials, in my experience. And maybe I just haven't met enough Zoomers. But, like, it seems like they're doing a little bit better than you know, like, just in general, the vibe I get. Wait a minute, he's a Zoomer as well? Yeah, he's 23 years old. Newsflash, everyone's psychologically fucked. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know, like, maybe they got a mental illness, but you know what? They're hopefully getting help for it. Hopefully going to therapy, getting good coping strats.
Multiple videos. This is for a series of complex reasons. Between helicopter parenting is a huge factor here, which was terrible, where
Dude, is he gonna pull out the parents gave their kids trophies?
I had friends where their parents would walk them 4 blocks to school until the end of high school and then pick them up at the end of class. They would
Wait, that's really sweet though. You you had friends whose parents cared about them enough to like walk with them all the way to school, even in inclement weather, even when it was a pain in the ass. That's actually really sweet. That I wouldn't even describe that as helicopter parenting. That sounds nice. I guess maybe it's helicopter parenting if like your kid hates you.
wouldn't let them have the responsibility for walking back. I had other friends where their parents were going to move to the state they went to college in to follow them there, or that they control.
Wait, but that's sweet. Like if you as a kid don't want your parents to do that, that's another story. But like if it's just like the act of a parent in isolation, that's actually a really sweet thing to do. Like, oh, your support system wants to follow you and support you no matter where you go. That's nice. Now, if they're just following you to harass you, that's a different story. But like, we're not really hearing the other side here.
Controlled their spending as until they were out of high school, where they said, this is how you spend your allowance. And these kids just never developed a sense of decision-making or independence for what they need as adults. My entire generation, or really their parents, were obsessed with going to college. And, for example, I remember there was a...
Is this guy about to talk about how smart he is and how he didn't need to go to college to be so smart? Because, please, I need that.
Girl in my class who had an hour free for senior year after she did her college applications, and she burst into tears because this was the first hour free she had gotten in years, and she felt so horrible. She felt she didn't know how to handle having a single hour free, so she was crying in the hallway. And it was stuff like that. It's just my generation's been screwed, and I'm sorry. And parents would talk about getting into college when I was in 3rd grade. This was completely deranged, and the entire system forced that down my throat. And none of it worked. Your college doesn't matter anymore. I met lots of people from Harvard, and they're still screwed.
Well, yeah, the one-eyed heathen. Of course, that's why like it depends on the situation. But like in isolation, a parent having the time and care to walk their kid to school every morning is nice. I think. When it becomes not nice is when it's unwanted, company and attention.
Just be a useful person with useful skills. It's more important to churn out a person who could actually live the world than it is to get someone who gets into I don't know, UPenn. Growing up, everyone wanted to get into UPenn. That was like their entire life aspirations. And like 2 people from my high school got into UPenn. And so I was working as a janitor at my mom's brewery, and I also did a lot of paper put.
I'm sorry, you were working as a janitor at your mom's brewery that you said was out of your garage? So you were cleaning your own garage. You were working at home. Okay.
Pushing. I talked to the other employees, and I basically realized the job market was fucked because they would constantly complain about they were not...
His mom ran a brewery out of their garage.
Satisfied working for my mom, and so they...
I don't understand. I don't think he's being truthful about his mom.
They trusted me, so they'd tell me about life sucking.
Were the other employees your sister? What?
And I could see how desperate people were in the jobs market. So I basically made a rationalistic calculation that the only way I could succeed as an adult was by being an entrepreneur, because I couldn't develop in the system that had ruled society through the bureaucracy, because I knew the bureaucracy hated me. And I knew that I just assumed I was going to work a minimum wage job because I didn't know what else I was going to do. There were no opportunities around me. Like, I don't know what other people's lives are. Do people like, I don't even know what it looks like to have opportunity out of college. I don't fucking know, dude. Yeah, but I remember I couldn't sleep at night. I suffered insomnia in high school. I remember staring.
Media breakdown, that is totally and completely fair and understandable. We are truly... Is that him trying to sound smart? Oh, Alex, that's his entire deal. His entire deal is saying things that make no sense, but he's basically just trying to bamboozle folks by saying words in a way that similar to Jordan Peterson, where like Jordan Peterson will just yap all day and say in, 10 paragraphs what it could have taken one paragraph or one sentence to say, but he's like he's worse at it. He's like a shitty Jordan Peterson with delusions of grandeur, It's sad.
At the ceiling, thinking of various schemes so I could be an entrepreneur, because I knew there was a limited window before society fell apart where I had to become a successful entrepreneur in that limited window. So I had crippling anxiety about how do I become a successful CEO before society falls apart. Because in high school, I sensed in my gut that the world order would collapse because I had stabbing pains in my gut when I was 16.
What? Oh yeah, the stabbing pain that lets you know the world is going to end. What?
And I had imagined the city of Philly getting shelled and destroyed. And so I sensed it on an energetic level, which is why I studied geopolitics. And I read 10 books on China when I was in high school because I thought the great threat to America would be China. So I studied China really deeply. And I was obsessed with China defeating America and becoming our geopolitical... defeating us geopolitically. And over time, I'm very thankful to realize that China's got as many issues as America. And their birth rate especially. So...
Guys... This guy's a Nazi. Like, he's obsessed with birth rates. He's, like... Bruh.
I'm gonna just throw in some stories from high school that don't really fit together, but are fun anyway. So,
oh no.
I want to honor my school's math teacher, Herb Kearns, who was an awesome dude, and I just like shouting this stuff out. He was really nice to everyone in the class. He's a moral person. He was one of the people who was nice to me when when I was suicidal when I was a teenager, and I just like shouting people like this.
How have you talked this long about your life and you haven't talked at all about that part?
Out because there's good people in the world, and you have to respect them and honor them. And it's nice when you see a good person who's respected by the community they're in, because those are the kinds of people that power human history. My school had a gender studies class, which I took senior year. This is how left-wing we were. And gender studies the teacher was pretty cool as well, where she was like this 30-year-old Irish-American lady, and her attitude was...
Oh, she was Irish? Oh, okay, so she's of the bloodline. Gotcha.
I don't care what you say as long as you position it in a rationalistic argument. So the gender studies class was fun, where I learned all this leftist social constructionist propaganda, but she was happy to have me argue the point back to the class, because she said me arguing against the point forced the class to get their arguments better. And so for my final essay for it,
True.
I wrote about why I thought we shouldn't have gender relativity, and she gave me a 99%. I got a 99% in my gender studies class. My best friend was a Chinese American guy.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. She might have been one of those Protestant Irish ethnicities.
From Shandong. And my school system was they took in about a third of our class were Chinese students from abroad, which were going to American school so that they could go to an American high school, so an American college could process them as we know that they have this level of quality. Because it's very important because otherwise American colleges cannot assess the level of a Chinese high school. So what my school did was they took in out a third Chinese kids. My school was
Oh, yeah, American colleges just so beyond or below the ability to translate academic achievement in Chinese schools. No, it's not true.
mostly gay and Chinese people. And
Are you kidding me, dog?
my school was mostly gay and Chinese people. And
Based.
then they charged the Americans 80% less than the ticket fee, using the Chinese to subsidize them. But my Chinese friend and I, we would get drunk a lot, and he had a bunch of different sub-businesses. He was from a wealthy family in China, and we kind of bonded over our innate entrepreneurial sense. And
you know, you keep talking about how you had entrepreneurial sense, but you, like, 2 minutes ago, were talking about how you were going to take a minimum wage job. You haven't talked about any kind of entrepreneurial endeavor. So, like, what are you talking about?
So he had a deal with Chinatown where I'd go hang out and I'd drink and I'd eat in Chinatown in Philly, which is a great place. And he would translate for Chinese businesses as his job. So he'd go to Chinatown and then he'd talk to the Chinese store owners and he'd do their American paperwork. And in exchange for that, there was a liquor store where they let us buy.
I feel like his perception of high school was very much shaped by him being part of the theater department, because I guess if you were solely invested in the theater department, your impression of the school would be very gay.
Buy alcohol, underaged.
Not to be stereotypical, but I've seen how all of y'all are reacting to Wicked.
For 1/3 the ticket price. And we would get, they didn't speak English, so Four Loko, which is what we drink, which I'd never drink that now, it tastes terrible. They'd call it Fourlock. So we would just get cans of Fourlock and then hang out at his apartment and just get plastered together. And that's what I did through senior year. And my friend and I, we were the ones who threw after prom.
So cool, man.
After prom, and I remember seeing everyone from my high school get blackout drunk for the first time. And they started talking about relationship drama. I remember thinking at the time, I'm too polite to tell you this, but I do not care about your crush. And my Chinese friend and I, we stayed together for like a year after
I do not give a shit about you.
The channel got big, but he was kind of a dick and he was kind of disrespectful to me, which is, I've had like 3 or 4 Chinese friends and they all try to exploit you. That's what I consistently find. Chinese people.
Holy shit, dog. Yeah, you know, I've had multiple Chinese friends, but they're all shifty and try to take advantage of me. What are you talking? Why are you being racist like this, bro? All Chinese people are shifty. Like, what the hell?
Are very short-sighted, or they're in their relationships, they're very exploitive, especially if they're from communist China, which stripped away their culture.
This is definitionally racist. Oh my god.
I have such fond memories of a bookstore called The Book Trader, which is on, I believe, 3rd and Arch Street, down by Penn's Landing. I've been there hundreds of times. It was right next to where I lived. We lived down in Old City with my mom, down by the Delaware, and I would buy, I think I bought dozens to hundreds of books from The Book Trader, because it's this used bookstore where they have all this historic material. And so my speciality in World War II era history.
Look, why are you saying speciality? It's specialty. What are you doing? What's your game plan here, bucko?
Stems from when you grow up in Philly, there's a huge oversupply of history books because it's such a historic region. And so when I was a teenager, I wanted...
That's not how the supply of history books works. Like, that's... Just because your region has more history doesn't mean you have more history books.
To understand how the world worked. So I bought whatever books I could have, and I wanted to study science initially. And what I found as a teenager looking into science is that science had basically become a new priest class where you can't learn it unless you're part of the university system.
You can learn it. You just have to then submit papers. You 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 just have to be able to submit yourself to peer review. Yeah. Do a science, write a scientific paper and submit it for peer review, my guy. You can do it. You don't have to worship at the altar of some pagan deity. You don't gotta do that. You could just you just enroll in a school or just straight up write a paper that follows the scientific method. Come on. Oh, true. Maybe he can't. That's true. True. Science is one single like, I mean, come on, guy. It's just applying the scientific method. And then, like, submitting yourself for peer review.
That tells you the science. So I studied history instead because I could get a complete history education from my school's library and from buying $4 books at the bookstore. I'd like to thank the book trader for making all of their books $5 so I could actually buy them. And my entire library of century-old books is from that place. So I'd like to thank you for that.
So let me get this straight. Your entire understanding of history is predicated on books from 100 years ago. That's, you know, I'm gonna throw this out there. Maybe we've learned new things since then that might be worth, looking at. Maybe in the century since, the 1800s, we've learned certain things about certain groups of people that are, clear things up a little bit, like that black people are not in fact scientifically subhuman. We've disproved that one. It turns out phrenology wasn't real. It turns out that, like, indigenous cultures were rich and vibrant and thriving, and like Europe wasn't actually saving a lot of people when they were doing the white man's burden. I don't know. I'm just throwing these ideas out there. I'm spitballing them. Spoilers.
My school would have.
Yeah, maybe reading a history book that has some understanding of germ theory might make certain historical events make way more sense. I'm just throwing that out there.
We would have assemblies almost every single week. So we'd have church on Wednesday, and then we'd have assemblies on Tuesday. And with the assemblies, I had a bet going with my friends 2 years in a row. First year, every single assembly that was about race, I get a quarter. Literally any other topic, my friend gets a quarter. I made money. Second year, trans identity and sexual identity. Every assembly on that topic, I would get a quarter. Anything else, my friend would get a quarter. I made money that year too. So they were just shoving this leftist propaganda at us all the time. And I went to this.
Wait, but you can. Yeah. This isn't propaganda. This is just like they have students that fall into these categories. And they want you to not be assholes to them. Like, that's not rocket science.
School with a member of the Doherty clan. And for those that don't know, Philly is almost a hereditary monarchy where there is a ruling the ruling family, or the electricians union, the Dohertys, they're Irish political bosses.
Ah, yeah, Philadelphia, run by the electricians union. You step 1 foot out of line, zap! You'll go up in smoke.
And they control Philly's politics. And
Hey, it'd be a shame if someone wired your house a little bit shoddy, eh? Better get some fire insurance, real good. I see. Like, what do you? What? This town's run by the electricians union. You'll never make it over there. Every fence you'll pass will be electrified.
and they determine who wins in the elections. One of my friends was campaigning for a candidate against the Dohertys, and it was just ridiculous because the Doherty candidate was going to win. And of the top 10 donors to the Democratic Party, the only union is the Electricians Union of Philadelphia in the top 10 donors. The only city is the city of Philadelphia. So the Dohertys control Philly. They have thugs beat up their opponents, but they hold on to power, while Philly has gone into decline.
Citation needed. I feel like thugs beat up opponents would be something you could, cite some stats on, but or some articles. But all right.
Due to the socialist policies they push and deindustrialization.
Ah, yes, the Electricians Union, well known for pushing deindustrialization policies. I want you to take a minute. What do you think the Electricians Union gets out of deindustrialization? What possible benefit is there for them? The leftist electricians mafia that runs Philadelphia.
And the centralized government doesn't call them out because they are...
The centralized government? What are you talking about? They have elections in Philly. It's democratic. What do you mean? Ah, yes, the King of Philadelphia. The divine right of kings. God hath decreed thee the monarch of Philly. Oh my god, dude.
The top donors of the Democratic Party. But the guy I went to school with was really cool. He was a great guy.
It's the
and he invited me to a lot of
Union
different events. He
sending
took a liking to me. And then he was invited me to football games. Every single football game I was supposed to go, my dad had another thing that weekend, so I couldn't go. But it's weird that I was pretty close to... I just find it strange because my life has so many different timelines, and that was a timeline where I intersected against it, and then I didn't go there.
What do you mean your life has so many timelines? What does that mean, dog?
And another moment is I went to a music concert in, I think it's the Jay-Z concert. It's on JFK Boulevard. They block out the area around the art museum. And I went there with some friends, and...
oh yeah, it's his own alt history.
We were at a Nicki Minaj concert. I was bored. I walked around. I wanted to see the concert. Some people from my school saw me there. They said, you should hang out with us. And
Game of Thrones, Philadelphia, Book 1. A cream of cheese. Paladin, that was good. That was good.
And I remember being in the front because my friends were more extroverted than me. So I went up to the...
I'm sorry, did he just drop the phrase black people music?
The concert. Some people from my school saw me there. They said, you should hang out with us. And we were at a Nicki Minaj concert. I was bored. I walked around. I wanted to see the concert. Some people from my school saw me there. They said, you should hang out with us. And I remember being in the front because my friends were more extroverted than me. So I went up to the front. And then it was Nicki Minaj music all the time. And I thought, this is literally hell. Because Nicki Minaj was screaming, ass, 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 ass. And I was being jostled by like white 13-year-old girls next to me.
Oh no, I had front row seats to a Nicki Minaj concert and got to see her yell about ass, and I had a bad time. I'm so glad this is in your spiritual manifesto, man.
And I thought, I was having sensory overload. And I thought, this is legitimately hell. And
You probably shouldn't have gone to a concert.
I just want to highlight this, where there was a moment after it was senior year. It was April of senior year. And I had just finished all my college applications. And it was a Monday night. And I was partying with my Chinese friend. And I was...
Okay, can we just stop real quick? So, like, you didn't like going to the Nicki Minaj concert. What does partying with your Chinese friend look like? Because is it just we went to his apartment and drank a bunch of beers while playing Super Smash Brothers? Like, is that what you mean? Because, like, I don't believe that you went to parties. If you couldn't handle a Nicki Minaj concert, I don't think you were going to house parties.
was drunk, and I was getting on a train from Jefferson Street.
Did the Chinese friend have a name? No, it was just called Chinese friend number 1, or number 2, or number 3. He only had 3.
Station to go out to my dad's house in the suburbs. I remember sitting at the train line. No, this would have to be 15th Street Station, not Jefferson Station. I remember looking out over the city. And Philadelphia was so stunningly beautiful. It was this beautiful line of lights stretching in every direction, and I could see all the old architecture. And Philly is such a beautiful city because it was the most important city, or the second most important city for most of American history. And I thought, thank you so much, God, for giving us this world. Thank you for this beautiful moment that I will hold on to, looking out over the city past midnight, waiting for the train. Because I will hold on to this moment forever, God, so thank you. Speaking of Chinese guys, there was another very interesting character.
I just feel like that music needed to pop in. Just, Philly was so beautiful. It was gorgeous. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
Who went to my high school. And I see him in some ways as a Chinese equivalent to me, where he... was from Szechuan, and he was in America, and he was just insane. We were the same age, or he was a year or two older than me, but he could speak over 10 languages. I once cleaned out his apartment because he's a traveler. He lived in Europe, he lived in China, he lived in so many different places. So he travels around the world, learns languages, he learns knowledge. And when I once cleaned out his apartment when he was leaving, when he was moving out after college, to go to college, and I took over 100 books from his place, because his place, the entire room,
I stole all of his books,
was just books. He had a mattress. The mattress didn't even have sheets. He slept on that. He had books under the bed. He had so many books that it was literally the entire room. And he would constantly berate and insult people. And he would talk about how naive Americans were. Where one time in class he said that his grandpa was black and cooked friggin' fried chicken. And then people actually believed it because they're that naive. Or I once took him home for Thanksgiving.
Oh man, people believed a thing someone said about themselves that they have no reason to lie about? Okay. Like, I'm sorry, like, saying, oh, I have... Like, if I were to tell you guys, oh, I have a sister, and you were like, oh, wow, Riverboat Jack has a sister. And then I, like, turned around and went, I don't actually have a sister. All of these naive fools in my audience. Like, that doesn't... That actually doesn't follow. At all.
Because he didn't have any family in America, and he told my cousins that they ate deep-fried panda in China. At the same time, though, if he's my Chinese parallel, he's a sociopath. He was a legitimately bad person, and he was rude to everyone.
Maybe it should concern you a little bit that you see so much of yourself in him.
And he was abrasive, and all my Chinese friends have tried to screw me over at some point. And
look, if they've tried to screw you over, then they're not your friends. Stop. Also, you seem to hate them, so maybe stop referring to them as friends.
Secondarily, he had no interest in underlying depth, where he was just constantly learning stuff to look impressive. The big
Oh yeah, your Chinese parallel was always learning stuff to look impressive and not really understanding the subject matter. That's crazy.
look impressive to basically get laid, but it was trying too hard and too.
That's where they differ. One of them got laid.
Too direct. And so he would just learn different topics. He had 1,000 books, and he read little bits of them, but he was unable to gain knowledge. He just kept waffling around. He had difficulty keeping friends and that stuff because he was going through this peripheral, very direct experience of life. And I think there's something deeply archetypal about his story, where it's very high intelligence, very interest, but the lack of the actual motivation to do stuff and the sense of cynical, nihilistic disaffection from your environment. I nearly forgot to...
I don't think that's very archetypical. Sorry.
Throw this in, but I was part of my school's Quizbowl team, and Quizbowl's like...
I'm struggling to imagine a video you could put out that would make yourself look more lame than this one. And I can't picture it. And look, this is coming from, I was on mock trial. I did mock trial in my high school. I was a big time dork. And you know what? It was pretty fun. But I don't know. Why are you talking about being on Quizbowl, dog? Time and place. Time and place.
Like Jeopardy, but with a team sport. And my school kind of drafted me into this. I didn't have that much interest in. And then the first time I went to Quizbowl, for one of the games, I was the best new player. So my class...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is the classic sports movie cliche. The coach sees a kid excelling and is just like, I gotta have you on the team. We're in a losing streak. If we don't win the big game, our club will be closed down. And except in this case, the coach of the Quizbowl team just saw him being really autistic about something. Just latching on to alt history as a special interest, was like, good God, that boy's good. Oh man, this kid retains facts like a sponge. No analysis whatsoever to get in the way. Yeah, my school forced me into it. Okay. They brought in a real ringer when they recruited me.
Class kind of drafted me into doing this, and I didn't like Quizbowl that much, but then the social pressure was there, and we performed nationally. We would go in a bunch of different... we'd spend Saturday days doing...
They went to nationals, just like in Glee.
Quizbowl. I really wish I didn't do Quizbowl, if I'm honest. The other guys on my team were assholes too, because they kept on trying to get me to study for Quizbowl. And because there's these packets you go through and you do them, and I said, I just learn information. I learn what I find you.
Those assholes, they wanted to win their Quizbowl competition because they were taking it seriously, and I said, fuck off. I am so baffled at every conceivable turn of this. That's just how it is in Quizbowl.
Useful. It happens to be good for Quizbowl. That's not my intention. I derive no positional advantage for studying for Quizbowl, which made the other guys in my team really resentful against me.
Yeah, because you were being an asshole. When you're on the soccer team and you're like, nah, I'm not going to show up to practice. I'm just going to absorb nutrients from the air and run around in circles. You know, your team starts being like, yeah, no, this guy sucks.
I
Hey,
scored one of
Millet.
the top 10 best players in the country at one point, though. That was fun. Oh, no, sorry, best 10 players in the state. I apologize. Difference. My life has so many subplots.
I'm sorry, does that mean you were never in nationals, but were instead just competing statewide? Because I feel like that's a difference you would, that would have been apparent. I don't know.
That I forget subplots to the main story, and then I forget subplots which are part of those subplots in turn. So, when I was doing Quizbowl, I formed a cult around the god Crom. I did this because I was bored before a match, and I started praying to Crom so that we could crush our enemies, the other team. And then it worked. We kept praying to Crom. Kept praying to Prom. We kept praying to Crom, and we kept winning. And then I formed a religious cult in the Quizbowl team where I had like a hat and we had an idol that we would worship. It was fun. And Crom is, I got it from the Conan the Barbarian story where the Sumerians are proto-Celts in the Conan books. The Conan books are super fun. You should read them. They were written by Robert E. Howard, a native Texan. And so Crom is the Irish version of Odin. And he is a fertility god, and he's also a
Okay, I see we're swinging back in a very different direction from Quizbowl.
god of magic and wizardry, and he's considered a good god. Crom is also the god behind Halloween. And then we started losing a few games, and the coach of our team, the guy who had appointed himself leader of our Quizbowl team, he said we had to stop worshiping Crom because it wasn't increasing engagement.
There was a schism in the Quizbowl team. You had a little religious war inside of Quizbowl.
My mother was born in Canada and is a Canadian citizen. My family on my mom's side have been Americans since the Mayflower, and the reason she was born in Canada is because her parents were dodging the draft during the Vietnam War. And my mom saw getting me and my sister up to Canada as a way to get legal independence from my father. So she kept.
I did not skip anything, and there was no title screen. There was just a transition to this. So I don't know what's happening. There was no title screen. It just shifted.
Kept on forcing me to do it, and she kept on forcibly trying to get me and my sister to move to Canada multiple times as a legal way to control us. And my sister sided with all of this. She became basically a puppet for my mom. My mom would bribe me and my sister when I was 10 to leave my father, and she said she'd give us more Christmas presents. And I told her no, and my sister said yes. So my sister stopped seeing my dad when I was like age 10 or 11, and I remember my dad, my sister, and I were supposed to go on vacation to Austria, and then my sister just didn't come on the vacation. So my dad and I didn't go to Austria, and my sister just said she refused to see my dad. And this was a big court issue, and this really broke my dad's heart because he loved my sister. And my sister believes all the conspiracy theories my mom said, that my dad is bands of thugs and he has malice and whatever, that crap. And my sister just did what my mom told her for the rest of my life. She moved up to Canada with her. She got a job in environmental science, which is my mom's obsession, was improving agriculture. And she became a lesbian because my mom would say growing up, marriage is slavery. And a woman...
Lesbians can get married too, bruh. It turns out women can marry other women. becoming a lesbian is nothing to do with resenting marriage.
Women shouldn't get married, and I will pay Valentine to not get married. And I think, if marriage is slavery, you made quite a lot of money being a slave, and your conditions are pretty good. And my mom would get us to spend summers in Canada, and I hated them since she abused me so much. She was in a constant psychological psyop where she would constantly say that I was going to move to Canada and I was going to live there and the courts would side with her. She would just psyop me 12 hours a day. It was ridiculous.
Okay, what you're describing is not a psyop. It's just lying in the situation you're putting forward here. That would just be called lying.
Hated her so much. I started fighting with my mom over this, and I would argue with her every single day. I got off on insulting her, and I would literally start fights with her on purpose to vent my hatred of her.
Okay. Bro, you might need to go to therapy.
My mom unironically tried to send me to Canadian military boarding school, and I refused to go with my mom for Canada for one summer. I just stayed with my dad, and then my mom sued me. Or she sued my father because you can't sue a child, but she was saying my dad was conspiring with me to break the contract she made. And so the court sided with me in the legal case, and they gave me control of my own custody when I was like 14. My mom basically gave up at that point and let me spend more time with my dad until he had near full custody by the time I graduated.
Wait, but you have custody of yourself at 14, like you don't, like your dad doesn't get near full custody at that point. Like that's not how that works. Like once you've emancipated yourself, like neither parent has custody of you.
Graduated high school. I was suicidal when I was 14. My parents were forced to go into counseling by the Chester County court system. The counselors told me that I could tell them I was suicidal and that I could trust them because they were worried about my mental health and they wouldn't tell anyone else. They then told both of my parents and used it as a negotiating chip to force them to come to terms to end the counseling. And they betrayed me and lied to me. And my mom's reaction was that I was doing it for attention. I wasn't actually suicidal. And my dad's reaction was that, oh, Rudyard was suicidal in the past. It's fine now. I don't have to worry anymore. And, oh, God, I'm just so tired of this bullshit. And every night I would put myself to sleep thinking of ways to kill myself. I would relax by thinking of ways to kill myself. And I had a 5-step plan, starting out with cutting my arm to feel like my life energy. Then I would jump off the Delaware Bridge, the bridge that spans New Jersey and Pennsylvania, to a icy death to die in the Delaware. That was how I wanted to go out.
No, I'm good.
I have an ability to feel the world in my body. This is how I run this channel. I can feel you. I can feel my audience. I can feel people I talk to. I can...
What the fuck, man? You can feel your audience through your camera.
Feel different societies in history. I can feel all of your emotions in my body.
See,
I have this ability. Melody. It's a curse, actually, because you have terrible emotions. You're all super depressed. Society's falling apart. But when I was a teenager, I realized that everyone was miserable and the current system wasn't working.
Everyone's not miserable. The current system is not working, but not everyone's miserable. Even under a bad system, people can be happy. People are happy under feudalism sometimes. It was still a terrible system.
I could feel on a psychic level that the system was breaking down around me, the global order. And
yeah, my mom was crazy for calling herself a psychic, but I'm actually psychic, though.
Everything I knew would fall apart. And I predicted the global order would collapse in the next few years. I thought it would be nuclear war at the time, or like a major global war. And this is what got me into studying geopolitics, which I really got into around age 16. I would go into crime-ridden ghettos like Camden and North Philly to see if I would die. I could sense
The self-hatred mixing with the racism in this way is fascinating, I guess. Best of luck falling asleep, Lady Raincloud.
It's the enormous frustration building up about deindustrialization, which hadn't been loosened. I still couldn't believe anyone talked about the obvious decay. I would think about deindustrialization on a daily basis, and it's the most important part of my political formation. I just assumed it killed any chances I had for success. I never thought it'd amount to anything in high school, and I assumed I'd be working a minimum wage job. I knew something like Trump would happen, and I didn't know what it would be, but I knew that deindustrialization was big enough. The elite...
Donald Trump isn't interested in deindustrialization. What are you talking about, bro? I knew something like Trump would happen, but I didn't know what it would be. Oh, yeah, I know something's gonna happen in the future, too. Because that's how linear time works.
It's completely betrayed us, and the Rust Belt's got a population more than Germany, edging up against 100 million people.
Yes, people called him an edgy
and 100 million people got screwed over by deindustrialization. And the thing is, the media would never talk about it. And growing up, I was shocked my entire area got screwed over, and no one talked about it either. And
sadly, One-Eyed Heathen, everything he's saying in this video lines up perfectly with the beliefs he's espoused for years on his alternate history channel. So, like, none of what he's saying here is coming out of left field for, you know, the ideology he's kind of elucidated through his videos.
Where I lived, or in the media, were that much of sheep. And when I see deindustrialization, I saw a civilization in decline, and I assumed the West was dying, and I projected Pennsylvania onto the entire Western world, where I just thought the West was dying, and I would pray to God, very frequently, God, if you let me save my people, I will do literally anything for you. I know my people are dying, and if you can do anything where I can help them, I will serve you until my last dying breath. And I would modulate my... Oh, I didn't finish that segment.
You know, the people of Pennsylvania aren't like being like death camped, right? Like, they're not being massacred. They're you know, doing relatively okay. Like, the entire country is suffering under capitalism, but like, something tells me you don't think capitalism is a problem.
Yeah, so I would walk around Penn's Landing. Penn's Landing is this area where you see New Jersey. It's the Delaware River, and the Delaware is a huge river. The Delaware is wider across than the Rhine, the Nile, and the Mississippi. Or the Mississippi gets slightly bigger, but the Delaware is a friggin' huge river. And I would look at the USS New Jersey. I'd look at the industrial decay, because this used to be the biggest shipbuilding. I think it was the biggest shipbuilding center in the world at some point. Sorry, guys. This is candid. I gotta leave the alarm in so I'm identifiable. So...
What?
Yeah, Penn's Landing, huge former shipyard across the river in Camden, and it's all of these old factories and shipbuilding centers, and I saw 2 ships pass. I walked in Penn's Landing nearly every single day. I was with my mom in Philly. 2 ships passed. Biggest shipbuilding center in the world. It's fucking dying. Camden, New Jersey is apocalyptic. I'd walk across...
Is deindustrial stuff from deep in 4chan? No, it's just like a general, like, fear the far right has about, like, leftists embracing, like, downsizing of, like, our industrializing processes. You know, like, it's just, oh no, climate change is happening. How do we stop it? And one of the answers to that from the left is, like, deindustrialize. And yeah, it's you know, ending manufacturing, or shifting away from coal, or like shifting away from natural gas to like renewable energy sources, stuff like that. And he's just deeply terrified of it, you know?
Across the river, I look at Camden. There's fucking barbed wire everywhere. And Camden used to be one of the wealthiest cities in the world. It's where Walt Whitman's from. And I remember just looking around thinking, socialism's what killed Philly. I walked across over to Camden. Camden's as bad as things can get. Camden's like a city in South Africa. It's one of the most violent cities in America. And Philly is this tiny edge of civilization.
Like a city in South Africa, huh? I wonder why you picked that one.
Because half of Philly is habitable for white people, and the other half is just, you'll die if you go there. There was a time where I had to bike through a few blocks of bad neighborhoods.
How is Philly socialist? I see you're not familiar with the despotic rule of the Philly Electricians Union.
Neighborhood in West Philly, because I was biking from my dad's house out in Chester County to Philly, and my sister and my mother called me crying because I was going to bike in this 2-block dangerous area, and I didn't block through there. And then I didn't bike through there, and then my mom said afterwards, "I don't believe you. No one believes that you changed your route." And I thought, okay, Mom, I have literally no incentive to work with you because you're going to punish me even if I make the correct decision. And the Rust Belt was so ridiculously obvious growing up in Philly, where Philly has a smaller population today than it did in 1950. And Philly was one of the wealthiest cities in the world a century ago, and now it's the poorest and most crime-ridden of America's top 10 cities. And going around Philly,
it's the poorest and most crime-ridden of the nicest cities in America is kind of not the dig you think it is, man.
K is so obvious. It's rotted out industrial buildings. Nothing new gets built in Philly. It's abject decline. And it's so obvious. This is where America started. And I lived a few blocks from Independence Hall, where I would, in the place where the Constitution is. So I'd walk past it on a daily basis when we'd walk the dogs. Philly's surprisingly cheap, so you can live a few blocks from Independence Hall and have like a middle-class life. This is what makes Philly so great.
I forgot, Archangel. There are only 10 cities in America. That's right. That's right. That means it's the worst place in America.
Yo, I gotta throw this story in as an example for just how messed up Philly is. When I walked to school, and I'd walk to school, it was like 10 blocks, I saw a dead man in a heat vent for 3 days. I just saw the body. Every day I saw the body. And no one dealt with it.
Maybe... I'm just spitballing here. Maybe your deep-seated sense of honor should have compelled you to call the police about the dead body on the vent. Like you gotta. I even think there might be like a duty to report dead bodies when you find them. Like maybe even like a legally binding one. Just throwing that idea out there.
None of the cops cleaned up the body. I just saw a fucking dead body when I commuted to school. It's kind of like when I was in Chester County, when I would take the bus, and every single day on the bus route there was a deer corpse, and I just saw the deer corpse decompose for a month, and every single day as a kid I would look at the deer corpse and just think about it gradually getting its life eaten away. It was pretty formative for me. So I'd modulate my emotional
I have to say, that was maybe the creepiest part of this entire thing. Just like the nervous laughter about staring at roadkill on the side of the road. Like, I'm sorry, I live in the Midwest here, and there's a lot of roadkill, when you drive around. This isn't like a unique experience.
State through assessing my emotions on any given day, and I'd have an emotional diary. And my emotional diary that I'd keep in high school was actually a big turning point for me, because every single day I would write down the inner emotions I felt and what I was thinking about. So I had a degree of third-person objectivity about my life, because I didn't trust anyone, and so I could only rely on myself. I remember I once looked at a Lego, and I thought, this Lego is the only person that understands me. I was like 11 when I did that. That's
That is without a doubt one of the saddest things I've ever heard in my life. That's low, man. That's low.
So sad. But I added up all the days, and at least half of the days in my life to 2/3, something really bad would happen. I would either fail a test.
It had to have been a minifig, right? Like, I don't know, like a little Lego stormtrooper or something.
My mom would force me to do tango dancing with her as a 12-year-old boy with adult women, or I would get sick. Every single day something bad didn't happen, I would thank God for it. I would tabulate, did something bad happen today? If something bad didn't happen, I would say thank you, God. At least nothing actively bad happening is good. And I remember it was a cold winter's day, and I was suicidal that winter. I was 14, and I took a test. I was so cut off from my own emotions. I took a test, do you have anxiety? And then the test told me you have crippling 9 out of 10 anxiety. And my dad's new girlfriend would abuse me. Jennifer Jensen is an administrator at Lehigh College, and she would insult me at the dinner table. She told me when I was 15 that I was too immature to succeed. Almost every time we talked, she would insult me. She said I wasn't ready to go to college and that I reminded her of the stupid, immature lacrosse players she worked with. And one time, my dad, Jennifer, and I went hiking, and then there was a change in schedule. Jennifer got angry at the change in schedule, and
I'm noticing a trend here with the women in his life.
So she recommended a course of action. I said that would be really inconvenient for me.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, was she really evil for telling you when you were 15 years old, 3 years before you were going to graduate, when you were a freshman in high school, that you weren't ready to go to college? Was that really unfair and mean of her? I don't know.
And he started screaming at me, what the fuck is wrong with you? Inconvenient for you? And she would say, your dad spoils you so hard, like inconveniencing you is nothing.
Oh yeah,
and
this is all a single video.
She would tell me and my father that my dad cared too much about me and that my dad spoiled me. She would fall into histrionics due to me not citing academic sources in casual conversation, or because my dad scheduled his schedule around his custody time with me to spend time with me, and she got resentful of this. And I viewed all of this.
I mean, like, being a bit resentful of, like, not having time with your partner, that makes sense a little bit. It's a natural emotion to have. But also, like, what was that other thing?
This is an conversation, or because my dad scheduled his academic sources in casual conversation.
Oh, I'm guessing that what he means by this is that, like, he would make claims at her and she'd be like, why do you think that? Like, what evidence do you have to back up that point? Because, like, that's a weird position to have. Where is it coming from? And his position was just like, I don't know, alternate history. I don't know for sure. I'm making some assumptions here, but that's kind of what it seems like.
Or because my dad scheduled his schedule around his custody time with me to spend time with me, and she got resentful of this. And I viewed all of this as an insult to my honor, and I fought back. My dad would side with her over me. Things got bad enough that I refused to ever speak to her, and once I threatened to burn down my dad's house for insulting his honor over Jennifer.
What? This is the Dark Souls of Manifestos. True, Princess Fiona, and thank you for the 100 biddies. Okay.
When my dad and I threatened to burn me. Things got bad enough that I refused to ever speak to her, and once I threatened to burn down my dad's house for insulting his honor over Jennifer.
You threatened to burn down your dad's house for insulting his honor with Jennifer. What? does that... I'm having trouble parsing that. But the thing I'm taking away from it the most is that you threatened to burn down your dad's house. That's not a normal or okay thing to do. So, sorry. If somebody calls you an asshole, you don't just, like, show up and murder their family.
My dad and I are both from honor societies, so you get stuck in these weird situations where you're not allowed to back down. I did this with all of my parents who were from honor cultures. We just ramp up the ante. And
No, Jennifer isn't his sister. That's Valentine, I think. Valentine is his sister.
Certain threshold, you can't back down. And I felt trapped, and I literally allied with my mom at one point against Jennifer to spend more time with my mom. And I hate Jennifer more than I hate my mom. My mom is so schizophrenic and evil that she kind of becomes a nuclear reactor of pure evil, and I can't really dislike her anymore. She committed to the bit hard. And Jennifer is just a resentful bureaucrat. I can't respect that at all. And one time, this is one of the most important days of my life. It was past midnight, and I couldn't sleep at my dad's house. I suffered insomnia in high school, so lots of days of school I walked in with only 4 hours of sleep. And constant exhaustion was how I remember high school. And my high school experience I remember closely as I would get home from school, and then I'd watch Todd in the Shadows content as I passed out in the hammock in my house.
Don't do my man Todd like that. Don't do Todd like that. He's a hardworking boy. Okay, he's putting in his time making YouTube videos for thankless folks, and like, don't do him like this. Todd's a good egg. He's all right.
And back to the story. So it was past midnight, I couldn't sleep, and I was thinking of the first step of killing myself, which is cutting my arm. And I had a big kitchen knife in my dad's house. I put the knife up against my...
Wait. Okay, sorry, I just went back to his plan to kill himself. His plan to kill himself was to, like, cut his arm and then throw himself into a river. Why are you doing the first step? That doesn't make sense to me. But alright.
My arm. I thought, wait, Rudyard, if you have a knife, and a big knife, why are you using it on yourself and not against the world? Because a knife is a knife. And then I realized the only thing that matters in life is honor. And that if I lived a terrible life, everything is outside of my control, I'm constantly screwed over. If I lived with honor, my life would be worth living. And that is the day I turned myself around and I decided not to kill myself. And I see this one day as the turning point of my life that allowed me to reach where I am now, because in so many timelines, I kill myself as a teenager, and I'm so grateful I didn't. And I lived life as if I was already dead for the rest of high school. Every single day I would tell myself, you already died, Rudyard, you're just playing the game further. And I became addicted to heavy metal. I would listen to heavy metal 5 hours a day. Sabaton, Flogging Molly, Nine Treasures. Because heavy metal would just power me off adrenaline because I was constantly exhausted. And looking back on my high school self, it's like I was permanently powered off meth. I was just deranged. And,
yeah, you were deranged. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, heavy metal was my identity. And I fucking hated everything. I was so disaffected. When I was 16, I cried for over an hour in my room alone at New Year's that Jennifer kept insulting me and that my dad kept doing nothing about it and siding with her. I remember crying so loudly, and then I would realize no one ever cared how I felt about anything. I realized that no matter how much I was hurt, my dad wouldn't care or stop Jennifer. No one would ever care about my immense suffering at any point. The only thing that matters is that I'm useful to others and provide them services that they trade me for. I had another time when I was 16 when I had a concussion.
Dude, go to fucking therapy, dog. Cause, like, those are all lies that your brain is telling you. It's not real. If any of you ever have thoughts like that, it's your brain lying to you. These meat sacks are not reliable, okay? Like, they're not the brightest bulbs, okay? Sometimes they're just up there being like, hey, 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 you know what? You suck shit. Yeah, that's right. You, the meatbag down there. You suck shit. And it's like, there's nothing to that. Your brain's just being an asshole. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He was talking about how flogging Molly was heavy metal. I missed that. I missed that. I was too distracted by everything else. I'm sorry. I need chat to confirm. Did he call flogging Molly heavy metal? I think I may have blocked that out of my brain. He did. Flogging Molly is like a step above, just a hair's breadth away from being a show tune. It's a hair's breadth away from being like a fucking stage play. They're like the sea shanty trend before it was big on YouTube. Foggy Molly's cool. I love show tunes, but I would never in a million years describe Flogging Molly as heavy metal. Good golly. They're not even the heaviest band in their genre.
My mom refused to acknowledge I had a concussion, since she said if she did, people would say that she caused it by hitting me in the head. I also had a fever where I had 23 canker sores in my mouth, where I asked my mom to get me some soup to eat, since it was the only thing I could eat due to the sores. Canker sores are these little sores in your mouth that makes it really...
You do not have to describe to us what canker sores are. Please don't.
Really painful to eat, and you feel pain in your mouth. I had over 20 of them. She then said I had no right to cry, since I had... Oh, I skipped ahead in the story. Oh, yeah, so she refused to get me the soup, and when I got the soup myself, she insulted me. I then burst into tears and told her that I was going to leave her to spend all my time with my dad. She then...
I thought that was the entire premise of you emancipating yourself. I thought you emancipated yourself so you could not ever have to see this bitch again.
Said I had no right to cry, since I had all brought this on myself, and it was all my fault. These two experiences were so traumatic for me that I lost the ability to cry for over 6 years because I thought no one would ever care how much I suffered, so there's no point in crying. This was the point my life turned around. Once I didn't kill myself, I was able to stabilize psychologically. At that point, I just wanted to move to a small town in rural Pennsylvania, get married, and write some books. I wanted a simple, happy life. I wanted normalcy and simplicity so much to counterbalance the suffering of my life. At this point, I made the decision I would either become a historic figure that would change the course of history, or I would die trying. There were no two other options.
Yeah, of course.
And there were 2 books that had a huge impact on me at this critical juncture. The first being the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, and the second being Winston Churchill's autobiography.
Oh, yeah.
The first was the Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, his bedtime writing.
I was waiting for him to pull out Sun Tzu, Art of War,
where he thought about philosophy. And it's all about maintaining rationality and objectivity in a world where you're not in control and only caring at things you control. That was spiritually super important for me as I became a Stoic. And Winston Churchill's autobiography, he wrote it when he was 24, which is my age, to reflect on his youth. And I saw all the great things he did, where he was a hero in the Boer War, in Cuban War, in Afghanistan, and he was a great man, where he wrote all of these...
Was he now?
Was a historian, and like me, he nearly failed out of high school. He was not popular or cool in high school, and then he changed things around as a young man to be epic. And when I look at these great men, I thought, I find these people identifiable. I can understand who they are, and I can see what made them great, because they made a decision to be great, and I can study the underlying subcomponents and then model it myself, because if anyone can do something, I can figure out how they did it by studying their work.
Well, Marcus Aurelius became great, so and I'm just like him for real. So, I'll just do what he did. Where your legions, Rudyard? Where your legions at?
I don't understand when people say things and they don't realize there's the wisdom of thousands of years. Your ancestors are here to help you. They wrote lots of really, really smart books that are smarter than anything you'll ever write. You should study your ancestors on in their wisdom.
Wait, I thought you said you can put anything, you can do anything you put your mind to. If you study the work of someone previously, which means you might even be able to do something better than they did. Kind of the entire premise of learning from the past is that you then do it better, not that you do it worse. It's the opposite of what you just pointed out.
Wisdom to be better. And I had this great question in this part of my life. I could see other young people, and I didn't find them identifiable at all. The things they worried about didn't even register to me as options. I never thought of the drama they did, or was obsessed with dating or any of that. I was single-mindedly obsessed with my own honor and my intellectual studies. I realized I only had half of the emotions other kids around me had. I knew I wasn't a sociopath, but I was pretty worried I felt so few emotions. I would just walk around Philly feeling numb, and I wonder, why do I feel so numb and angry all the time?
It's depression,
the only
bro.
emotions I could identify with rage, stubbornness, and some sense of peace I never felt. I decided then that no one would ever understand me, and so I would try to do as much good as possible.
That's stupid. That's a stupid conclusion. Oh, you're such a special snowflake that no one could possibly understand you. Like, you're describing how every teenager feels. Filtered through a lens of depression. Like, look, every kid feels like no one will ever understand them. But the secret is, a lot of people have been through what you've been through before. You just gotta not have a stick up your ass about it and go get some help. Like if a small child is distraught, one of the first things that you can say to them is like, well, how, did you ask someone for help? You gotta ask someone for help, bruh.
For the world in hiding, trying to change outcomes towards the better because people wouldn't understand me, so I'd have to work in the shadows. I remember I had a punching bag in high school at my dad's house. I was so consumed with rage that I knocked the punching bag down at least 6 times before rehanging it just to punch it down again, only to finally give up after 6 times. Gotta throw this detail in before I move to the next.
What? You gave up after you punched it down 6 times and then you had no outlet for your rage? That seems not great.
Next segment. But I was terrible at driving. I only passed my driver's test on the 5th time because I was so numb I couldn't perceive my spatial area very well. And my mom and sister would mock me when I was practicing driving, saying I wasn't doing it well. And as a kid, I was so mortified about not passing my test on the 5th time. I thought, I'm never going to tell anyone. And now here we are. Because I thought as a kid...
It's literally the least embarrassing thing he's talked about so far.
There's this voice in the back of my mind saying, I will tell people if I become great enough that I no longer feel insecure about not passing it. And I've reached the threshold, so thank you, life. Yeah, I had several different minor driving accidents in high school. It's nothing that destroyed the car, but stuff that nicked it and hurt it.
Oh shit, we made it to part 3. We made it to part 3, folks.
When I graduated high school and turned 18, I felt so liberated.
You know what? Before we keep going, okay? I'm part 3. We're taking another break, all right? Hey, folks. This is some shit, huh? This is some shit. Hello. Mic pop. It's probably my phone too close to the cable. My setup over here sucks. Guys, we're not done. No, we still have a fair amount here to go. But this is a lot. And I don't know if I can actually say like if you've enjoyed it, but if you've gotten something out of this, or you're just as fascinated as I am, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is only possible because of viewers like you. So thank you for supporting me, guys. You have to go to the website chat, One-Eyed Heathen. You gotta go to the where the on-screen chat is. Cute dark arts. Good choice. Good choice. Shimperfy, chat. Shimperfy. It's honestly one of my favorite streams. It really is. It's like going to the zoo in a way. We're really just traveling with this man into insanity. I find it fascinating myself. Do we got any Oilers out there? Oilers? Anyone who wants to support the stream? Also, folks, we got like a solid 300 people watching on YouTube right now. And we have 183 likes. I think you guys can bring it up to 200 likes. I believe in you guys. I believe in the power of shimps. Only if it gets faster? I don't think I have the ability to make it go faster. I do. You know, I will go up to 1.25 speed if we get some donos. Yo, Thistles for Eyes, thank you for being a member.
I believe in us too.
Hell yeah. Let's go. 11 months. Thank you so much. I'm being reminded of more than 0 people, and I hate this. Yeah, it's fair. We're gonna Ben Shapipo this dude. I mean, I think at 1.25 he'd still be legible. And it would shave off like 15 minutes. Hey, King Kerplunk. I don't think it works sped up. That's fair. All right. I'm taking it off the table. Oh, Princess Fiona, thank you for subscribing. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. We had some shrimp New Year's, and I couldn't stop giggling about shrimp. Excellent. What's the third boss's name? Wanderer. All right. Diving back in, folks. Let's go.
The day I turned 18, I wallowed in the shower for 2 hours in joy that I was finally legally free from my parents. I immediately
But you told a story earlier about you being emancipated. I don't understand.
started hiking the Appalachian Trail, which was what I always wanted to do after school ended. I didn't...
Oh yeah, Mr. Miyagi, this is only the first part. After we finish this, there's still 2 more videos, each one longer than this one.
Actually want to go to college, so I went on a gap year to forestall it. I was so excited to go on my gap year since I hated society so much and I wanted to avoid the system. I remember my grandma said she wished I planned more for the Appalachian Trail and that she was worried that I'd get hurt, and I said, the reason I'm hiking the trail is because of bullshit like this. And I thought to myself, I need to walk an extra 200 miles to prove her wrong. I had only ever camped twice before in my life before I hiked the Appalachian Trail, and I did it myself without anything else. This was a week after I turned 18. I hiked 600 miles from the top of Massachusetts to the bottom of Pennsylvania. For those that don't know, the Appalachian Trail is a wilderness trail along the American East Coast that stems from Georgia to Maine, and the way it works is that you can often walk 5 days and see no civilization.
Yes, this is part 3 of Act 1. Yes.
You go into towns periodically, you buy up ramen and other things you eat. Then you keep walking, and there's these sheds every 10 miles you can sleep in that are 3-sided. So you just walk for months on end in the woods, and there's other hikers as well. Man, that was a crazy time. My shoes were too small because I picked a pair of shoes that weren't big enough, and so one of my toenails came off. I had to claw it off with a Swiss Army knife. I also went swimming in one of the most stunningly beautiful places I've ever seen, Paradise Lake in upstate New York, where the trees are so tall, the grass is amazing, the lake is so beautiful, and I think heaven looks like that. I caught a leech when I was skinny dipping in the water in my hand, and I had to burn the leech off with my stove, because if you pull a leech off, it sinks its teeth in, so I had to use fire. And apparently I was in Massachusetts at the trail at the same time as a serial killer, which is one of the few times that's ever happened in the Appalachian Trail in its whole history. The Appalachian Trail is super safe. It's way safer than America in general as a society. And
are isolated remote trails safer than have a lower crime propensity than inner
Musical
city
notes.
Chicago?
I will walk 500 miles and I will walk 500 more. Da 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 da. Musical notes.
Da 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 da. Thistles Rise, thank you for the $5 super chat.
time, I refused to sleep in a shed with someone else because I didn't like talking to other people, and then I was stuck in a tropical storm for 12 hours, and it was so hard to carry the water, get the water out of my bag, and that really humbled me. I also spent a night with a cult leader in upstate New York where I was sleeping under a bridge, and the bridge was great because it had cell service, it had a water source, it was near civilization.
And you two had so much in common because you had also started a cult for Crom.
And then people kept walking across the bridge, and they had no idea the Appalachian Trail was there or why a guy was sleeping there. The first group of people who walked by were teenage girls who who were just gossiped on the bridge. The second group were these UPenn students who looked at me, and they thought I was homeless, and they woke me up at 6 a.m.
Oh, you'd have to send me a link when
to mock me. And then I impressed them as a hiker. And then at the end, one of their friends called them, and he said, "Hey, don't bother me, I'm talking to my man, the hiker." Where they said, "Hey, where do you get water?" And I pointed at the river, and they said, "How do you shower?" I said, "I don't." And they said, "Why are you doing this?" And I said, "I don't know, I don't have anything better to do." Third group was this nice Vietnamese lady, and she's part of a cult called the Moonies, and she invited me to stay at her place for 2 nights, and she had pictures of these cult leaders all over her.
Wait, why did you take her up on that offer, though? You were hiking
house, and she moved out to that area to be nearer to her cult center. She was very nice, though. And when I crossed the bridge from New Jersey to Pennsylvania, I was sleeping in the basement of a Presbyterian church. And one of the best parts of the trail is people in rural America are so stunningly kind.
Okay. Controversial take. Part of walking these trails is camping in the wilderness, right? It's not staying in people's houses. That's my understanding. Now, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm unfamiliar with, hiking these trails, but my understanding is that you're not relying on the good graces of like homeowners or farms to like live. You load up on supplies and then you move to a place where you can pitch your tent and you continue. He cheated. I mean, I don't know that he cheated. He's just talking about it like it's totally normal to like, I don't know, infringe on the hospitality of people unnecessarily.
It's just unbelievable. Like, I'm so grateful to these people. And they'll do so much stuff for you. They'll leave out water on the trail. They'll let you sleep in their houses. They'll let you sleep in the basement of their churches. They'll offer you food. And I was going up in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, up in the Poconos, which is an area I love. And I was climbing up a mountain in the thunderstorm. I put my pack down for a second, walked away, and then a 10-foot branch came in at exactly the angle that would snap my neck. And I had just stepped out of the way, where if it didn't, it would have easily killed me by cutting my head off. And I try to be thankful to God that I lived, and I have returned to there 3 or 4 times to give little offerings to that land, to thank it for not killing me, because I am grateful. And I made it to southern Pennsylvania, and by that point, I was just tired of the trail. I mean, the thing is, I went to the trail to learn life lessons, and I learned those life lessons in 600 miles, not 2,000 miles, and there's only so many lessons a bunch of fucking woods can teach you. And I
Dude. Oh my god. Went out into the woods to find profound wisdom, and he walked away with you can only learn so much from the fucking woods. That's incredible. That is incredible. I learned a lot in 600 miles, but I'm not going to learn anything in these 1,400 miles I have left to go. Oh my god. Dude.
I was in a lot of physical pain with my foot's the easy example so good before. The skin on my back was literally peeling off due to my pack. And I lost 20 pounds in less than a 2-month period. I caught Giardia because I was drinking unfiltered spring water because...
Why? Did you not Google precautions? What's wrong with you? You gotta boil that shit.
Hiker custom is that if it comes out of a spring from the rock, you don't have to filter it. And I got it wrong because it was the river that was kind of above ground, kind of below ground. So I caught Giardia, which is...
That's not hiker custom. Stuff underwater can still have microbes. Stuff underground can still have microbes, bruh. Are you kidding me?
Is an intestinal disease caused by deer shit, and my dad had to pick me up outside Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and I was sick for 3 weeks at his house. For some of the life lessons the Appalachian Trail taught me, one is that you don't actually know who you are until you've been in a dangerous, existential life situation. Like, there were times I hiked out into the Appalachian Trail, and I got lost, and it's literally dozens to hundreds of miles to the nearest civilization. And I finally made it back to the trail, but in that moment of getting lost and thinking I might actually die, your life gets so real. Same thing as well with, there were long periods where I just had no water and I went to bed really thirsty. You don't know who you are until you're lost in the woods really thirsty. We've gotten way too complacent. Secondly...
That's right. More people need to be dehydrated in the woods. That's what society is missing.
On the Appalachian Trail, I learned that masculinity is performance. It's not the ability to brag. Where
You learned that masculinity is performative, huh? It's really interesting for someone who earlier in this video described gender constructs or social constructs as being bullshit. Anyway.
I'd hike these difficult mountains, and I'd think, the manly thing to do is hike the fucking mountain, not brag about hiking the mountain. I have to actually hike the mountain. And the trail convinced...
Wait, who would you be bragging about hiking the mountain to before you've hiked the mountain?
Me that I was a man, and it gave me a degree of objectivity from the rest of my life. Because my life is quite overwhelming, and being out in the woods by myself made me realize that, first of all, people were objectively very mean to me in my childhood, and I had every right to be resentful for that. And secondarily, that society and the constant alarms and the schedules and the morass of constant enumerating and constantly thinking is making us miserable. Because when I was out in the mountains, I felt happy, and I felt this sense of profound peace and ability to go with the
There's
flow
gender in
that I
them there,
didn't feel
Hills.
in my previous life. My previous life felt fake, and the Appalachian Trail felt real, in that it felt like I was touching the spirit of the world, that there was this beautiful,
But the next 1,400 miles, fuck those things.
almost Lord of the Rings-like place that exists as a parallel dimension on this earth, and we've blocked ourselves off.
No, there's a better one. It's called New Zealand. It's where they filmed actual fucking Lord of the Rings.
From it. We've purposely blocked ourselves off from the fantasy and mystery of the world, which I could feel on the Appalachian Trail, and that was a conscious decision we had made as a society. I went to China that summer as well, and this was a very formative trip for me because I thought a lot about China as a high schooler because I worried they'd displace America, and I had many Chinese friends. And you can't convince me that country's not industrial Mordor.
What do you... The level of reading comprehension that you have is really bad. Yeah, of course it looks like industrial Mordor, because they industrialized after England and America, etc. Guess what? There are plenty of places in America that look like industrial Mordors, because they have industrial equipment there. Oh, God. Nine-tailed witch, what do you mean by emotional delivery?
I've been to like 20 different countries in the world, and China is the one that scares me the most. And I could pick up on the vibes, that's my thing. And I felt so sorry for the Chinese, because I like Chinese civilization. I collect Chinese watercolor paintings as one of my hobbies. Chinese cuisine is one of my favorite cuisines. I've read thousands of pages on Chinese history. There's a beautiful core to that civilization, but then communism's done terrible things to it, and I couldn't get the worst vibes seeing China.
Guess what? That's like all industrialization. It was child labor in the mines during the industrialization process of the UK or America. Like, what are you talking about? It's miserable in capitalism too, bud.
Because all the trains ran on time. It was massive. You drive for hours with skyscrapers in every single direction. And it goes on longer than you could ever possibly imagine, the industrial scale of things. But I also knew this was a fundamentally evil society. There's cameras everywhere. I could sense the totalitarianism and the misery in the air.
You don't need to sense it. You could just know that it exists. Like, it does, even if like you don't see cameras, you can understand that they're being surveilled.
Look at the Chinese were just overworked and forced to live in a soulless...
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I forgot he has psychic powers. He can sense it, literally.
A soulless society based around greed. And I feel sorry for them, but going to China was a...
I'm sorry. With zero self-awareness, did you really say that?
The totalitarianism and the misery in the air. Look at the Chinese were just overworked and forced to live in a soulless society based around greed. And
we literally live in a country where one of our primary financial institutions has an index called the Fear and Greed Index to indicate, like, market actions, because we have an entire philosophy in the United States to support capitalism centered on the idea that greed is good. What are you talking about, dog? Like, when you are talking about their system like this, it kind of seems like you're putting it up in opposition to the US in that way, but there is no opposition there. You're just You're just looking at Dengism in China, which is the capitalistic element of China, which I'm guessing you were going to the capitalist areas of China, and comparing it to the capitalist America, like they're both profit seeking. They're both operating on the same market forces.
And I feel sorry for them, but going to China was a turning point in my life, and the air is completely polluted and disgusting because
Yeah, the greed and fear index is like when people are when the index is pointing towards greed, it means that money is flowing into the market. When it's pointing towards fear, it means that money is flowing out of the market. People are selling rather than people are buying. That's all that means.
I looked at it and I thought, I need to avoid that. And there were cameras everywhere. Whenever you went into a hotel, you had to get your fingerprints, they checked your passport, and they got your eyes. It's a totalitarian state, and we're not far from it. It was around late August or early August, they checked your passport. And
I mean, he's not wrong about that particular point. China's not good just because the U.S. is bad.
They got your eyes. It's a totalitarian state, and we're not far from it. It was around late August or early August, I finished the Appalachian Trail. And I had the rest of my gap year where I had to figure out what else to do. And I decided to do a language program in France and to do a archaeology program in Peru for the rest of my gap
But going to French school was just the worst experience ever.
year. And I was super pumped to do that. I was in Montpellier in the south of France for 3 months, and I loved being there. I went to a really good language school and picked up a lot of French in that time period. They use a really excellent teaching system where you have to have conversational understanding in order to learn.
You literally complained about it in this same video. You were pissed off about it.
In the language. It fits with my empathy thesis later. And I had to walk through a Maghrebi neighborhood every single day on my commute to the school, and I was pickpocketed there. I got into a fist fight, which I won. I was slapped in the face twice, and I was also served rotten food. When I was in France, the Yellow Vest protest was in full swing, and they blocked off the downtown of Montpellier, periodically knocking out windows, and I went on a date with a girl while there was a literal explosion a block away. The air felt very tense in France at the time. I read the book The Great Wave about secular cycles when I was sick there for a 3-week period. I was just in my bed. And that book is what convinced me to move from alternate history content to anthropology and geopolitics. And this was a really important period of my life for intellectual development on a holistic basis. My read on France is that it's a wonderful country. It's like looking at a painting where every single detail is done perfectly. The French have spent thousands of years turning their land into one of those beautiful gardens in the world. And the French understand how to enjoy life.
They've not spent thousands of years doing that. I can tell you that much, okay? They've not been spending thousands of years. Their time as a Roman colony doesn't go back that far.
At the same time, I'm so glad my ancestors left Europe, where I would not want to live in Europe now, because I just go completely crazy at the just lack of social mobility and lack of activity. They're so complacent over there, and they just hate excellence and greatness, and they're nihilistic.
Oh yeah, man. That entire continent hates greatness as a concept. How dare you excel in your field? We're gonna break your kneecaps.
After France, I went to Peru for a month. I had planned to go there for 3 months, though. I was working on a Wari site. The Wari were a civilization about 1,500 years ago up in the Andes by Cusco called Pictiliacta, and I worked at the Inca site Sacsayhuaman. Get your jokes out now, which was the Inca holy site. And I was working with an Irish archaeologist there who ended up there in a crazy story. we would categorize Wari artifacts. In the Wari civilization, a lot of it's from before the time of the Prophet Muhammad, and I saw a mummified head from then.
I'm sorry, why would that be your go-to benchmark? Why not just say the year? Why not just say, like, yeah, it's circa like 400 AD or something like that? Like, that's not that hard.
And also, we were categorizing a lot of pornographic art because sexuality is sacred in their society.
Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, just real quick. Just real quick for my own edification. Just real quick, looking up. I have to be honest with you. I looked up Wari art here, and there's some real spicy images. Some real spicy pornographic images. Are you guys ready? I'm about to show one on screen right now. You'll never believe it. Look at this hot, steaming work. Oh my god. Ugh, rock hard over here. Just absolutely dripping in sex. God damn. Incredible stuff.
We would joke about what to write in the classification for the porn art, how much to say to describe what the object is. And Peru's got a really warm place in my heart. I was staying in a clan compound about a dozen families that all lived in a gated community together. They were all descended from the same grandfather, and they did all their business together. They socialized together all the time. They threw parties together. And even they'd have stuff like one of them would have a puppy, and then they'd share the puppies among all of their family members. And I could tell that it made them happy, but that would drive me crazy. I can't, I don't want to spend that much time with my family. I'm sorry. I feel beyond mortified that I nearly forgot this.
How could you just forget something like that? How do pictures work? There isn't like a method. I just asked people who were interested to shoot me a link in the Riverboat chat, because like I don't got time to look through the Discord on while I'm doing a show. Yeah.
But this is such a good story. When I was in Peru, I ran into my childhood best friend from Chad's Ford. His last name is Gerstenschlager, which is the most obnoxiously German name that has ever existed. And I was part of this like business for 18-year-olds from the West who could go to developing countries and do certain projects. It's become like a class thing now, if I'm being perfectly honest. And so he was part of their program for like helping children there. It was part of this program. They go around the third world and help people. It's a fun, good thing. Or no, I'm not going to overthink that. There's probably third world politics I'm forgetting, but that's not useful for you. And his roommate was...
Yeah, I came here to learn how you were a spiritual prophet. I love hearing this story about your old best friend you ran into in Peru.
This German dude who was super cool. There were all these really cool Europeans there, some attractive Scandinavian young women. I had fun when I was there. It was cool. So the virus, the famous global pandemic from 4 years ago, was hitting after I was in Peru for about a month. And I had a Chinese friend, the one who I did forelock with. He called me up, and he had some contacts back in China who worked at a hospital that said that this thing was really crazy and you had to take it seriously. So I got a flight out of Peru the next day, and I left an extra hour plus to get through Lima Airport rather than what I would normally need. However, there was a huge line due to COVID, and so I made the last flight on the last call because that night Peru closed its border. And Peru had a really crazy COVID lockdown system where they would have cops out in the street, and they would stop you from leaving your house. And this was really controversial because in Peru, out in the Amazonian region in the jungle,
No, I have
they
too
have
much brain space dedicated to this chud's life story already.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Q-Berry Shortcake. I do sincerely appreciate it.
massive deaths from dengue fever. And I don't know if exactly dengue, it's one of those tropical illnesses, vastly more than COVID, but the Peruvian government cared about COVID because it was
Malaria?
the politically sensitive topic. And so, yeah, I got out of Peru on the last call for the last flight.
Yes, because it's a politically sensitive topic, not because, it's a new disease whose properties are undefined and that may very well kill like 30% of your population. I don't think conservatives realize how deadly an illness can be if it becomes widely circulating, if it starts to widely circulate in a given population. Like, if you are truly facing something new, it can mutate, it can morph in all kinds of unpredictable ways. And if you don't know its properties or how it's even spreading, which they didn't about COVID when COVID hit, like, you can it can kill a lot of people, and you might be like, well, it wasn't killing that many people yet. And it's like, well, that's the entire point of doing a lockdown, so it doesn't kill a lot of people. Ugh. Yeah, like, imagine a simple cold virus that mutates to have the properties of AIDS. You can imagine some pretty horrific diseases, and now you gotta account for all the ones you can't imagine.
And I had friends in Peru who were stuck there for months until their European governments.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Lee Kestner, a good example would be like bird flu. The big thing that is currently the fear about bird flu is that someone who has like the normal seasonal flu will also contract bird flu, and if that happens, there is a chance that the two viruses could swap genetic code. And if that happens, like, the way bird flu might mutate might make it far more transmissible. And then it's like there's literally nothing stopping it. So, fun stuff. Yep.
Got them out.
More Americans were killed by COVID during the pandemic than in all wars they've fought combined. True.
I caught COVID in Miami airport, and I was sick for 6 weeks. I've had COVID like 3 times in my life, and this time was the only one that was really bad. And I was coughing up phlegm for, again, over a month. My dad kept me in my room so I wouldn't get him sick. Man, COVID was brutal. I remember counting days until lockdown was over, and I had a Chinese friend who was stuck in America for complex reasons.
Was this Chinese friend number 1, 2, 3, or 5? Which Chinese friend is it? You could give them fake names.
So my dad and I took care of him for a few months until he could get a flight back to China. I think COVID was a real point of social trauma that we haven't actually healed from as a society. I think we don't really know.
Oh, really? Did losing 1.6 million lives, did that leave some trauma behind?
know what happened with COVID or how it relates to our lives. And so it bubbles up under the surface as resentment because we never psychologically processed it. And I see COVID as the tipping point where things really went to hell, where before then, and Trump before then, there was more plausible deniability that we were in an okay society. And then after COVID, I thought there was going to be a recovery, that there wasn't, and things went straight downhill. And I think especially for women, it's the period of just psychological collapse. I think
Hey, Ms. Milena.
psychologically we never recovered. And I was stuck at home during COVID, and this was a real turning point for the channel. I was just stuck at home with bored out of my mind and physically incapacitated. And I knew that this was an opportunity I'd never get again with a lot of free time. And so I started working on my channel full time. I worked really hard every single day of the week. And I remember it being really hard to maintain focus since I was in physical pain, but I worked because I needed something else to do to not go completely crazy. I kept trying to make alternate history videos, but past a certain point, I realized that I had basically completely saturated the market. I was working with timelines like, what if the cotton gin was never invented? Or what if the Shimabara revolt actually worked? That summer of 2020 is when I made the shift to the anthropology, history, and geopolitics content that I make now. Being stuck at home during COVID was one of the most important periods of my intellectual development.
Yeah, I think you missed a few spots. Just throwing that one out there.
In which I read possibly a majority of the top 10 most important books of my life. I had nothing else to do. I met the man who would become my right-hand man, business manager, and best friend in March of 2020.
One-Eyed Heathen, yeah, this is... I feel like this does, in fact, encapsulate this stream quite well. This is where my brain's at currently. You know, just slowly suffering brain death. Look at this man.
Merrick Wright was a 21-year-old guy from Boston who was unemployed from a homeschooled working-class Yankee family. He had 6 siblings, too. He emailed me saying that he wanted to make maps for me, and I looked at his maps, told him no, but I said, you make maps of my videos, and this was alternate history time period, better than the maps I have. We should start talking to each other. And so we started talking every week for at least a year, where we became pretty close friends. And I told him he was a loser who should turn his life around, and I realized that he had incredible innate talent, and no one else had, because he's from a working class background and never went to college.
I saw in him talent that no one else ever could or would. He was mine, and I was his.
And he got a job at that point working at Dunkin' Donuts. Then he worked as a gardener. Then I started hiring him for various tasks. It started out just managing my email. Then it began managing my business contracts. Then my other business. Then I use him video editing. I use him for a sub-variety of different tasks. He's very intelligent.
Did you use him for this one? Did you ignore him when he said, this is too fucking schizo, man?
And does a great job. And within a month of meeting me, he actually met the girl who would later become his future wife. And Merrick has recently moved to Texas.
Are you taking credit for that too? Did you I don't know, influence the spirits to send him a wife?
Where I'm at, from Boston. And it's crazy that there's lots of people like Merrick. There's lots of very smart people from working class backgrounds who basically get shoved aside by the system because they're obsessed with college applications. And now he works for me full time, and I could never ask for a better friend and a better lieutenant. It's been a great ride.
You know, hot take, but maybe don't employ like your best friends. You know, they're just not the best idea. Like, keep your work and your friends a little separate, you know? Because, like, if they ever have a professional falling out, like, they're not gonna keep being friends.
Merrick. I went to college for a semester as a freshman in Bates, a liberal arts school in Maine, an hour north of Portland up in the woods. And the brief time I spent in college was kind of lame, if I'm honest, due to the enormous COVID regulations they had. The school was even more woke than my high school, which is kind of hard to believe. They were trying to make critical race theory a part of the curriculum.
No, they weren't. You were going to a liberal arts school. You weren't going to a law school. Critical race theory is only taught at law school. You don't know what words mean, because you have no reading comprehension whatsoever, and I'm guessing that's why you failed out of college. I think that's what the next part of your story is going to be.
That was just mandatory for you to pass the class. And at that point, my channel really took off because I made a lot of successful geopolitics videos. So when I was stuck at home with Peru, after Peru, I had 666. I had 66,600 subscribers. I was stuck at that for a year. The Appalachian Trail really slowed me down. And then I was at 200,000. And 130,000 was when I hit a real tipping point with my channel where I could live off the income. And I've
just gotta say, thank you for supporting my stream and my channel so that I can actually live off of what you guys, how you guys choose to support me, even though I have 1/13 the size of that channel.
voted for Trump in 2020 since I realized the left just wanted to destroy white men. And this was a big turning point.
Oh yeah, that totally, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the left just wants to destroy white men. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You know, I'm always saying this. You know, I log on to my stream every day and I'm like, I open up the stream and I'm just like, hey, you know, we need to really get on this plan to destroy white men. That's what we as the left needs to do. Not, you know, we need Medicare for all, or we need democracy in the workplace, or we need, you know, guaranteed housing, or we need, you know, to make sure people have electricity and, you know, heat, etc. Just, oh, Patrick Lucas, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you for injecting some BWA energy into stream. Let's go! If you mean by destroy, you mean trans. I mean, he would probably consider that being destroying white men. Yeah. I mean, I do want to destroy white men, but not in the manner he thinks I mean. Yeah, it's fair. Oh my god. This man. What a little clown.
Point in my life, since it was when I decided to explicitly be a conservative. It's funny that being a conservative is such an important part of my identity now, but it's a relatively recent thing. And I started to really distrust the left with the Summer of Love or the post-George Floyd protests. People I thought I could trust from my high school or my hometown in rural Pennsylvania were just posting completely demented stuff. Stuff where it was totally obvious to me that these people wanted suffering and the destruction of civilization.
Not sure why we're watching this weed filled with dicks, but the Dono Ghost is here to do the do no dance. Woo woo goo. BWA.
Woo woo goo indeed. BWA. 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 And you know what? I think we might just have some here.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
What is BWA? It's a nonsense slang. It doesn't mean anything. We say sometimes bitches with attitude, blahages with attitude. We make it mean many things. And it's just fun. It's just the BWA is just the community spirit.
People would say you should donate furniture to butch lesbians, and dozens of people were saying that black people doing property vandalism was justified, and taking the richest property was fine, which is just ridiculous.
Wait, but sometimes vandalism is justified. You know, like, what about the Boston Tea Party? That was vandalism. I think that was justified.
Please destroy me so I can be a girl instead. From Caracal.
Caracal, thank you for the $5 super chat. You can be a girl if you want to. I thought he was okay with yellow vest. You know, I get the feeling his opinion on vandalism changes depending on the racial complexion of the people doing it. You know, I get that impression based on everything he's said and professed.
Ridiculous. And I started to really loathe the left on a profound level after this. December of 2020 is probably the most important month of my life until I dropped this video. I got a check from Google for $12,000, which blew my mind.
Hell, dog.
And I realized that was enough money that I basically had to drop out of school.
You were making 6 figures a year doing YouTube. Yeah, all right.
Other thing is that a handsome young man named Matthew DeMarc-Antonio hit me up. He was a 26-year-old tech CEO who ran a company in the restaurant payment processing business from Teal Capital. That failed, and then he moved into a business where he was basically making OnlyFans for normal content creators. And I think it's a pretty good business. It was just wrong timing for the market.
That's also called OnlyFans. You don't have to do pornography on OnlyFans. You can just, like, I don't know, post train content if you want.
And he is a right-wing, hyper-militaristic guy from a State Department family in Virginia. His dad is the former Undersecretary of Defense under Clinton. His dad's an awesome dude. I've spoken with him. One of the people I'd say the highest of. He was a big fan of my show and was part of a secret social club built by someone from Team 10, or Jake Paul's organization. It included NBA stars, Netflix actresses, billionaires, and a successful founder. And not a successful founder, many successful founders. I was super happy to...
Yes, he said Teal Capital, yeah.
Join them, and the guys who were part of the organization loved me. I was widely known for...
The fact that this guy is one of the biggest dipshits I think we've ever paid attention to on this channel, and he's palling around with billionaires, Netflix actresses, and, like, Jake Paul, I think really says a lot about our meritocracy.
For once dressing up as a pimp on a call and making map-based sexual innuendos to a film producer. She was female, it wasn't gay. Sadly, it was...
That doesn't make it better. Why would making map-based sexual innuendos be better if you were saying it to a woman? Why would sexually harassing a man wouldn't have been any better either?
It was one of the worst managed organizations I have ever seen in my life, and immediately shut down within a month of me joining. The founder, Max Beaumont, is a sociopath who I still hate in my mental book of grudges. Side note, in the culture of my people, both of my parents told me to memorize every single social interaction in my life and then assess it on, is it a direct or indirect insult, or are they demonstrating a lot of...
That's fucking insane, dog. Measuring up who has wronged you the most after every social interaction is deeply disturbed behavior. You're broken inside and you don't even realize it.
Loyalty and morality. So I automatically just assess the world on my honor code.
Yet again, I have to reinforce here that maybe you shouldn't be internalizing the messaging of your mother, who you've described as evil incarnate, or your father, who ate so much tuna fish that he got mercury poisoning for a decade. Maybe these people should be taken with a grain of salt, dog.
And then I try to vastly reward those who are loyal to me. And if you fuck with me, don't fuck with me. That's just my attitude. And Matt hit me up that winter and said he was going to Mexico with 20 of his tech CEO friends where they would rent out a bunch of villas on the beach. I said yes and dropped out of school to live in Mexico in Playa del Carmen. Playa is commercialized enough to feel safe, but it's also pretty Eurotrash, if I'm honest. I joke Playa is a more Anglo suburb, it's like an Anglo suburb of Miami, and it was a blast where we stayed on the beach and we would party 3 or 4 nights a week. I'm glad I did it, but I wouldn't do it again.
I can't imagine this guy trying to party. I can't imagine him being fun at parties. And, like, that's okay. I'm not terribly fun at parties. But, like, yeah, this guy's,
And I was so tired of partying just after a month.
Think so.
And Mexican nightclubs don't have volume control. It's the danza cultura.
That's every nightclub. Nightclubs are not known for being quiet, chill places, dog.
Is stuck in my head forever. I was really rich at the time, and I was making $200K that year and $300K the year after that. I don't know why people think I'm poor. This channel's got a lot of viewers. I monetize said viewers with sponsorships. You guys think I'm like a homeless incel or some crap like that. You're probably just projecting.
I mean, you decorate like shit. Like where's that money going, dog? Because it's not going on the inside of your set here, okay? Like, just, it's not.
And we were living in nice villas, and I didn't spare any expense. I miss living in the third world. You can hire someone to, like, clean your dishes and, like, give you weekly massages. It's so nice.
You can do that here. That's not unique to non-US countries. You can... If you're making $300,000 a year, you could go and get a massage every week and you'd be fine. Yeah, also, you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars, you can't afford a decent webcam? I don't have a good webcam right now, and my webcam's still alright. You know, like, this was like maybe $120 when I bought it. You know, you could get a decent one for like $150. Did he call Mexico the third world? He absolutely did. He absolutely did.
And Matt D brought a bunch of his
racist.
frat bro friends from Virginia, and I basically lived in a frat for 3 months. This was actually a really vital time in my social development and my development as a person, because I came from an abusive, nerdy family and a Christian private high school. And so living with these frat bros in Mexico taught me a lot of social skills that I had missed out of. And I think a lot of you will go through a degenerate college phase. It's a formative experience. I was rejected by a girl I liked, and so I went through a 3-month keto phase where I lost a lot of weight. I had gained weight during COVID. The girl turned around on me after 6 months, but then I had found a new girl by that time already. I went on a date with a different girl who used ayahuasca, which is an Amazonian psychedelic the native peoples use, which lets you commune with the spirit world. My childhood dream was to always talk to God. It was always the thing I most wanted to do in my life. Other kids fantasized about being firefighters or astronauts. I just wanted to listen to God all day. I wanted to talk.
I fucking called it, dog. The ayahuasca trip.
To God as a kid, since my parents had told me that all things stem from God, and if you don't know God, you don't know anything. My dad would say growing up that most of the social issues in our society are downstream from the death of God. I could tell even as a child that my people were dying, and no one knew how to fix it or that it was even an issue.
Did you literally do ayahuasca and now you believe you're God? Is that what happened?
I thought Why don't I just call God to see if he has anything to say? I always had a childhood fantasy of saving my people, and there was always this whispering voice in my mind, which told me I needed to touch base with God for me to reach my destiny. My mind periodically whispers to me. It's something where I'll just be living my life, and a thought comes out of nowhere that I never considered before.
Yeah, that's called a thought, bruh. That's just called having a thought. That's not a spirit whispering to you. That is just your brain creating a thought.
I then spend years pondering it until it makes sense. Some things my mind has whispered to me include, you need to talk to God. Another, once you understand consciousness, you understand everything. Third, time is an illusion. Fourth, everything around you is mutable and can be broken with your mind. Then there is a master key to all things. Once you take the master key, you control reality itself. My brain just feeds me this stuff without my consent. I don't know.
Yeah, kind of, because sometimes ideas aren't good. So sometimes you can have a thought and it's not good. You know, sometimes I have intrusive thoughts about like banging my head against a wall or just like throwing something out a window, and it's like that's not a thought I deserve to give any time to. Like, nah, get out of here.
Man, this is my life. I'm stuck here. A final reason I was really excited to take ayahuasca was that I felt completely numb when I was partying in Mexico.
Oh, they're called autonomic negative thoughts. That's cool. I like that there's a term for it.
I remember it was my phone stuff is candid. So I remember it was my birthday and I was at a water park. I just felt nothing. I remember even being in the water and feeling no emotion on the slide. I remember.
Yeah, go to therapy, dog. You need to go talk to somebody who understands how brains work.
One time I was walking on a beach outside our villa, calling my dad, telling him I felt nothing. I just felt complete emptiness. It reminded me of college in France, times where I should have objectively been happy, but I just felt inner pain. Both times I remember thinking, my life is objectively good now, but I feel miserable. I felt like there was an elephant inside of me. That locked inside my own mind was something I really needed to know, but I didn't. Then I needed to find out what that thing was in order to move to the next stage of my life. I had no idea what it was, but I felt its absence. I felt so exhausted all the time, like a horse forced to run all day. I couldn't rest. It was a feeling I could have for as long as I could remember. Like back.
This is depression. This is a real mental disorder that you should go talk to someone about and get diagnosed. You know, you might not need like medication. You might just need like coping mechanisms and like someone to talk to. Like that can happen. And it also might be that like the objectively good life that you're living might have elements that are overstimulating you, which can lead to you having a really good time, but in a way that good time winds up backfiring, because it can turn out that, like, you know, having too much of a good thing can make you feel bad. Who'd have thought?
Back in high school, when I remember experiencing less than half the emotions I saw other teenagers have. There was a girl I went on dates with for a few months. I loved her more than I could ever imagine, since.
Dude, you went out with her for a few months. That's you're gonna be okay.
She's what I thought I wanted as a checklist for a woman. She went to Harvard, she was beautiful, was anti-woke, really smart, and other stuff. We would get drunk walking around New York with a flask of vodka in our backpack. It didn't work out for a variety of reasons, and she was trying to manipulate me for some.
And it's not very anti-woke, carrying alcohol in public like that. That sounds pretty woke, actually. Be careful. The woke police might arrest you for, your intoxication in public.
Social advancement. She once criticized me, calling our friend crying, that I didn't convince her to stay overnight at our place, where she drove 2 hours to stay at my place at nighttime. And then I made a move on her, and she said I wasn't interested. I said, okay. And then she left, and then she called my friend crying, saying, he didn't make me stay. And moving past...
She's anti-woke, dog. What? You wanted her to be like that. You wanted her to be more trad. This is why clear consent is good, actually. Why woke concepts of consent are good, actually. Yeah, also, Salmon Moose, strangely enough, another shitty lady. It's almost like every woman he's ever encountered is shitty. With the one exception of being his gender studies teacher, who just simply allowed him to kind of have shitty opinions in her class. And affirmed his right to have them, I guess.
Pastor was really difficult, and it was a big part of my development, because it involved throwing away my concept for what I thought I wanted out of life. And I had this sort of romantic sense that I wanted a peaceful, stable, happy life. And I realized I didn't want that. That's lame. I want to go hard. And I don't want to base my identity off romantic relationships with women. That sounds lame. I have to stand alone as a man, and I need to stand alone before God. And I did.
Also, I'm not able to psychoanalyze him or anything, but I am going to point out here that maybe the idea that you as a man have to stand alone is in particular responsible for your constant expressions of emotional pain. That could be human beings are social creatures, and isolating yourself is not typically healthy.
Didn't know what I wanted in life before, and I projecting traits onto others that you wish you have is not romantic. It's weak. When I thought about how I loved her, I realized my brain wasn't really on my side, because my evolutionary circuits weren't wired, where my self-interest was I had to move on.
Good night,
she was the kind of person I thought I wanted, but she was crazy. However, I realized I got off on arguing with her. In that, I enjoyed blowing off steam and getting into fights. I realized this was an issue I'd have to fix to live a happy romantic life. I knew something was off with my romantic senses that I had to fix. I would do anything to break through the other side. I literally did the psychic equivalent of dropping 7 thermonuclear bombs on myself.
Which was...
Ayahuasca is really no joke, guys.
How are my pauses this perfect? I did the psychic equivalent of a truckload of weed. Oh my god, dog.
I'm so happy it exists. It's like touching the edge of the sun. But ayahuasca is to LSD or mushrooms what a house cat is to a tiger. It was made by the Amazonian peoples 1,000 years ago because their shamans knew that there would come a great empire to the west that would have a sickness of...
No, they didn't. They did not know that.
Materialism and greed, which ayahuasca would have to clean out. Of course, as I've said dozens of times before...
yes, everyone just needs to do ayahuasca and we'll solve capitalism.
I do not support illegal things, and thus please only use ayahuasca in South American countries it's legal in. Also...
Oh my god. What the fuck are you saying, dog?
So, please use an Amazonian shaman like I did. The shaman is a trained professional where this is what they do. You really, really need one. If you don't use a shaman and bad things happen, it's your fault. You'll probably be fine either way, and nothing too bad will happen. However, this is playing with a thermonuclear bomb. Even if you have a bad trip, it'll help you grow because you're probably a pussy anyway.
The king
I was
beast,
able to reach the spirit world, and I did it through purely ethical and responsible use of drugs.
Now, folks, we are dangerously close to the end of this video. And so we're going to take one last break here. We're on part 4. We did it. This is so beyond what I was expecting it to be. And we will space these out, I think. Because I can't sit through another one of these like tomorrow. I can't do multiple days in a row of this. But we'll make it a recurring thing. We're not going to abandon our full trip. Now, folks, if you are enjoying the show, I've been going for 5 and almost 6 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. The only reason I'm able to cover content like this, and I genuinely, I don't know what this is doing to enrich your lives, but I hope that you're enjoying it, and consider dropping those subs and donos to keep the stream going, and stave off the domino ghost for another day. It's giving me a ton of insight. It's giving me almost as much insight as ayahuasca. Someone said 10 hours. Oh yeah, no, there's another 2 videos that total over 7 hours. So there's a lot more of this left. But we're gonna just finish the first video tonight. Oh, Freedom Evie, thank you for gifting us sub to Low Key Fox. Let's go. Hey, Narodia. This has brought me an experience. It has been an experience. You can say a lot of things about this, but it has been an experience. Now, again, one last call for subs and donos before the riverboat departs. Beep boop, beep boop. And well, let's dive in, shall we? So, folks, we've returned. We are circling the event horizon of the conspiracy singularity. And, well, I don't think any of you are ready for part 4. The Tree of Life. I can't wait. This is gonna be some shit.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? I hope you can see that I'm wearing the Tree of Life t-shirt I have for this video.
Oh, okay, since he's talking about the t-shirt, all right. That's the Tree of Life shirt he's wearing. We're jumping right into it this time. Oh boy.
So, I don't even know where to begin explaining what I saw on ayahuasca. I saw so much of the spirit world, I could make a 2-hour video just from it. I had the most insane trip of anyone I've ever heard of. I took 7 rounds split apart by a 3-month period. The recommended dosage is 3 in a row, with a shaman at a facility catered to this. We were in a beautiful location with running water and a garden inside a cave with adobe huts built into the rock. The way it works is that you basically take these shots like vodka, and it's this filthy chocolate dirt liquid. Then it gets stuck in your body for 6 to 12 hours. Psychedelics hit me twice as hard as anyone I've ever met. Probably genetic reasons. And your trip will likely not be as crazy as mine. I spent something like 70 hours in the spirit world at least. I have 800 contacts in my phone, and I have spoken to God and the devil more than 90% of people in my phone. I have...
Dog, you need to get some serious medical help. Okay? That's not good or normal. Y'all a danger to one another.
Hours, and you end up with photographic memory. I have hours of recorded discussion in my mind with multiple spiritual forces, whether God, the devil, Mother Nature, time, the anima, etc. So I have a relatively good knowledge of the spirit world, and they've explained me multi-hour philosophic discussions about the underlying nature of reality. I'm going to talk about things that I saw thematically rather than in order. It's all really a jumble. The spirit world is innately incredibly deceptive, and everything is everything and yet nothing and yet other things and yet themselves at all times. It both makes sense and is a retarded jumble.
I can help you here. It does not make sense. You are simply regurgitating psychosis.
And that's just the paradoxical nature of reality. What I've heard is that if you have an incorrect theory of the world, 100% of reality is deceptive. And if you have a correct view of
Ansler, yeah, he's not a good guy. He's adjacent to neo-Nazis.
The world, reality is innately 20% deceptive. Unless you're wrong. You're often wrong, and always wrong in certain ways. The spirit world operates off technicalities, and it operates off hidden clauses where you look at the Constitution. Our founders created all these different systems to protect the different kinds of government, and tyranny always comes to the technicalities of things the founders never thought about. The way psychedelics work neurologically is that your brain has certain subconscious wirings that you naturally form over the course of your life. Inside Out, the Pixar movie, covers this in a really great way. And the mind operates like a radio tower in which certain species, through a biological...
Inside Out. No. Nothing you're saying makes sense.
Basis, or even different civilizations, wire the subconsciouses of people in a certain way on a biological level. An easy example of this is if you look at anthropological studies of Westerners and Easterners, when you ask them to prioritize certain things in a story or a painting, they'll pick different details because they perceive reality differently. And keep in mind how enormous reality is. It's infinitely large, and thus it's impossible to...
Oh, no, Gordon guy, he also used the R slur earlier, too.
To perceive everything. Thus, we create certain filters for how we perceive reality. These are partly genetically wired and also cultural, which is why you could be genetically identical to someone from the Bronze Age, while they would see dryads and gods and spirits in the world, and you would not. Because the cultural expectation...
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Why would you be genetically identical to someone in the Bronze Age? Oh, boy.
Expectations of your society wire how you perceive consciousness. Psychedelics have been in use for religious reasons for all of human history, in cultures ranging between the ancient Greek Eleusinian rituals, which inspired Plato or Pythagoras, ancient Hindu Soma, and we have very significant amounts of evidence the early Eucharist was a psychedelic. I saw many things between heaven and hell, so much so that I can't even begin to describe the totality of it. The spirit world is innately mischievous and built off lies, as I said before. Thus, even using words to describe it is often a fool's errand. I have seen things I cannot even articulate to you, given they exist outside the human frame of consciousness, and yet are so clearly real. I have seen 1,000 years pass in a single instance, and the sheer enormity.
No, you haven't. That's the crazy part. You haven't. You're 23 years old.
Enormity of the human experience as expressed in that time with each individual soul and each individual life. I have seen 1,000,000 suns crash together at once, creating such a level of cosmic destruction as to lead back to nothingness. I have seen the whole...
Wait, that's not even how suns crashing together work. They don't reduce everything to nothingness. That's not how it works.
Of human life concentrated into the great chain of being, and the whole of cosmic beyond human, all the animals and gods and spirits contained within the great chain of being, stretching and powered from the lower levels of pettiness and evil to...
This is like listening to a Final Fantasy villain monologue.
God at the top. I have seen 1 billion lives at once, and in which...
Also, real talk, this guy just read, like, I don't know, a Warhammer book and is regurgitating something from that.
You know the individuality of the living whole in the human spirit or the mind of God feeding off the individual lives, with all of someone's life clustered into a single vibe.
Rainbow Krampus, I'm just... Somebody else is in the room. Oh yeah, I saw that too. Yes, I saw that. Yeah, me too. Uh-huh. Me too. Yeah. That one too. Yeah, I saw all those things too. Yeah. What about the human
That is their consciousness. I have spent more time than I would ever ask for or give to my worst enemy in hell. Hell is more horrible than you could possibly ever imagine. You don't even have words for the agony. The suffering is so truly great, it shatters your being, rupturing throughout your soul as you feel agony, and yet your body has already disintegrated, while your suffering encompasses the whole world at once. The suffering is so enormous it breaks space and time, so much so that unique moment is edged into history as being a time when pain could break the nature of man himself.
Nothing he's saying here, this is all drug rambling. Like, none of this is a thing.
As so many mystics have said before, hell is a place the mind crafts by its own design. God doesn't send us to hell. Almost by natural law, we guide ourselves down there if we deserve it. The afterlife is when your soul hits infinity right when you die, in that you jump out of time, and you are stuck with yourself forever. If your soul is stuck forever...
Yeah, remember when I said at the beginning of this video that this guy's like a shitty Jordan Peterson? You know, I feel like he's not beating the allegations.
Forever. It will lead towards good or evil, and that is the nature of your afterlife. You must firstly, when you die, see yourself for who you truly are. If you had to talk to yourself for 1,000,000 years, what would your interaction with having to deal with yourself be? There are 1,000,000 hells, whether that of psychological torture, physical pain, cold, or heat. Hell is yours. All of them share the feeling of being trapped. Hell is a mental loop you put yourself in that you cannot break out of. I suffered physical pain in hell you can't even imagine in your worst nightmares. The worst pain you could ever imagine is barely at all what hell could be. I had demons torturing me, ripping my flesh apart. My entire body was viscerally on fire in a way where
I'm so bored of this guy. Like, he's trying to be so edgy and so cool, and I'm so bored.
The atom screamed with the most horror it could feel at once without dying in that instant. You have no concept of how much I have suffered and how long I have spent in hell. I spent something like over 80% of...
Yeah, which is more likely, that you interacted with beings that you have no, like, physical connection with, or that you were just tripping.
I wish I knew how to help people like this. Some people believe something so hard that I don't know how facts or logic can help. From Caracal. P.S. Have to go night chat and Riverboat Jack.
Oh, Caracal, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very generous. Thank you so much. And I wish I knew how to help people like this too. Like this, the thing is, I genuinely think this guy right now is beyond anyone's help. You know, part of it has to be that like a person wants to be helped, wants to get help, and is willing to put in the effort to obtain that help. You know, and he's so far in La La Land that he's just like, yeah, I've been to heaven, I've been to hell, I've been everywhere in between. And it's just like, all right.
Of my time in ayahuasca in the spirit world in hell, it was truly a terrible experience in which my concept of time was stretched.
Hell, 10, 0 out of 10. Would not go back. Service, terrible.
Out. So I spent an infinity of time in hell. I think consciously there's still a part of me that's there stuck in infinity. And it was a truly terrible experience, but having done it, I have lived. There is no greater living than going to hell. This is so cool, guys. And having seen hell made me realize everything in my mortal life could not compare to the depth and the enormity of the divine. For the first time, life did not feel boring to me. I spent dozens of hours speaking to the devil. I don't even dislike him at this point. Much like my mother, he's so evil he kind of circles back around, where I realize he's just a wolf hunting sheep. He's a cold nuclear core which radiates suffering to others, which he himself does not feel, since at the eye of the storm everything is calm. The devil was quite civil with me, and
I mean, I feel like you're just talking to yourself there, but you're just talking to some qualities that you've amalgamated into that mental projection.
polite. He said that I didn't belong in hell, that under normal circumstances I wouldn't be there, and I had to pay a cosmic debt for my bloodline. After I paid the debt, I could go back and change my life. The agony of hell became the worst upon the deep realization that I never belonged to be there, that I had been cast into the worst suffering a man could feel, for no justice of his own. I was stuck in this mental loop that was killing me. The mental loop was the idea that since consciousness programs reality, that because I perceive myself to be in hell, I would be stuck in hell forever, in all of eternity. I later realized this is the evil loop, or the closed circuit, which lacks humility or the evidence of the outside world, and allows the rationalizing of the greatest evils. The end point
he really enjoyed the Airbnb in hell.
Of Nazi Germany and communism is from the closed rationalistic loop.
What?
And this is the origin of atrocity and totalitarianism. This happened
Dude, what?
multiple times in a row, in multiple nights in a row. My entire body and sense of self shut down due to the horror of hell. I had to have my friends counsel me at the time to not kill myself. Damn.
This doesn't seem like a good experience. This seems actually bad. Why would you keep going back?
I can't believe it's still hot in Texas in December. But back to ayahuasca, I felt the weight of history on my shoulders. I felt the choices I made would determine the lives of billions of people in the future. I felt
So you had delusions of grandeur. I'm trying so hard not to speed this up too much, because like this guy is just. I'm struggling. I'm struggling, bros.
in every inch of my body the desire to reject the responsibility. But then God said, I know you won't do that because you care about people and you know that this is your duty. God told me it was my duty to found a religion and that in the process of trying to not found a religion, I would do so anyway. He said that I never consented to this, but that my bloodline did for me. I told him I didn't want
eugenics.
to, and he said, I don't care.
Finally
he said that
returning
he
to
knew
part
I was a
one.
man and I would accept my responsibility. He said that my sense of honor was seen as a cosmic force to him in its own right. That this very moment I was living in would become historic. I also spoke to God when I was on ayahuasca. It's frankly hard to attend church anymore after seeing the God Christians claim to worship. I really don't know what to tell you, but
You didn't. You were high on drugs. I don't know. Like, I understand that drugs can induce a euphoria that people like interpret as spiritual at times, but like I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, to me it's just like you're tripping balls. You're done. Like you went on a trip. Did you get anything good out of it? Yes, no. Okay, but like you didn't actually transcend to the spirit world. That didn't happen.
Don't think the god a lot of you are worshiping is the one in the Bible. I hate to say it, but I suspect for some of you it might be the Lord of Lies, dressing in Yahweh's garb, to tell you...
Have you ever taken anything harder than a bagel, though? I don't know, I can take quite a bit.
Further lies, and the Bible does a pretty good job of describing Yahweh, especially the Old Testament, and he is like seeing a million suns crash together at once. Our mortal brains cannot comprehend his excellence and scale. He's more similar to a Lovecraftian monster, all things considered, than to the God mainline churches preach about. Yahweh's power is so enormous you would find it to be horrifying.
That doesn't make any... Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's quantifiable. That's what infinity means.
Demands your loyalty with every fiber of your being. He is an irresistible force of gravity which sucks you in, for he is the only thing that has ever truly existed. I could see into the mind of God, and I saw it as divine clouds. It's the great mist of consciousness in which all things happen. The mind of God is all human experience lived at once, with each moment being a beautiful choice with a tapestry of such awesome beauty, you can't help but thank him for the extreme wonder and horror of it. The great chain of being may stretch down to hell, but by its very nature it leads fundamentally to heaven. Higher forms beat lower forms, thus meaning evolution guides us to be more like God. The sense of profound beauty I felt for the 5% of ayahuasca I spent in heaven was so enormous that it gave me the will to live through the hell. That 5% of beauty made the entire suffering...
Oh my god, I bet when this guy makes a D&D character, he makes the edgiest boy in the tavern.
Of my life,
just sitting in the
living.
corner brooding.
I knew that God was real and that I could reach him. God said that I would have to take responsibility for my future at some point. Is he reading his script? They would feel terrifying, but at the same time...
It does seem like he's reading his script, yeah. Like his head, you can see kind of his head move as he reads.
I would feel enormous peace after making the decision. He showed me that once I moved through my suffering, I would attain an inner peace, wisdom, and sense of direction that I would physically be incapable of believing at that stage of my life. He showed me the mental state I would have as a middle-aged...
What class would he play? He'd play Ranger. He'd be like the shittiest Aragorn you've ever imagined.
...aged and older man, and I felt such awe at my future development that it made all of my suffering worthwhile. He said that my decision-making and conscience would come to understand all 9 worlds of the Tree of Life.
Oh, good.
That I would gain a sort of connection to the anima mundi, or the experience of lived consciousness itself, so I could empathize with the human condition itself. He said this would be my great gift to humanity, showing us the whole tree of human experience, so that we could love each other for our differences. I saw hell below and realized it powered heaven and all the worlds between. When I looked down upon the suffering of hell and I asked God, how do you do it? He said, don't stare down too much.
I love that in this cosmology, hell is apparently a giant battery, or, hell is essentially a giant engine that runs off of, like, the souls of the damned. Like, we're grinding up your spirit to run all of the heavens. That's kind of neat. I like that as a concept.
Lest they drag you down there for no one's gain. I saw a million dreams of the future, and I'm unclear which are true and which are merely fantasies. You shouldn't take the spirit world that seriously. a lot of it's deception. And I think frequently of Lord of the Rings, where you look into the Palantir, and the Palantir is the bad guys, or Sauron's fantasy of the future. It's
There are 9 worlds, but you can skip to world 5 via a shortcut in world 1. Yeah.
not the real future. And that's something to keep careful for all of this. And I'm an empiricist. I say this crap. You're here to disprove it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll change my ideas if they're incorrect. But I saw AIs grow so advanced it's impossible to distinguish from reality, and that we would upload our souls onto some kind of spiritual cloud. I saw that the government would move towards making 1984 a reality, and that men would be able to manipulate the minds of others to send them to hell. I saw that I would start to perceive consciousness differently. Finally, I saw I would live in a time where the dance of life would stop, where men and women would stop mating with each other for no fault of my own generation, but there would be extreme worry about our species going extinct. I saw that it was my duty to fight against this. I saw that my place was to be a man who stood for men. That this is what I had to do. I had a
God gave you a mission to be the king of incels. Gotcha.
profound sense of sexual inadequacy, which I realized was completely undeserved. That made me realize I was forced to feel inadequate about being a man for no real good reason, that I'd been tortured by purely evil and nihilistic people. I was talking to the shaman while I was tripping, and she said, "Rudyard, I see your destiny is to stand for men since the feminine has been kicking them around." I could feel the cosmic dance of the masculine and feminine break down. The dancers refused to show up for the match or even try. That this would be the great question of our time. That this would be the question under which our people lived or died. There's a few hilarious details I have to throw in here. The first is that the first form God came to me in is as a Zoomer bro, because he said that that was the form I best understood, and the way you interact with the spirit world is a two-way process, where when you perceive the spirit world, there's this divine semen, where semen can imprint on a variety.
What the fuck? This took a turn. This took a turn. This took a turn.
Variety of different women in different contexts to produce a different child.
Oh my
so
God,
you're
what?
interacting with the divine semen, where as you interact with each other, something new comes out, which is why these underlying archetypes manifest in different societies around the world in different garbs, because they're interacting with different environments. Where there's the underlying timeless semen. I'm going to keep saying it because I know it makes you uncomfortable.
Why? You don't gotta say it in a way that makes us uncomfortable. You could just say, like, come, like a normal person.
It's funny to watch you squirm. And
You don't get to watch us squirm. You don't get to see any of us. That maybe me.
So when I was talking to God, God said, "I can only explain the world to you." And he was doing this in Zoomer slang, by the way, like yo, bussin', no cap, cringe, whatever. God
Yeah, seems legit and definitely not like I don't know, some kind of drug-induced hallucination.
did not say those words, but that's the kind of vibe. And for example, your level of social understanding of information is the highest density that God can give you information for. And he said that the breakthrough I'm describing came out due to the computer revolution, which allowed a more advanced breakthrough in how humans process information, where the previous level was the book level, where the Abrahamic religions were established in the highest level of complexity of human data is the book. Or it's why societies around the world have beliefs in dragons but never existed, where the dragon is this archetype that manifests in a series of different subcultures. And when I met God, I first spoke to him, I said, "Give me proof to show that you are real." And he said, "I'm both real and I'm not real. I am a voice in your head, but I am also God. I am both." And he said, "I cannot give you information that you yourself do not search for." And he said, "Once you trust me, I will give you more information, but the lubricant of faith is the thing that allows me to transmit information to you. So until you trust me, I can't give you any information. So take the leap of faith." And
Man, seems kind of like a shitty god. Oh man, I can't do it until you believe in me enough. You need to believe in me, otherwise it's gonna be way too tight when I penetrate you with my knowledge.
And trust me. And then after that, God fed me all the information. I saw that we were about to enter a spiritual dimension called the Halls of Time, that I was the first man to stumble upon the Halls of Time, which are one of the most dangerous parts of a species or civilization's development.
Whoa, he was the very first one to hallucinate the halls of time, guys.
This was when we as a species have to grow apart from purely being ordered from God. We have to take responsibility for our own development, and it's the equivalent of a teenager or a young adult having to leave their parents to fully realize their place. This is a very dangerous level because your fundamental understanding of what reality is breaks down. You realize concepts you thought you could take completely for granted, like time or existence, are vastly more complex than we realize, and the real answers are harder to find than you could ever possibly imagine. And that this is a period where we have to stick together and hold each other accountable and make sure we won't go crazy, because the line between madness and sanity will grow very, very thin. And it's my responsibility to get my people through the halls of time. And the halls of time are also where souls come from before entering the body.
Yeah. We've all seen Time Bandits.
And where many evil spirits live. That once we truly understand the nature of time, that everything would change. I could see that through all the chaos of time was my immortal soul, which lived in a cave by itself.
Out of everything else, this is the part that checks out the most.
Pondering all things while helping those who needed it. I saw that my entire life was the unfolding of a destiny that I made choices in time to, but which all played out according to a plan. Free will and predestination are both the exact same in that God sees over time, in that time is an illusion of the passing of a single moment of decision, in which we truly live. I saw that through all the suffering, my life still did fundamentally make sense. I was at one with Mother Nature. I could feel the archetypal feminine force of nature, that which underlies all concepts of religion and philosophy. I imagined myself as a woman giving birth. I felt such horror and compassion at the female condition, their feelings of complete powerlessness with the world, how they're forced to shove a football-sized baby between their legs and not die.
I don't think he empathized enough with the female condition, largely because women aren't powerless in the face of the world. We're not. So also, not all women give birth.
How their physical weakness was so pronounced, they were dependent upon others for survival.
Dude, I've literally met like dozens upon dozens of women who could give you like the biggest atomic wedgie you've ever experienced since Quizbowl.
I saw the feminine as driven fundamentally by fear and terror, and out of that is the chaos that allows new life. The feminine was its most dangerous when it's scared and has to be held back from raw chaotic collapse. The final part of my spiritual journey I saw would result in...
Oh man, I'm so glad he's fantasizing about restraining women. That really bodes well.
Me allowing life to grow after me. I saw that what I just did would allow trees to grow and buildings to expand. I saw that life had won against death already. As long as that happens, I won, and I already won. Later on, as I researched these things, I found that an ancient Egyptian philosophy called...
Oh man, it's so cool that without doing anything, you've already won. That's awesome, dude. That's great. That's really convenient for you.
Hermeticism had an almost identical similarity to what I saw of the spirit world. When I was on ayahuasca, my overwhelming first impression was that the Platonic archetypes and Carl Jung were completely accurate. I just saw the...
No, they're not. Carl Jung is full of shit. He believes in a collective unconsciousness, and that's literally not supported by any evidence we have.
archetypes. Peterson
oh my
was
god,
right to say a short answer. I just saw the archetypes. Peterson was right to say a short answer.
I was right. He is shitty Jordan Peterson.
Ayahuasca basically fried my brain. I'm still shocked at how deranged I was.
You don't say.
As I healed from the PTSD that came after ayahuasca, I always assumed that as I grew healthier, I would be harsher on how reckless I was as a decision. The opposite happened. I fucking love that I nearly killed myself to go to hell. What's the point of living if you're not going hard? As you'll see later in the story, I can be psychotically brave. I kept going back to hell.
Yeah, we know you can be psychotic.
Since I could sense that it was my duty from God. When God tells you to do something, you do so immediately without hesitation. God demanded I suffer in hell 7 times for me to clear a generational curse. I have no other choice since my duty is to listen to God, and there's not an easier answer. I'm always shocked how my parents would talk about honor all the time, and duty and courage, since them being part of a very specific American subculture and ethnic identity had such an enormous impact on the rest of the course of my life. And it's really another anthropology example that sticks to the theme from this video. My family had told me growing up the worst thing a man could do was to be a coward or to back down. And I'm not a coward because I am a Lynch after all. And it's crazy to see cultural stuff my family gave me inform facing hell and the rest of my life. And I have complete faith in God. I knew that he was the sun that determined whether I lived or died. I had stood before multiple gods. This shocked them. They couldn't believe a mortal had done this. And they said, "Mortal, how did you do this? Most of you did die by this point. You can't handle hell." And I said, "I know I'm Rudyard William Lynch. I know that I exist, and thus I know I cannot be destroyed by another spiritual force, and I know as a fundamental fact of existence that I exist. So you can't kill me." And so my guide to the spirit world was just refusing to die, and so I saw various cool stuff.
He was the specialist boy on the ayahuasca trip.
I was a total vegetable after I finished ayahuasca. I slept for 48 hours straight after 2 nights with no sleep. I then missed my flight back to America, and I flew to Boston since my father and I had been fighting over Jennifer, and I didn't trust him at that time. Merrick took care of me for 2 weeks in my vegetal state. For the time after ayahuasca, I felt as if the spirit and physical world had been so intermeshed as I could see one spilling into the other in active time. I could see the Platonic archetypes manifest in the physical world, while I saw the connection between all of things. And I saw that everything is fundamentally an extension of all things. So when you see one thing, you are seeing the fundamental nature of all things. And that may sound like BS, but it's still true. I couldn't sleep one night.
Keep in mind, guys, he's an empiricist.
Which was too horribly going to become my new normal for the next few years. At 2 a.m., I felt the divine will move through me, and I wrote a 10-page longhand in my notebook. I was in the hotel lobby for a few hours writing ideas straight, and the janitor walked up to me and said, "Hey, I can see that the will of God is moving through you, because when I write church music, I look like how you look now." And that longhand script I wrote later became the video for the manifesto of the New Right. Almost everything in that video is dictated to me by God.
Well, I guess we know what we're gonna watch at some point next.
And that includes the ideas of consciousness evolution, our reality being a Darwinistic game in which God has certain rules which we follow to win, and on top of that, the greatest need of our time being decentralization. Watch the video if you're interested.
All right, so this guy, like, really, really went off the deep end and has no idea what's going on here. This was truly fascinating.
Bless you, hun.
The Sockster, thank you for subscribing. So this was also originally in 3 installments. Mr. Malachite, this is only the first installment. It was 2 hours and 41 minutes long. There's a second one that is longer, and a third one that's longer than either of them. So it's a real journey we've begun to embark on here. Ship Miss Miracle, yeah. I'm asking if it was originally a 10-hour video or 3 separate ones. It was originally 3 separate ones that he dropped all at once. I genuinely, I'm not sure where to go with this, because, like, I think that what we've seen here is just a mind destroyed by trauma and conspiracism and toxic masculinity that prevents him from actually getting the help he needs, and instead pushes him towards embracing some of the hardest drugs that exist. You know? Distron, no, the viewers on the Riverboat site don't count towards the viewers on YouTube. Gonna be honest, this is easily my favorite Riverboat Jack stream. This has been a truly incredible journey into madness. And at some point we will continue it, is the thing here. But folks, we've been going for 6.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show runs on your generosity. And also hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Continue. Yeah, the guy, we're only through 1/3 of this.